1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing stream at Headingley. One, two, three, four, five, testing stream at Headingley. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Good morning. Welcome along from Headingley for the semi-final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy of 2024, which sees top of the table the Northern Diamonds take on Sunrisers. Paul Shaw, former England women's head coach, and myself, Jonathan Deutsch, to bring you ball-by-ball coverage of this one on BBC Radio Leeds, the BBC Sport website and app. And we are also on, of course, the stream. We're glad to have your company today, and we hope that we can bring a positive result to you a little bit later on in the day. Give them a wave, Shawsey. Good morning. The news is that the Diamonds have won the toss and they are going to bat first. They are unchanged from the team that got, well, hammered, if we're honest about it, by the South East Stars in that final group game up at the Riverside last week. So that's Lauren Winfield-Hill, Emma Marlowe, Rebecca Duckworth, Ster Callis, Erin Burns, I should say, Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, Abby Glenn, Katie Levick, Rachel Slater and Beth Langston. And then for the Sunrisers, skippered by Grace Scrivens, they also have Jo Gardner, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock, Lissy McLeod, Eva Gray, Flo Miller, Amara Carr keeping wicket, Sophie Munro, Kate Kopak and Abtahar Maksud. They're just making their way out onto the field behind umpires Chris Watts and Rose Dovey. The match referee today, Phil Whittycase. And we are all set on a sunny-ish Headingley morning. There is some cloud cover. It looks from a distance like a good deck out there. And they've got the first choice on what to do, and have decided to put the runs on the board and try and defend them. Good morning, Paul Shaw.
Good morning, Doige. And good morning, everyone. It's a lovely day here at Headingley. Just a little bit cloud cover. It's just gradually dispersing. So hopefully we set up for a great day's cricket here in what just so happens to be quite an historic fixture, doesn't it, really? It could be, well, it will be the last game that the Northern Diamonds play here at Headingley. And obviously it's a semi-final, an important game. But I don't think it's going to be a straightforward game. I mean, we know that since Andy Tennant, the head coach of the Sunrisers, and his coaching team come together around about 18 months, 2 years ago, we know that they've made good progress, and they've done well over the last 18 months or so. So I think there'll be stiff opposition here today at Headingley. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really good game, and hopefully one worthy of a really good semi-final as both teams push towards the final in the coming days, Doige.
Yep, LWH, Lauren Winfield-Hill, skippering, of course, at the moment in the absence of Holly Armitage, who's on international duties. She will take the first ball with her back to us, facing Kate Kopak, who is going to start the match off from the Howard stand end. Emma Marlowe is, of course, accompanying Lauren out there in the middle, and the first ball of the day is a wide that's going to be turned into two with a bye to accompany it, as signalled by Chris Watts, who is going to stand at the Howard stand end of the ground. So the Diamonds underway with a little bit of a freebie first up. There'll be doubtless one or two nerves out there. It is a semi-final after all, and as Shawsey says, last match at Headingley for the Northern Diamonds. If it doesn't go well, last match ever for the Northern Diamonds, but they're hoping to prolong things and take a trip to Grace Road, Leicester next Saturday and take on either the Vipers or the Stars, who are playing in the other semi-final. We'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on in that as well. As here comes Kopak, right arm over the wicket to Emma Marlowe, who's dropping that delivery out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there from Kopak. Just top quarter of the off stump, hits decent line, decent length. And I think that's actually the type of area to ball here on this pitch today. And I'm sure as the game goes on, there'll be then variation in pace. But that's certainly the area to ball on here today.
Here she comes again. It's wide of off stump. They have got to slip in early doors. Why not? And Marlowe playing through the original line of that ball. It looked like it maybe nipped and did a bit on her. And there's no run. Emma Marlowe, 12 innings in the RHF Trophy so far this season, 334 runs with a highest of 55. She's averaging 27.83 and striking it at 67.47 coming into this match. And she's driving, as she does very nicely in most of the matches we see her play, up to extra cover there. No run. We were saying last week that she seems to have just the sort of temperament you'd want for an opening batter, and she's developing very nicely.
Absolutely, I think she's a really good young player, great potential, and every time we're on air, she seems to do quite well. So she'll be wanting to do well today.
Here's Kopak again. Ooh, now then, that wasn't Emma Marlowe's best shot of the season. Beaten by another ball that nips on her. Not a lot of foot movement there, and maybe a few words of advice or encouragement from Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's just stepped down to do the bit of, in inverted commas, gardening.
Yeah, the ball's just around 10 inch, just outside off stump, and Marlowe's just not moved a feet and had just a little bit of a swish at that ball.
It's got back again, and this time she's solidly in behind it. The only runs scored so far off that first delivery, which was wide down the leg side and also brought a bye in addition, which has allowed Lauren Winfield-Hill to look at a few from the non-strikers end. A few people have made their way in. If you are watching and you're not so far away, get yourselves down to Headingley, create a bit of atmosphere for the Diamonds. As Kopak is in again, and that is wide of off stump, and once more there's clearly some nip about what she's bowling here. We're sitting quite a long way away to the right of the strip they're playing on, but just the way that Emma Marlowe wasn't able to move her feet there. What are we, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 strips away to the right of where they're playing, which is towards the east stand side of the ground. But no harm done, just a few to look at there for Emma Marlowe, and a bit to think about, and it's 2 without loss after 1 over.
Absolutely, and Kopak there has just looked at 8 decent areas round about the top quarter of off stump, maybe 5th, sometimes 6th stump, but certainly the length that she's bowling, I think, for this Headingley pitch is a good length, and looking to attack, as I say, the top quarter of the stumps and the bails as such. And yeah, the Diamonds are 2 for none off that first over, but there's a lovely balance here and a blend between experience and youth, with the experienced Winfield-Hill at the crease, obviously England international, played a lot of games of cricket in all formats of the game, with the young Marlowe, so hopefully the experience rubs off onto Marlowe.
As Eva Gray is opening from this Kirkstall lane end. First ball is wide of off stump, and Lauren just punches that into the offside, no run. Let's have a look at Lauren's record so far in this particular campaign. 13 matches she's played out of the 14 that have been played in the group stages. 346 runs with a highest of 69 not out, averaging 28.83. Striking at 78, and she's pinged that one away short and wide. Out to point, and gets herself off the mark. The first run off the bat for the day, 3 without loss. 350s Lauren Winfield-Hill has made during the comp. She's also taken 9 catches and 5 stumpings with gloves on. Bess Heath obviously assigned elsewhere as well, more recent times. Marlowe on strike then is going to punch one into the covers. There's a slight misfield there, but it's not going to cost any further runs. Big player, obviously, for the Diamonds, Lauren Winfield-Hill. She's only been outscored in this competition so far by Holly Armitage, although Emma Marlowe comes into it just 2 runs behind her. Here's Gray. That one looked like a variation. It was wide of off stump. Lauren just getting low and trying to run that one down through third man, which is vacant. The 2 fielders outside the circle are a cover sweeper. Looks like it could be Joe Gardner, and then a deep backward square leg.
Yeah, Gray just threw that ball a little wide there, just inside the wide line, so it's either leave the ball or throw everything at it, and Winfield-Hill was just caught in between.
Lovely presentation of the full face of the blade this time from Lauren. And there's no run. Well, they know better than the opposition, better than anybody, how this pitch usually plays, and there's certainly been no early up and down or evils in it. Maybe a bit of swing early on with this ball, with a little bit of cloud cover. And there's going to be 4 through third man, a wide delivery, and Lauren entitled to go at that. It was aerial for a while, but well wide of slip. And the first boundary of the day goes to Lauren Winfield Hill, 8 without loss after 2.
Yeah, just a little bit of swing here from Gray. Good length ball, just swings away. And Winfield just leans into the ball and gets a thick outside edge, and the ball runs away there for 4 runs. But as you said earlier on, Doige, there's just a little bit of a hint of swing, which will be pleasing, obviously, for the bowling unit of the Sunrisers and the coaching staff that are sat on, watching on. But as you well know, if there's any swing around, it's really important to hit those really important key areas and bring as many dismissals into play as you possibly can. But at this stage of the game, the Diamonds are 8 for none, and they've made a steady start to this game today.
Here's Kopak continuing at the Howard stand end to Marlowe, who's right in behind that, technically looking good there. It's not been a wonderful exchange as far as the Diamonds are concerned between these sides this season. Shawsey and I were down at Northampton for a T20 double-header earlier in the season when the Sunrisers beat the Diamonds off the last ball. I know that was a different format, but it is 2-1 to the Sunrisers in the 3 matches they've played, because it's 1 apiece in this competition, a home win for each side. They've both won quite comfortably in their home matches. Oh, now then, a bit of indecision here, as Marlowe drove that one square on the offside, and Lauren Winfield Hill was keener than hurt to pick up the single, but was sent back.
Yeah, certainly looking for a single there, but unfortunately for the Sunrisers' perspective, the chance of a run out was sidestepped as such with the slip of the backward point before throwing the ball in.
Got back again, punched into the offside, but fielded extra cover. No run. In those matches, just have a quick reflection on them. 10th of July at Clifton Park. Diamonds won the toss, put the Sunrisers in, and courtesy largely of Beth Langston's 6 for 24, bowled the Sunrisers out for 109 in just 30 overs and 5 balls, and then won it comfortably enough, 4 wickets, as Marlowe turns one to mid-wicket, and there's no run, and a bit of an ordinary throw wide of wicketkeeper Amara Carr, but that's not going to cost any extra runs. Yeah, Holly Armitage made 33, and Erin Burns was 35 not out. They knocked him off in 24.4 overs that day, the Diamonds. But the Sunrisers, as I mentioned, have had successes against the Diamonds. As Kopak is in, that's a lovely shot by Emma Marlowe. Got over the top of the bounce there. She's not going to get a boundary for it. Going to come up 10 yards or so short, but nicely played too. So in the return fixture in this competition down at Chelmsford on Bank Holiday, August Bank Holiday Monday, the Diamonds won the toss and batted that day. Made 188 for 9, 36 to Stair Callis. Emma Marlowe made 34 that day, the top couple of scorers. They batted a full 50 for that. 3 wickets for Sophie Munro. Maddie Villiers 4. As that is punched back to Kopak, final ball of the over, and will be 10 without loss after 3. And then in response, the Sunrisers got across the line 7 down. Grace Scrivens, opening batter and skipper, made 56. Jodie Grucock made 40. But they were too good on that day. Catherine Fraser with the headline act with the ball, 3 for 37 from her 8 overs. So that's the way they come into it in terms of direct form playoff with each other, if you like. And so there's a fair difference between them on points in the table at the end of the season, Shawsey, but it's all about who plays well on this day.
Absolutely, and that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about whoever can deal with the perceived expectations of the day, and a final in the calling in just a few days' time. So whoever works through that process the best often comes out on top.
Gray in and bowling to Winfield Hill, who has to stoop low to punch that one away on the offside, suggesting that it didn't bounce as much as the length suggested it would.
I've been impressed, Archie, with the start that the Sunrisers has made. I think Kopac's ball beautifully. Ball good lines, good lengths, and not give any free balls to release any pressure on the Diamonds batting pair. And also I think Gray started pretty well as well.
Yeah, tight start from the field inside as Winfield Hill punches one into the offside. And again, no run. But having seen what we saw last week, you wouldn't want to go at it like a bull in a china shop, would you? You know, last week, well, maybe not one to discuss for too long, but the Diamonds won the toss-up at Chesterley Street against the Stars, stuck them in, and then were staring at 275 for 8 after the 50 overs as Winfield Hill, feet fairly anchored there. She's trying to run that one down with a late cut through third and not so far off getting a nick. But they just didn't bowl well enough collectively, and then certainly didn't with the bat either, did they?
No.
40 for 6 at one stage, 65 for 7.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll have reflected on that game and moved on pretty quick and focused heavily on this game.
Lovely shot by Winfield Hill. She's only going to get the one out to Joe Gardner. It was full from Eva Gray, wide of off stump, and she's drilled it along the deck to the east stand boundary. 11 without loss.
Yeah, a little full there from Gray, a little full, but also quite wide, so it enabled Winfield Hill just to release the hands. But they do have the cover on the deep point boundary, protecting that boundary. Hence just the one run.
Here's Gray again, driven back down the pitch by Winfield Hill. And I think first and foremost, when you're batting first in a match like this, you're the coach here, not me, but if it was me, I'd be saying, let's use each and every one of the 300 balls that's available to us. And if we do that in the first place, we're going to put on a score. Just use your lows, play sensible cricket. Don't try and make it all happen too fast in the match. Just have some patience, and they're needing a bit of patience here because there's some disciplined bowling from both Eva Gray and Kate Kopak, and that's the end of over number 4 with a dot. It's 11 without loss.
I think that's a really important point that you make, Doige. You know, the best batters around, whether that be in the women's game or the men's game, are always looking to be positive in their mindset. So they've got positive intent. But what that means is they read the situation, they identify the situation they're in really well. They read that situation and they play the situation based in lines with the demands of that game. So if the opposition are bowling really tight lines, then you make sure you get forward well with intent, you get back with intent, you play the ball under your eyes, and you look to rotate the strike. Low risk, high reward cricket, as we've chatted around before. Then what you often find is the bowler goes searching and gives you the short ball or the full ball in which you can pull away and get the boundaries, and then you build momentum. But if the 2 down within the power play, then it makes it really, really difficult to lay those foundations that we're so often talking about. So to come back to your point of use your loaf, I think absolutely that's the key, Doige.
I'm sure it's an expression you use a lot in your coaching career. Kate Kopak continuing, and Lauren Winfield Hill on strike has just played a lovely shot, just dropped it out into the offside. That's exactly what we were just talking about. So it's a half decent delivery. It's not a terrible ball. It's not a 4 ball, but she's still managed to work it into a gap and picked up 1.
Now, if you do that 3 or 4 times and over on good deliveries like that, because Kopak's bowled a good delivery, good line, good length, you're able to do that. You could picking up 3 or 4 runs and over in singles. You get a bad ball, all of a sudden that's 7 or 8 and over without taking a risk.
12 without loss. He's up there to drive this one, and invitation accepted by Emma Marlowe. Punched it up to mid-off, no run. I say, you're the coach. I do actually have an NCA, that's how long ago it is, coaching certificate in cricket, and an FA coaching certificate in football, actually, Shawsey.
Wow.
Would you believe? I know. It's written on parchment, I think. As Marlowe punches one to extra cover. And again, there is no run. There's a bit of a brighter burst of sunshine breaks its way through. BBC Radio Leeds, a sport website and app. With you today from Headingley, ball by ball coverage. We've got loads of sport on BBC Radio Leeds today, of course, as you can imagine, with a football in mind. As Marlowe flicks this one, another full-length delivery into mid-wicket, and there's no run. Eva Gray's going to have to be a little bit careful. That's twice she's thrown in from over there, and she just recognised the fact that the sun's behind her after the second attempt. Rachael couldn't reel it in. Hasn't cost any runs just yet, but may do so. Good morning to Mighty Mariners, who says hoping for a Diamonds win. Don't want it to be the last time we see them play. Lovely shot here by Marlowe, that's 4. That's her first boundary of the day. Kate Kopak just picks up a blade of grass or some debris off the pitch and throws it away in a little bit of frustration with herself, because she has been really disciplined so far, but she just strayed too much onto leg stump.
Yeah, just slightly over pitched. Low full toss from Kopak, just drifting in towards the legs, and Marlowe just really nicely just times that ball away through square leg for a much needed 4 runs. The score moves on to 16 for none.
Yep, this time a ball as if overcompensating, short and wide of off stump, but cut straight to point to complete that 5th over. That's 16 without loss. And from the Diamonds' perspective, good that they haven't lost a wicket yet. They haven't succumbed so far to this disciplined bowling. Go Diamonds, says an email from Martin Bloomfield. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or on @SportingLives1 on X, or @InsideLeader1, I think it is, isn't it, Shawsey? Yep. Morning all, says Martin. Not going to mention where Yorkshire find themselves in the Division 2 table. It's all about the girls today. Shame Holly won't be able to contribute to this afternoon's match, but hopefully she'll be instrumental in forging an England win over in Dublin. If the Diamonds win this semi, the chances are that we may well come up against the Stars again next week. Opportunity for redemption, maybe, question mark. Well, maybe. We shall see. We'll check in on that match, actually, as Eva Gray just checks in her run-up. The Vipers are batting first. They won the toss. The match taking place at Beckenham, by the way. 29 for 2, the Vipers, in the 6th over, so the Stars have started well. Full toss here from Gray, and Winfield Hill, well, could have made more of that, I think. She sort of played a bit of a nothing shot, and it's gone on its way to mid-on. No run. It's also, of course, Blast Finals Day. #1 Suns down there watching that. Surrey Somerset. In the first match, Somerset won the toss and decided to bowl first, apparently, as Gray is in, and Winfield Hill strokes that into the offside again. There's never anything rushed, is there, about what Lauren Winfield Hill does out there in the middle of the cricket ground. Always serene. Great, 2.2 overs for 7 so far, bowling to LWH, and she has opened the face and run that one out to point. Picks up 1.
Good cricket from Winfield Hill then, isn't it? You know, it's again a good delivery there from Gray, but shows good alertness does Winfield Hill as she just rocks back onto the back foot and just knocks the ball out into the offside and runs through for the single. And I think it's that awareness that the Diamonds batters are beginning to show here. It's going to enable them to build that foundation and build momentum.
Nice enough delivery from Eva Gray, and from the crease Emma Marlowe turns it into the leg side. No run. Well, you wouldn't say, barring that first over from Kopak where Emma Marlowe had just a little bit of a feel for probably 3 deliveries outside off stump, they haven't so far looked in any great trouble. It's playing well, the pitch, and back to playing out those 300 balls. If you can do that, then there's a lot of opportunity between now and the end of this innings to put on a seriously good score. Marlowe, sensible cricket, just pushes it into the offside, no run. I'm sure you've talked to all the players you've ever coached about, if it's a good ball, just play it like it's a good ball and wait for the baton.
Absolutely, and it's about getting into good positions to then, you know, play the good ball well, and see if you can rotate strike off that. And then, as you rightly say, when the bad ball comes, he's looking to pounce on that and put away.
This one's wide of off stump, and again, maybe Lauren didn't make a run out of that when she could have done. She's not really moved her foot towards the pitch of the ball, which might have opened up the offside. Just dragged it back to the bowler. End of the 6th over. 3 and over so far, 18 without loss.
Yeah, 18 without loss here at Headingley, and we would describe it as a steady start by the Diamonds openers Winfield, Hill and Marlowe. And in the early overs, the ball just swung a little bit. Been really impressed with the opening partnership of Gray and Kopak. They've hit pretty consistent areas, and they're certainly looking to be really disciplined and build pressure. And it's important here that as the two Diamonds batters are now beginning to build a partnership, that actually they maintain that focus and that mindset of looking for the ones, building the innings as much as they possibly can, and gradually increasing that tempo, so when they get into the last 10 overs of the game, they've got a really good foundation to go big.
As this is flicked away into the leg side, first ball of Kopak's latest over, that was Emma Marlowe on strike.
You mentioned something last week when we were up in Durham, Doige, commentating on the game, the importance in any form of cricket, certainly in the women's game in 50 over cricket, of short mid wicket and extra cover. And already those two positions, being in the batter's eye line, have already probably saved 6 or 7 runs in the game so far. So it's transcending into today's game too.
Full length delivery this time by Kate Kopak, and nicely dug out by Emma Marlowe. Dr. Jane Powell's been in touch.
Has she?
So just make sure you sit straight up in your chair now. Shoulders back. Chin out. Thank you, that's better. I think we should put a book on your head as well to make sure that posture's right, Shawsey. Slip being brought out as well at this point and brought into a one saving position at mid wicket. So they've dispensed with that already. That's not a bad shout from Grace Scrivens. They've kept it fairly tight early on. There's not been any obvious nick-off opportunities, and so you might as well put another fielder in front of the bat, but that's drifted down the leg side, unfortunately, from Kate Kopak, so will be a wide. So Jane says good morning to the two of the good guys in cricket. I'm not sure, I think, has somebody else been sitting here before you? She must have messaged this in earlier on when there was somebody else in the room. 19 without loss, as Kopak is bowling to Emma Marlowe, who adjusts well there to what looked like a bit of nip and pushed it into the offside no run. She says, thanks for all your professionalism and support of both the men's and women's teams from Headingley. Of course, I'm supporting the Diamonds. Well, as you know, Jane, thank you for that as well, but it is our pleasure. I was only just saying to somebody yesterday, we all have things about the work we do from time to time that challenges, shall we say, as Kopak's in. And Marlowe just dragging that one to the onside of straight. And again, there's no run mid-on fielding it. Yeah, we all have those days, don't we, where you're a bit of a moan and a grumble about things, but actually it's still a joy to get up on a morning and sit at the side of a cricket ground and talk about it for your job. You know, fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. To a venue like this, the sun's shining. Fantastic.
Here's Kopak and Marlowe shuffling across down the leg side, and there's an appeal, a flick off the pad, says umpire Chris Watts, through to the gloves of Amara Carr, who's been tidy so far behind the stumps.
She has. She's a much improved keeper, Amara Carr. I've known her a number of years, and she's getting better and better. Good pair of hands. I think Kopak here and probably the coaching staff, I think, are looking to execute a plan where they're just looking to bring the ball back into Marlowe, because she just closes the face when she works through mid-wicket and mid-on. Yeah,
she's just gone a little bit too leg stump, and she's able to close the face and whip that round to Joe Gardner down at long leg for 1. It's steady progress, I think it's fair to say, from the Diamonds, but they still have all 10 wickets intact and 43 overs in which to set a total here. So there is absolutely no cause for panic. They're just building nicely at this moment in time, and you've got to respect the fact that Kate Kopac's bowled 4 overs for 11, Eva Gray 3 overs for 9. They've not really thrown up many hit-mes, have they?
No, they haven't. I thought both of them have bowled really, really well. And I'm just looking at Kopac's plan here to Marlowe. She's looking to slightly drag her across the stumps, maybe bowl that 5th stump line, and then every now and then maybe 1 or 2 balls and over, just looking to run that ball back in, probably angling round about middle stump and trying to work it through bat and pad when Marlowe just slightly closes the face when the ball's straight, which means she's not just quite playing the ball with the full bat face. So there could just be a way through, and knowing the coaching staff as I do at Sunrisers and the analysts there, I'm sure that's something that they're looking to do, and Marlowe's got to find a way to combat that.
Here's Gray and Lauren Winfield Hill just punching that one back past the bowler, whose arms are outstretched as she dives into the pitch. Commitment there from Eva Gray. She couldn't quite reel the ball in, but it was tidied up by mid-on Abtaha Maqsood, who is placed right on the edge of the circle, as is mid-off. There's a mid-wicket, still a slip, extra cover, a square cover and a point. That's a lovely shot by Emma Marlowe, who punches that one out to Jo Gardner, extra cover, and picks up another single.
Yeah, nicely played by Marlowe there. Ball slightly wider than normal, just leans into the ball and plays that ball nicely out to deep extra cover with a full bat face. Really nicely played, gets head into a really good strong position there too.
Here's Gray, it's full and whipped, or attempted to be whipped off the legs by Lauren Winfield Hill. There's a bit of bat, bit of pad involved. Stifled appeal.
Yeah, Winfield Hill doesn't just look to be moving as smoothly as she's perhaps done earlier on in the season. So she can just stand strong at the crease and move forward and back, get that little bit of rhythm and hit the ball under her eyes, which I'm sure is what she's looking to do. Then I'm sure she'll click into gear.
Only faced half as many deliveries as Emma Marlowe. That's a lovely shot. And Gardner makes good ground around the boundary edge of the field. 2 runs, but that's as well timed as anything we've seen so far in the match by Lauren. And I mentioned that she doesn't do anything in a hurry, because she doesn't do anything in a hurry. The times, which is plenty now that I've watched her bat.
Yeah, lovely shot.
There's a serenity about her. There's just a languid feel, almost. You know, you think of of the old men's players, a David Gower type. You know, where they just lay the bat on the ball, and it's all about the timing, isn't it? And she's a right-handed kind of version of that, really, as she drops this one out square on the offside, and there's no run.
I think you make a really important point there, and when she's playing well, she gets into really good positions, and there's a really positive sign there with that last ball that she played through the covers for 2 runs, as she just picked the length really early, got into the ball, got her weight into the ball, and hit the ball under her eyes really nicely with a full back face.
Here's Gray again, nicely played off her legs this time by LWH to mid-wicket. Fielded there though, no run. So they're both on 10. This Diamonds pairing, 23 without loss, on winning the toss and deciding to bat first today. And whatever the chat has been before the match with Danny Hazel and the analyst Liam Holgate and everybody else, the skipper who is LWH today, about what they're going to do, how they're going to approach this. I think they're just approaching it with good sense at the moment, not trying to force the issue out there, and there will be some bad balls in the next 42 overs.
Absolutely, there will be. I think keep maintaining to rotate strike, and then just be looking to up that tempo, so anything short or anything full, looking to really pounce on that ball and make sure they hold the shape so they can get maximum runs for the shots. And I think obviously it's a big surface here in terms of the playing surface here at Headingley, and I think, you know, twos, hitting little pockets in the ground to really get the angles right and run twos hard also is going to be really useful as we go through the afternoon today.
Marlowe on strike, Kopak continuing. Yep, at the Howard stand end, and Shawsey just indicating that closed face again, just that desire from Emma Marlowe to roll the wrist on the straight delivery. That was a leg stump delivery, and so she was entitled to do it, wasn't she, with a single out towards square leg.
Yeah, and it could be just if it's the ball's running on that almost knee roll length where it's angled in towards middle stump, whether she then closes the bat face or maintains a straight bat face and a full bat face for that delivery. It will be interesting.
Go back to Winfield Hill, similar shot, just eases it out square on the leg side. In fact, possibility of a 2 there. Got to really run that first one hard, because Jo Gardner did have a fair bit of ground around the onside to reach that. You'd have said she'd got 25 yards to run, so maybe there was a second.
And that, I think, is where there can probably be that little bit more positive in the mindset in the actions, really running hard to get 2s there.
11 apiece now for the 2 diamonds, and make this 15 for Emma Marlowe, because she's got a lovely square drive away. It was just a hand on it from one of the Sunrisers fielders there. That was Flo Miller, but she couldn't quite get enough hand on it to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot, this. Kopak has just floated that ball actually a little bit wide of off stump and has enabled Marlowe just to get into the ball and release her hands, and she just opens the bat face on contact and manages to work the ball past backward point for a well-timed 4 runs.
So 29 without loss. This time plays a sensible forward defensive push to a good delivery around about off stump. So they're getting their way, easing their way into this match gradually, the Northern Diamonds. But Sunrisers supporters listening, watching, and there's certainly been some encouragement for you as well, despite the fact that there's nothing in the wickets column just yet, because both these openers have kept it pretty tidy out there. Marlowe goes square on the offside again. This time it should be reeled in. 2 fielders giving chase. Yeah, Flo Miller, really well done by her. With a bit of assistance, she flicked the ball back just short of the rope and enabled Jodie Grucock to get the throw into the gloves of Amara Carr. So 4 became 2. You don't quite know. We've seen a tight T20 match between these sides already this season. How important a little stop like that one might be. Vipers, by the way, have lost a 3rd wicket now in the 10th over against the Stars. 36 for 3 down there at Beckenham. And Surrey 16 without loss in the early stages of that men's T20 semi-final at Edgbaston, as Marlowe works another one off her legs. You don't want to stray on leg stump bowling to Emma Marlowe. I think that's pretty clear. She's very strong off her legs. She's on 18 now, Winfield Hill 11, and it's 32 without loss after 9 overs.
Yeah, and the partnership certainly in that over is just beginning to build, isn't it? You know, they're just slightly off on line and length in that over from Kopak, who's bowled incredibly well so far, but that has enabled a little bit of momentum to be wrestled back to the 2 Diamonds batters. Score moves on to 32 for none, and they're just beginning, as I say, just to build that tempo, and it's important now they still keep the risk low and look for low risk high reward cricket at this point.
So Kopak 5 overs for 20, 4 overs for 12 for Eva Gray, who's continuing out this Kirkstall Lane end, and lovely shot again. That tendency to play to the onside Emma Marlowe, but there was nothing wrong with that at all. Lovely roll of the wrist for a single.
Yeah, I thought she played that beautifully, didn't she? Let the ball come on, slightly over pitch, let the ball come on, played it under her eyes, got her weight into the ball, but on contact, just rolled the wrist slightly, but maintained a full bat face.
Wide of off stump this time from Gray, and at Winfield Hill just punches a sensible 1 out to Jo Gardner, sweeping in the offside. So 34 without loss. There's a similarity between how these 2 play, isn't there? The touch players. I think you'd generally see Lauren go for the air more than you do Emma Marlowe in the matches I've seen them both play. She will hit the ball in the air, and that's cost her a wicket in a couple of recent matches.
Sure.
Marlowe, lovely shot down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Maksud at mid-on. Martin Bloomfield says, P.S. Did Shawsey get his fish and chips last week? If not, perhaps he could venture to a well-known establishment in Guiseley later on.
Did I get my fish and chips last week? Well, I'll tell you what I did last week. On my long drive home, I went for a soft drink, actually, with Craig White, the former Yorkshire cricketer.
Kept that one quiet. Here's great. Driven to the onside of straight again by Emma Marlowe, no run.
And then I went to, I'll try the one in Guiseley, actually. Let me know where it is. But I went to one that I tried and trusted, the Kingfisher, Junction 39 of the M1, just by Denby Dale there. It's absolutely fantastic. Fish, chips, bread and butter, cup of tea, absolutely fantastic. But I will try the one in Guiseley.
As Gray throws one up wide of off stump, and that's missed by Emma Marlowe. It was probably a bit of a freebie, really. The one in Guiseley.
The one in Guiseley. I'm sure there's many in Guiseley. Which is the... Just let me know what it's called, the one in Guiseley.
The one in Guiseley is called Harry Ramsden's. Oh, that was the original Harry Ramsden's in Guiseley. I think...
fantastic.
You're referring to... Yeah, but Martin, what you've got to understand when you say that is you don't quite get that Shawsey is a very tight... Barnsley lad, as Gray's in, and that's turned into the leg side by Marlowe, but she's looking at the heavens in disgust because she hit it straight to mid-wicket, and there were runs in that delivery. 34 without loss after the end of the first power play. So to finish that, Martin, Shawsey, tight Barnsley lad, and if you think about where we're positioned at Headingley, then Guiseley's another... what, half a dozen miles or so up the road. That means petrol money to get himself there, and then the petrol money to get back to where we are now. It's just 12 miles extra. But that would really hurt Shawsey's wallet on his way back to Barnsley, wouldn't it?
It all adds up, you know.
It does, doesn't
it?
So the fish and chips cost, whatever your fish and chips cost, plus about another £2 in petrol, maybe something like that.
Martin might be aware that they could have some special deals on, you know, for people of my age. Early 50s.
Your demographic, yeah. 5 overs for 14 for Eva Gray. That's a good first effort from her. We are going to get the first change of bowling here. And it is Jodie Grucock, is it? I think coming on from the Howard stand end. Didn't hear Howard's announcement, but I think I've just seen number 9 on her back. And she's in and bowling. From the Howard stand, it is indeed. Jodie Grucock, nicely played. A loosener, clearly. Not a lot of pace about it, and a bit of room for Lauren Winfield-Hill to work with. And that was punched out well into the offside, and there is no run. Oh, sorry, 1 run, I should say.
Yeah, they've just got through for 1 run, but I think that's a really good opportunity where, you know, Winfield's rocked back onto the back foot, worked the ball nicely past extra cover. Really important there. The fielder's got to cover 20, 25 yards to get to that ball. Can they turn that into 2? And that's the one thing that they haven't done.
In she comes again then. And it looks as though she's trying to get that one to turn away from the outside edge. Regulation leg spinner. It's holding its line, isn't it, really, rather than ragging in the early stages, and tend not to see it do that anyway at Headingley. They've got a packed offside field, plus a sweeper out in the deep on the offside. And Marlowe turning that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Recent figures for Jodie Grucock: 3 for 43 she took against the Stars, 1 for 29 against the Diamonds in that win at Chelmsford, none for 57 at Derby against the Blaze, as that one's driven to mid-on by Emma Marlowe, and again no run. 2 for 34 against the Storm, and most recently 1 for 14 against the Vipers last weekend. So she's been among the wickets. You'd only really say she's had 1 off day in the last 5 starts. So it could be a threat here, as she's in again, and Marlowe punches that one to the onside of straights. Fielded by the bowler, so tight first over, just 1 run coming from it. From Jodie Grucock, and after 11 overs, the Diamonds 35 without loss.
Good first over from Grucock. She's got the, as you said, she's got the infield on the offside is packed. She's got a short extra and then a really short cover in there. So the challenge for the Diamonds players is whether they can get to the pitch of the ball. There's not much spin at the moment, and either go over the top or hit the ball hard on the floor and beat those two fielders. They also have the option, if the ball's angled in, there's not much spin, they can work it through the leg side perhaps, but the key for me is really getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting the ball under their eyes, which will then minimise the risk and give them every opportunity to play the ball with a full bat face with power. But we've also seen it's a double change, I think, Doige. I think we've got a change at this end as well.
We have indeed. We've got Abdahar Maqsood bowling from this Kirkstall Lane end. So openers, well, they haven't made a breakthrough, but I think they did a pretty sound job for the Sunrisers in this first Maqsood delivery. That wide of off stump is left by Lauren Winfield Hill.
Yeah, it's that actual ball just spun a little bit and bounced.
That one is wide of off stump and going further away.
So what's interesting here is we've got leg spin and spinning the ball away, as we know, but we've got a 5-4 leg side field.
Yeah, which is interesting for a leggy. As the latest delivery just short of length, and Winfield Hill rocks back and strokes it out to the cover sweeper for 1.
So whether or not she's looking to run the ball tight into the stumps, into middle stump, and encourage them to work to leg side, but so far she's pitched the ball outside the off stump, and it's just showed just a little bit of turn actually, and a bit of bounce.
And she's again really does toss that one up. That's a lovely shot through extra cover, and will have too much pace for the sweeper and 4 runs. If she's, yeah, Shaw's just indicating, I'm just going to say the same. If she's bowling leg spin and she's got, well, it feels like it's probably even boundaries, but it sort of feels like a shorter boundary that side because of the way the rope's brought in the other side of the ground. You can still see all the greenery, but you'd want an extra fielder over there, surely. She tosses another one up, and this time it's going to go backward off point. It's a bit edgy. They're going to get back for 2. But Slippy still down there in the outfield. So productive over so far for the Diamonds. And Maqsood just still trying to drop it with a bit of consistency. But she's now moving her field round 1, and so there has been a change here. You've got to say, if you're turning it away from the right-hander, why would you have an extra fielder on the leg side? Unless you had some specific plan to somebody that you'd picked up, I guess, on your analysis of the match. But you'd still think you'd be bowling at leg stump, really, if you're going to do that, as she's bowled one there round about middle. And just with the spin, Marlowe playing out to Jo Gardner once again. She's come into play quite a lot already in the first nearly 12 overs, Jo Gardner. She's getting her steps in, out towards the east side boundary. Winfield Hill on strike. With a measured defensive push, completes the 12th over. 9 runs coming from that. Best of the match so far for the Diamonds. 44 without loss after 12.
Yeah, and that last ball from Maqsood is a better ball, a better line, a better length, and if that ball begins to spin, then she's in the game. So ball a little bit wide, and needed the extra fielder on the offside because of the line that she was bowling, actually, which happened round about 4th ball, but by then a number of runs had already been conceded. But you can see and get a feel in the last 2 overs, because of the foundation that the Diamonds players are beginning to create, that tempo is just beginning to go up. And that's really important here, that they keep building and building and building and taking this as deep as they can, and the run rate will gradually go up.
Yeah, getting up towards 4 now, as Marlowe just falls over one slightly. Plays it to mid-on. 26 for Emma Marlowe. Senior partner in run scoring terms in this opening partnership, and she stepped back and played a lovely cut shot out to the sweeper. And they pick up a single. So she's faced 50 deliveries now for her 27, and Lauren 24 deliveries for her 14. So their scores are almost commensurate in terms of strike rate with the number of balls they've faced, level with each other as Winfield Hill drives one along the deck to the tumbling Sunrisers mid-off. Sunrisers in predominantly black with a bit of red piping and red numbering if you are not watching the pictures but are merely listening to the audio service, and the Diamonds in navy blue trousers and variety of blue on the top half as Winfield Hill works one out to point for a single.
Playing good cricket now, this pair, rotating strike well, and I'm just wondering how long it will be before Winfield Hill either goes over extra cover or through.
Yeah, Marlowe stepping back and cutting. She does time the ball well, doesn't she, Emma Marlowe? But unfortunately for her, the placement wasn't quite there because it's gone straight to point.
And if she plays that ball a little bit earlier, then she'll get to the right hand of point and pick up the single, won't she?
Yeah, as Grucock is in again, she steps right back and
it's a good shot.
Launches this one along the deck down to long on for one.
That's a great shot actually from a young player. She's picked the length really well. It's only gone for one run, but actually she rocks back, hits the ball under her eyes with a full back face and a strong left hand, and she plays that nicely down the ground for one. That's good cricket.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear a lot about Emma Marlowe in the next decade or so, the way she's begun and really cemented her first team place, hasn't she? Having been on the fringes for a season or two. Obviously bowling skills were the thing in the first place, but she's really picked up the bit with the bat.
She certainly has, and I've watched a lot of cricket this summer, and I've seen Marlowe play on probably 8 or 9 occasions, and each time she shows that she's a good young player. I'm a big fan actually. She times the ball beautifully, gets into good positions. She's got to be a bit wary of that closing the face on the ball that's running into probably knee roll height into on the angle of middle stump, but other than that I think she's a good young player.
Yep, here's Maqsood bowling to her, and she cuts that one straight to point, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, you're watching her play, I'm thinking, you know, there's an international future here when I watch her play. Lots of those sort of qualities that we see from women's international cricketers, as Marlowe cuts this time out to Joe Gardner, and they pick up one. She will need to look at that technical aspect of things, because international players, by virtue of the fact that they are internationals, they'll be all over that.
Well, yeah,
they're challenging her to get that technique right, or she might, she's gone on to play at a higher level, she will be asked a lot of questions in that regard.
Yeah, I'll touch on that after this ball.
Maqsood to Winfield Hill, who takes it as a full toss, but it's straight back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, what an international fast bowler of any quality will do, will look to come wide on the crease and just angle the ball into middle and leg.
Maqsood in, now then Winfield Hill has hit one straight to mid-on. She's done it again. Oh dear. All that patience, 15 off 13.3, and she's played a silly shot. There's no two ways about it. You've got to credit Maqsood with the delivery to get her down the pitch, but she's clothed it straight to mid-on, and that's 3 times, I think, in the last 3 matches we've seen her play where she's got herself out. 48 for 1.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. She's not quite got to the pitch, and therefore her hands have just got ahead of her blade, has got ahead of her hands as such, so she's just closed the face slightly on that and dragged it to mid-on. But we did say in the other over, I wonder how long it would be before Winfield Hill looks to go over the top. That was the moment. It was just the execution. She didn't quite get there, and as you can see here, she just closes the face on the bat and just cloths it to mid-on, that comfortably takes the catch, and it's a big breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Certainly the coaching staff and the bowling unit and the captain Grace Scrivens will be delighted to get the highly sought after wicket of Winfield Hill here at Headingley, and it just you know, just claws back the Diamonds that were just showing really good signs of positive cricket, low risk high reward cricket. It's just brought the Sunrisers back into that game and brought the score to 48 for 1 here at Headingley. And Rebecca Duckworth, I think, comes to the crease. And just a couple of games ago, Rebecca Duckworth, who's travelled from over the Pennines, from Lancashire Thunder to the Diamonds, just a couple of games ago got a 50, I think, here.
She did play really well that day. In fact, this pair both got 50 apiece, and then got themselves out just after they'd got to that landmark. And I think I talked about that. I often talk about layering up your learning, don't you? And you got to that landmark, and it was almost like job was done. And they both got out fairly quickly after they'd got to 50. Maksud's latest delivery turned into the leg side by Duckworth, who's faced 2 there, and has no runs to show for it just yet. 14 overs now complete, and poor old Lauren Winfield Hill back in the change room to reflect on that catch, which was taken by Suran Kumar, the substitute fielder. Hadn't noticed that she'd come on the field. Mid-on. But there you go, confirmation of that. And she made 15, Lauren, from 28 deliveries, including 1 4. But she faced roughly half as many deliveries as Emma Marlowe did out there. So she had less time to get acclimatised, but she still faced 28, 51 minutes of batting. You've got to feel if you batted that long that you're somewhere near in. Marlowe has pinged one down into the stumps at the bowler's end here, and it's gone for 4 through long on. She struck that one firmly enough.
As timing goes, this is superbly timed, isn't it? Just leans on that ball, hits it down the ground, it deflects off the stumps, and even though the pace has taken off the ball, it's carried to the boundary nicely. Actually, she's timed that ball beautifully.
50 up in 14.1 overs, 52.1. Sorry, 52 for 1. As Grucock in again, and Marlowe turns this into the leg side, and there is no run. Rebecca Duckworth again, say this every week, she's been listed as number 26, but for whatever reason wearing 18 on her back. Out there in the middle.
Shot.
And Marlowe does play a nice shot through straight mid-wicket. We'll pick up 1.
Playing really well now, Marlowe, isn't she? She's playing the ball under her eyes. We talk a lot about full bat face, getting into the ball. And it's the getting into the ball, the body into the ball and hitting the ball under her eyes that enables her to time the ball so well. She's playing beautifully at the moment.
As Winfield Hill, not Winfield Hill, but Duckworth, I should say, pushes one out into the covers, and we'll pick up 1. Confused me now by having something followed by an 8 on her back, and Lauren had that, 58. So 54 for 1. 2 to come in the 15th. Grucock tosses one up wide of off stump, and Marlowe again can't find the gap. Needed to take that just a little bit later. Another one wide of off stump and missed this time by Emma. So end of 15 overs. They got through that one pretty quickly. 54 for 1. Still 6 runs coming from it. And if you're picking up those sorts of numbers on a regular basis, then you're still going to put on a challenging score.
Yeah, the challenge for Duckworth here as she's come to the wicket is learning how to score. She's spin on at both ends. So how she's going to use her feet, front foot and back foot, getting right to the ball or as far away from the ball as she possibly can, and going right deep into a crease to create an angle to just get bat on ball and rotate strike. Much more difficult against spin when you first come in, but actually really important to keep the tempo off this innings moving in the right direction so that Marlowe doesn't feel any undue pressure to score.
Maksud continuing, nicely played by Duckworth, off the hip. She might get 4. It's going to slow up in the shadow of the Howard stand, but it has been reeled in. A good chase, and they're going to get back for 3. So Ducky is on to 4. Gave us a nice interview after a 50 the other week here against the Vipers. Maxu just sets herself and then comes into bowl to Marlowe, who's got that one away for 4. That's going to go to the left of the hand of point, and Lissy McLeod it was who's missed out on it. Really ought to have got down for that as well.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that little bit of fielding, as will Lissy McLeod, no doubt about that. But what we've just seen there from Maxud is she's just bowled, she's pushed the ball down the leg side. Duckworth picked up 3, and then she's overcompensated with the ball outside off stump, which Marlowe's put away nicely for 4.
Yeah, Maxud in again, Marlowe pushing into the offside, and I've got to say Emma Marlowe's wicket in this match feels big now, doesn't it? She's got herself in, she's playing really well. 38 she now has off 61 deliveries. Been out there for an hour, she's seen it well. Oh, she's chopped down on one there and nearly chops it into her stumps. She's managed to stop it with her foot. She's perfectly acceptable.
This is close, Dodgy, isn't it?
Yeah.
How close is this to the stumps?
We just got a replay of the bowler rather than the batter, unfortunately. Here is Maxud again. Tosses this one up full toss, but Marlowe should be frustrated there. She's hit it straight to Sarun Kumar, who is at mid-on.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Replay. And trapped. Good footballing skills by Marlowe, who's then just pulled one straight to mid-wicket. She might be getting a little frustrated, Shawsy, because there's been quite a lot of deliveries that she hasn't made the best of. Just the last 2 in that over being cases in point, and they were really scoring deliveries. But hopefully she won't get frustrated. She'll just have to say, you know, bite my lip here, wait for the next one and try and do better. But she's doing really well, and she just looks unruffled and set. And I know you're all going to be going, shut up, Dodgy, she'll get out next ball. But I'm only telling you what I'm seeing out there. She's playing really well, and hopefully that is not the hex.
Yeah, the sign of a progressing Marlowe is if she can take this, and now she's got the foundations, manage those frustrations, and keep telling herself each ball's an event. Move on to the next one. Let's park that, move on to the next one. Take the learning, move on. Let's not carry that frustration, because that can be a burden. But actually, if she can bat now and take this game a lot deeper. So a number of times she's got a 50 this year, she's got 40 odd. I'm really keen to see if she can go on and get a 70 or an 80 here today.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same as Duckworth just strokes one back to Grucock. First ball of this, the 17th over. Jodie Grucock continuing at the Howard stand end. Headingley bathed in sunshine at the moment as Duckworth punches one up to extra cover. Now they really have got the offside packed here. 5 fielders all in the ring. So if you can get it past them, you'll find a bit of joy. But at the moment, she's not able to do that, Rebecca, and she just played another one to mid-on this time.
And the challenge here for Duckworth is that Grucock's just running that ball in.
Yeah. Another punch up to extra cover, no run.
So it's not quite pitching off stump and spinning away. She's just running that ball in. So Duckworth seeing the 5 fielders on the offside, thinking, well, really, I should be working with it that way. But actually, she might be tempted to go across one.
Now, they haven't got a fielder down through third man, and so they've got a chaser here in Lissy McLeod. That was a nick by Duckworth through first slip. She's picked up 2, the first runs of the over, and there's just 1 ball remaining. They haven't got the run rate yet up to 4, but still plenty of time for things like that to alter. 3.74 at this moment in time. Grucock in again, tosses one up, and Duckworth strokes it along the deck back to her, and there is no run. So 63 for 1, just that 2 off the over. My initial impression there is not 100% sure that Rebecca Duckworth is reading what's coming at her from the hand of Jodie Grucock.
Yeah, because Grucock looks to be the leg spinner, doesn't she, through the way she approaches and her wrist position, etc. And she's got 5 fielders on the offside, which suggests that. But actually, she's just running the ball in nicely into that roundabout middle stump. So that creates a different type of challenge for Duckworth. But actually, what I would say, I think the game is just spreading out nicely now. 63 for 1, the situation of the game is. And I think it's unveiling, isn't it? I think it's just setting up to be a really good game of cricket today. I can see this being a really good finish. I'm predicting what might happen, so it could probably be the opposite, but I think it's going to be a really good game.
Maxud continue. Kirk's to the lane end, driven straight back at her by Emma Marlowe. No run, so we're about a third of the way through. 17 overs of the 50. 63 for 1, so no major damage done in the wickets column, but the Sunrisers will also say, well, you know, there will be some pressure on the Diamonds because they'll be starting to put it on themselves to just ramp up the run rate as we go through this. Marlowe just punching one into the covers. And Maxud in again, tosses another one up, and this time Marlowe does go aerial for the first time in the match. 1 bounce and 4 over long on. Good use of feet, and that's the sort of thing I guess that Lauren Winfield-Hill was trying with her delivery. It felt like that was a bit more leg stump than Lauren's was when she got out, but she did the job, Emma Marlowe.
The key thing there, she picked the length quite early on and gave herself a really strong base, extended her hands through the ball to enable herself to make a good contact and get the ball over mid-on for a much needed boundary for the Diamonds, which moves Marlowe on to 42. The key thing here is how Marlowe can be extra cover and the straightish mid-wicket.
There's Maxud again, this time wide of off stump, compensating for that previous delivery, and a run punched out square by Emma Marlowe. Good morning to you, Andy Lockwood says, morning Doige, just at Leeds Station waiting for my train to Burley Park. Getting as much cricket viewing in to prepare me for the dark months where your dulcet tones will not be heard. No leather on Willow. Next trip to Cardiff. Well, of course, yes. As Duckworth misses out on a ball down leg side. And he follows up, Andy. As well as cheering on the Diamonds today, I'll be cheering on Gloucestershire in the Blast after they did the Tykes a huge favour by beating Middlesex. Can't help getting excited about Yorkshire's hopeful return to Division 1. Maxud in, driven out into the covers this time by Duckworth. Nicely played. 1 run to her. Takes her to 7 at the end of the over. 69 for 1 the Diamonds with Emma Marlowe on 43.
Absolutely. It's just beginning to generate a bit more momentum and tempo from a batting perspective now. But what I really like to see from these two batters, the relatively experienced Duckworth in cricketing terms and the inexperienced Marlowe, although Marlowe may have played more games of professional cricket than Duckworth at this stage. What I would suggest is the positions, as Doige you've mentioned previously, of extra cover and short mid-wicket are really important. So can you get the head over the ball with a full bat face and work it past there for 2s and 4s in those pockets?
So here's Grucock and Duckworth on strike, and another dot which is punched out into the offside. So Rebecca, yeah, she's going to have to try and find a way here, and we know that the good players find ways of getting that strike rotating, getting off strike, bringing their partner onto it if they're more comfortable, and she's done it there, so credit to her. She's turned that one into the leg side, and they had to be fairly sprightly. There was an element of risk about the single, but they've got through for it. 70 for 1. Emma Marlowe 43 off 68 so far. 6 4s. A lovely shot once again. Just straying a little bit leg stumpish, Grucock. And you can see, can't you, Shaw, that there's just a little difference in the way that the two players are playing Jodie Grucock.
Absolutely.
And she's here again, wide of off stump, and Nice enough cut shot from Duckworth, but straight to Lissy McLeod at point.
The challenge that Duckworth's got, and this is really good captaincy from Scrivens, is that she's really packing the infield here, isn't she? There's only one out, I think, now when Duckworth is on strike to build that pressure.
Yeah, so she whips one off her legs. There's a little moment of indecision between the pair of them as to whether they want to take the single. Maxud does the fielding. Marika can't reel it in. They get through for one.
And then the field goes out, so therefore Marlowe's able to hit those sweepers and rotate strikes. So that what they're doing is they're attacking the new batsman as much as they possibly can, which is what you'd expect, but shows really good maturity from the captain, Grace Scrivens.
72 for one. Final ball of the 19th is flicked away through mid-wicket this time by Marlowe for a single. So she is largely bowling straight, isn't she? And the opportunities to score feel more like they're through the onside than the off, even though she's got the 5 fielders in the ring. Rebecca Duckworth just needs to think, you know, without taking any major risk, where are the ones here for me? She can either try and split those gaps to the offside if she gets a bit of width to work with, and if she does that, you would think, the way the game's set up, if she does that only 2-3 occasions, you'll probably see a sweeper go back, and then she's got an easy one. So there's got to have to be a small element of risk about how she plays it, because she'll be playing against a fairly close infield. But once, you know, if she's measured and she gets over the top of the ball, like you're saying,
I think that's the key. I think it's about getting into a really good position, get your head right over that ball and hit hard into the spin. Or into the pitch of the ball as it's about to spin. And then it's a relatively safe shot, isn't it? You've minimised that risk, you've split the field, you do that twice, you get a sweeper out. And it's understanding that rather than going across it or getting your hands a long way away from your body. It's just understanding how to do that and do it consistently, say, and then it becomes low risk.
Or even, you know, you might start to think, well, I've got to get it over the top of them because they're all, you know, there's a line of fielders there. Let's just lob it over the top, and then you mistime it and it's in somebody's hands. So we'll see how she goes. But Emma Marlowe on strike to face Maxud for over number 20 in the first ball. Again, she just gets the ball short of length. She reads the length really well. That is a key skill that Emma Marlowe has. And she's just punched that one away into the covers for Jo Gardner to field yet again. And she'll have sore hands soon, Jo Gardner. She's fielded so many out there today already, just in the 19 overs. 1 run. 45 now to Marlowe, and Duckworth back on strike. And she's tried the same, but can't get it into the gap. Dot ball.
But that's the ball you've got to pounce on, because that's the loose, short, wide ball that you've got to let it come right under and bang, beat point. That's the ball you have to really pounce on from good positions.
And she goes back foot, but she's turned it straight to the fielder at short fine leg. So she's kind of just ramping up a bit of pressure on herself now, because we're getting on towards the halfway stage here. She's 9 off 18. She's batted 5 times in the comp so far and scored 73 runs, 51 of which came here against the Vipers in 1 innings. She's driven down the ground here to mid-off, and there is no run. So she's averaging 14.6. And with a strike rate of just over 1 every 2 balls, 56. And we're kind of seeing that play itself out here, that average in 1 innings in a little microcosm, as she's turned one square on the leg side and got through for a single. So 10 off 20, roughly 1 every 2 balls. And not able, doesn't seem at the moment to quite have the vision of an Emma Marlowe to find the gaps. And Emma's not done that all the time herself, as we've mentioned. Last ball of the 20th. But there you go. She's got her fielder back, and she knows exactly, if you pitch it somewhere in that general direction, I'm going to get myself a 1, and she turns it square on the leg side and picks up 1, which is why she's on 47 off 72.
And you know, we talk about it a lot, Dodgy, don't we, in terms of batting, but that's why the fundamental basics of batting are really important, because if you can get yourself into really good positions, front foot and back foot, hit the ball under your eyes, you can pretty much play the ball wherever you want. The problem comes if you're playing with half a bat, you know, you're trying to work it out to the offside or the leg side, get right to it, you end up playing under your eyes, and you're in really, really good positions to manipulate the field. You know, and that's so important. And Marlowe's becoming a little bit more skilled at actually doing that. And yeah, she's becoming a very good young player.
So 76 for 1 after 20 overs. Looks like we may have a second change here. Yep, Sophie Munro is having a go from the Howard stand end of the ground then.
I've been really impressed actually with Sophie Munro. I've seen her a few times this season. Played at the Blaze, came to Sunrisers on loan, and I think he's now, you know, going to be signed for next year as well.
That was a hello, this is Jim Rockford moment, wasn't it? As she's in for her first ball. Medium pace, Sophie Munro, right arm over the wicket, and that thudded into Emma Marlowe's pad and went away for a leg bye, as signalled by umpire Chris Watts.
What I'd expect to see from Munro here, expect her to run in and hit the pitch quite hard, and then as she gets into the spell, she's got a good selection of variations and a back of the hand slower ball as well, so I'd expect to see that as she gets more and more into the game.
Wide of off stump here, and nicked by Rebecca Duckworth. It was a relatively unhappy stay for her out there in the middle. She's gone 21st delivery for 10 runs, but she never looked comfortable against either of the spinners in particular, and she's nicked the seamer straight through to the gloves of Amara Carr, and so the diamond's 77 for 2.
Good delivery this from Munro. She's come slightly wide of the crease, probably mid-crease, just outside mid-crease, angled it in. Ball's probably about 6 inch outside off stump, but she's hit the pitch hard. The ball's continued on that line and just brought Rebecca Duckworth's outside edge of the bat into play, and caught nicely there by Amara Carr behind the stumps, and that's another breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Score 77 for 2.
Yeah, now here's a big wicket in the context of the match. Ster Callis, international cricketer, of course, as we know, for the Netherlands, and a recent 100 in the competition as well. Rebecca Duckworth, I'm not sure there was much in the way of foot movement with that delivery that got her out either, which didn't help her cause. So there's a bit to work on there.
Yeah, she just got stuck on the crease, I think, didn't she there? But all credit to Munro. Just into her over there, I think third ball of the over, maybe second ball of the over, and she's made a great start, but as we talked about, she's hit the pitch hard and dragged Rebecca Duckworth into playing that shot.
So Ster Callis, let's have a look at her stats for the competition so far, and she's played 11 of the 14 matches as Munro bowls to, and she's got an outside edge on it. She's going to get 4 first ball, because there was no way Lizzie McLeod was going to catch that. Just soft hands through first slip, and a good start for Ster. 271 runs prior to that boundary, the highest of exactly 100, 24.63 she's averaged, and her strike rate is up a bit, 88.27. And I think she's better suited to this form of the game myself than the 20 over competition. She's gone back foot and punched this one nicely into the offside, no run.
Good delivery that from Munro. Again, she's running mid-crease, used the angle, and looking to hit the top quarter of the off stump, which again brings all dismissals into play. I've been impressed with the way that Munro's progressed this season under the guidance of Andy Tennant and the coaching staff down at the Sunrisers. I think she's a good performer.
And here she is again, Callis with a bit of outside contact on it. Grewcock does the fielding backward of point, and there's no run.
A little bit of pressure on this pair now being exerted from the Sunrisers. Not many balls here to free your arms, and Callis has just come to the crease, so she'll be looking for the opportunity, either front foot or back foot, to pounce on a short one or a full one, but that's not been there so far.
And she's just straight down the leg side with this delivery, which is going to cost her a run for a wide. 13 wickets in this competition so far this season. Not leading wicket taker, before I say that. That honour, I think, going to Jodie Grucock, as that is punched into the offside. And there's no run. Final ball of the over, so 21 complete now. Second Diamond's wicket going in that over. 4 runs conceded by Sophie Munro. 82 for 1 after 21. What are we thinking here then? Let's start the sweepstake on final scores. You wouldn't want to lose a couple of quick wickets now and it end up being a damp squib of a 170, something like that, 160, would you? So got to work hard still. Think about that 300 ball picture. .9 and over. It's nudging up as the run rate, just ever so gradually. But even at 4 and over, 200, you'd fancy your chances of knocking them off on this pitch, wouldn't you? So you're going to need more than that to have any feeling of degree of comfort. You might still be able to defend it, but you'd want to post more than that, you would think. Maksud to continue. 4 fielders in the ring on the offside, plus Joe Gardner sweeping. 3 in the ring on the onside, plus a square leg sweeper. First ball is wide of off stump though, and Marlowe, sensible push out to extra cover, 1 run. Will the acceleration be there? You know, if Holly was playing, she isn't. If Beth Heath was playing, she isn't either. They're the sort of players that really can kick things on, pick things up and kick it on, can't they, in the latter part of the innings. As that is left this time by Sturkallis.
It's a good question, Dodgy, because that's why this is an important phase of the game, because if these two can form a partnership and take the game deep, then I think later on in that innings...
Yeah, Maksud in, down the leg side. Callis leaves, wide ball.
Later on in that innings, that the less time the lower order has got to go high risk, the better. Whereas if they're in with 20 overs to go, then it's a bit more challenging, isn't it? So I think they can score 250 if that partnership develops.
Okay, real lack of bounce from this Maksud delivery, and Callis has to be very watchful in defending it. Still, of course, got Erin Burns, who's probably going to be in next. Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, Abby Glenn. We've even seen some heroics by the likes of Lev and Rachael Slater in recent weeks, and then there's Beth Langston as well. So there's some capable players still to come as Callis pushes one into the offside, no run.
And we know Burns, we talk about Burns a lot when we're on air, don't we? The experienced Australian, played a lot of cricket, in the mid-30s now, will play situations very well. Shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot, nicely timed by Callis, but unfortunately again straight to point. The number of times they've hit the field today collectively, well, it's hard to put a number on it, but it's a lot. So you credit in the bowlers with bowling to the field, and you're probably saying on some of those occasions there could have been runs to be had. That was wide of off stump and left by Callis, who I think thought was going to get a wide, but Rose Dovey was not of a mind to let her have the run. End of the over, 84 for 2, just 2 runs coming from it.
What is interesting to see is when the ball is probably 8-inch, maybe, yeah, probably 8-inch outside that off stump, Maksud is getting some bounce and spin. And as the game's going on and the pitch is getting a little bit drier, the sun's on it for a little bit longer, it might just go a little bit more as such. So spin might come into the equation, certainly in the second innings that little bit more, but I know it's also working now. There's not massive spin by any stretch of the imagination. There's a good pitch, there's just a little bit of spin and bounce, but it is just wide of the stumps at this stage of the game.
84 for 2, Sophie Munro continuing at the Howard stand end, bowling here to Marlowe, who gets the ball, which again she just checks her own shot, drops the bat on it. Maybe, if anything, there might not be a whole lot of bounce out there, because there have just been a smattering of shots which have suggested, if anything, it might be slightly on the low side. And she comes again, Munro, full this time, and hit quite firmly to mid-on by Marlowe. Just checking in on the score elsewhere, Shawsey. The other semi-final, of course, taking place between the Vipers and the Stars. And the latest from Beckenham is... He waits for his laptop to update. More in a moment, because Munro is bowling to Marlowe. That's out of the back of the hand and slower, and she watched it well. 94 for 4, the Vipers, in the 23rd over, so they're at a similar point to the Diamonds. They've got a few more runs, but vitally perhaps have lost a couple more wickets. Stonehouse, who bowled really well, didn't she, last week? Alexa Stonehouse.
Bowled very well.
In the matchup at Chesterley Street, she's got a couple of wickets there. As Marlowe cuts to Grucock, backward of point, no run. So McCocken just made the 2. Chatley bowled 14 Coleman. Stonehouse picking up the wickets of Southby and Datani for 20 and 9 respectively. Georgia Elwis 34, but she's also gone off the bowling of Danny Gregory. Emily Windsor is out there at the minute, 19 not out. She's with Norgrove, who's not out on 2, 95 for 4 in the 23rd over, the Vipers. As Marlowe turns one into the onside again, and there is no run. So all to play for still. 4 teams in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy semis today. Who's going to win the Vipers Stars match? Make their way to Leicester next week. Who's going to win this one and do the same? Final ever Diamonds match at Headingley, as Marlowe flicks this square on the leg side from the bowling of Munro and will pick up 1. That's the end of Sophie Munro's second over. 1 for 6 she's taken so far. 23 overs in, 85 for 2. 86 for 2, I think they'll be putting it up in a moment, will they not? No, 85 for 2. Just 1 off the over then.
Nicely clipped away there from Marlowe, backward a point, backward a square, and again played it nicely. But they will be wanting to just up that run rate, currently at 3.7. We know it's been as low as 2.5 today, but the couple of wickets has just pulled them back a little bit, pulled the Diamonds back, whereas the Sunrisers will be pleased that the Diamonds pair here aren't getting away, and will have identified that it's a really important phase of play, as we've had a change of ball in Doidge, I think. Gardner's coming on at the pavilion end.
Yep. She's got warmed up, certainly, as Jo Gardner, with all the running around the outfield that she has done. Kirkstall lane end, tosses the first delivery at wide of off stump. I'm not sure if anybody's got anything on that. It's going to go for 4. We'll find out if there's a signal. No, there is a snick from Emma Marlowe, and she will now be able to celebrate a half century for the 3rd time in this competition this season. 55, her highest score. She's on the brink of surpassing that. She just gives a nod and a wave of the bat to an appreciative Diamonds, well, both support here as well as her own teammates. She's played really well. She's taken her 81 deliveries, 86 minutes, and she's hit 7 fours now. That latest Gardner delivery wide of off stump is missed.
Yeah, I think Marlowe's played really well today for a young player in the context of this game. But her job now, and the mentality is, her job's only halfway done, isn't it?
Yep, as she's pinged one out into the covers, Grucock fields, and they get 1. Yeah, I think that's the key now. So I talked about both Emma and Rebecca Duckworth getting those 50s the other week. Both got out just after that. Nobody means to do that, obviously, but yeah, sometimes you just, it's a landmark, isn't it? And so the concentration just relaxes off for an over or 2, and that might be enough to see the back of you before you may be able to sort of regain that. So got to try and really build on this now and turn this into something big for both herself, and therefore, if she's greedy herself, then that's going to benefit the team here.
Well, it could well be the difference between a 220 scoreline and 250 plus, couldn't it? You know, and that's really important for her growth and development as a player too.
Oh, Gardner's really let this one go out of the back of the hand. It slipped out and well wide of the stumps, taken on the full by Amara Carr. No ball signalled and a free hit, says Rose Dovey. 6 wides and one no ball so far, plus a leg by. So Gardner, free hit ball. It's aerial. It's going to be a catch at mid-off, but it's not going to count. And they'll get a single. Stair Callis. 92 for 2. So Marlowe waits and cuts this next Gardner delivery. That is out square on the offside, and they pick up another single.
I think that's the way Marlowe's got to play now. Is just keep rotating strike, hit the pocket side run twos where possible, and then when the bad ball comes, put it away and bat as long as she possibly can and build this innings for the Diamonds.
A little bit of evidence of turning towards the right-hander with that delivery to Callis. Final ball of the over. She didn't play it too well, but has got away with it. 24 overs in, 93 for 2, 8 from that Gardner over.
Yeah, and just looking around Headingley, we've got 1 or 2 in, a nice sprinkling of Diamonds fans, probably 1 or 2 Sunrisers fans. It's made the long journey north here to Leeds and to Headingley today, and it's really pleasing to see 1 or 2 in here supporting their teams on an historic day, the last game here for the Northern Diamonds. Played here for a number of years now, and obviously with a restructure led by the ECB of the women's game, that will soon to change. And of course, on top of all that, there's a semi-final to win, Dodge, isn't there? And the score at the moment is 93 for 2, and Marlowe's playing beautifully. Callis is just getting herself in, and the Sunrisers are just trying to minimise any flow of runs and pick up another couple of wickets to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, now, interesting. Sophie Munro has only had a couple of overs or so. 2 overs, 1 for 6, and they've taken her out of the attack for the moment and brought back Kate Kopak at the Howard stand end. Interesting manoeuvre. Kopak then to Marlowe. And she's working that one to leg, but straight to the fielder at straight mid-wicket. No run.
I just saw Munro on her last delivery, the over before, just hold her lower back left-hand side, whether it's a side or lower left back, and that's a big blow for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, good point. She is walking off and holding her left-hand side. Maybe going for a bit of physiotherapy. In comes Kopak. That's pulled to the onside of straight by Marlowe, who's quickly through for a single. So she does now have her highest score of this competition this season with 56. 94 for 2. As 12:01 ticks over into a Saturday afternoon. Good luck to all those club cricketers. There'll be a lot of them finishing their seasons today, would imagine, and in some leagues, and maybe next week for other leagues. Nicely played, Callis. That's punched up to mid-off. She's through for a single as well. So she's just easing her way in. 6 off 13 so far for Stair. 56 off 86 now for Emma Marlowe. Comes Kopak, really purposeful run up, another cut shot straight to a fielder. Yeah, I've lost count of the number of times that batters have hit fielders in this match so far. Could have been another 25, 30 runs on the board probably.
Certainly picked the point fielder, extra cover at times, mid-off and short mid-wicket. Quite a lot today, haven't they?
There's Kopak again, past umpire Chris Watts. Full toss. She's got runs here, Marlowe, but she probably could have picked up a gap out and banged that away for a 4, actually. She's got a single out to Joe Gardner mid-wicket, but didn't really feel like she timed it, did it?
No, and the thing is, it Gardner came in to pick that ball up and fumbled it, didn't she? So if they run that first one really hard, you know, this is what I mean about positive intent. Run that hard, although she's not struck it as nicely as she wanted, all of a sudden, she turns that 1 into 2.
Yeah, good point. 96 for 2. Callis on strike. Working one into the onside to complete that over at the halfway point at 96 for 2. 3 runs coming from it, and it will be time for drinks. And while they all have a drinks break, we'll do the same and be back with you at the other side of that.
There's a few, yeah. I think Ms. Mar mentioned down it, there is a place living here. Yes, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Mara did mention that. Yeah, so yeah, maybe for first, yeah, in the short term, yeah. Short term, do that, and then just see what the lay of the land is. Yeah. One of the areas I think she's looked at is sort of epic
Yeah,
class,
yeah, yeah.
And into London, you're on the end of the tube.
Well, Josh's new job is going to be in around the Blackheath area.
Oh yeah.
So they're looking down that way.
Okay.
And he's found a rugby because he plays rugby. He's sports rugby. He's found a rugby. So he's found a club. So he's having. Yeah, yeah. So I think they might end up there.
Yeah.
She's not moving from that to go to Chelsea. Extra an hour and a quarter. So I think that makes total. Yeah. Everyone commutes. So they all think, oh, it's London, you're going to travel. Well, you travel everywhere these days.
Well, social house in London. Yeah. And actually, to get to Trent Bridge, it takes 30, 40 minutes. Yeah. So you think it's only just down the road, yeah. But the traffic's so bad, it's not. It's just, you know, so it's minimum 30 minutes every day. So it is that. Yeah. So you think, oh, it's close.
And that's what Diane was saying. I think she said that to the other conversation at the end of the day. You need to be happy where you live, because what you do outside of cricket has got to be in good place. You've got to like where you live. Yeah. It shouldn't be a chore to come to cricket. You know? And if you can manage to get into wherever it is without too much travel, then that's what Danny said. She's living where she is.
She's got a house. She has a house.
Yeah.
She owns the house.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think
So back for the second half of this one. Diamonds 96 for 2, having won the toss and decided to bat at the halfway stage. And Emma Marlowe facing Jo Gardner, who has bowled the one wide of off stump, and she's pinged that one away nicely, square on the offside for a single to kick off the second half. Paul Shaw, spot on with what he's said so far, I think. Composure from the batters could be the difference between a 200 here, which is eminently chaseable on a good pitch, and 250, which might take a bit more doing. Nicely played by Callis. Just dropped it a little bit short, Jo Gardner, and she pulled that one away. Well did Stair, backward of square leg for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? She pounces on this ball and puts it away nicely, just behind square. Good position, good head position, good flow of the bat, and full bat face really executes the ball nicely. I think from here on in, it's important that this partnership builds and gets into the last 10 overs.
Ooh, now then, she's let one slip out of her hand again here, has Jo Gardner. That's the second time. And it bounced wide of the white return crease, and no hesitation from Rose Duffy, so another run to the total. Gardner in again, and this one has been worked away through slip by Callis. There should be a second. Lissy McLeod is diving to stop that in several instalments down at the Howard Stand end of the ground. She's been assisted, and she might have I thought for a moment she might have twisted something or whatever, but no, she's okay, fortunately. They've got back for 3 anyway. So 105 for 2, 100 up with that previous 4, came up in 25.2 overs, and that's punched into the offside by Emma Marlowe for another single.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for this pair to build this partnership now and take the game as deep as you possibly can, or this innings as deep as you possibly can, and set it up for the last 10 overs, where they can really put the foot down in that last 10 overs. If they can get there with just 3 wickets down.
Yep, and Gardner's gone wide of off stump, well wide of off stump again, and that's going to cost another run. She's an expensive over, this one, Shawsey.
It is.
11 off it so far, and still 2 legitimate deliveries to come. This time she's dropped it shorter and has been pulled again by Callis for another single.
The general rule is, from a coaching perspective, you want to get into that last 10 with 3 or 4 down, with one of your top 4 in a really good position, and already a partnership with number 6 perhaps already developing, because that gives you the chance to go higher risk and really post a big score.
Gardner in again.
Well played.
Marlowe, yeah, she's gone back foot and pulled that one straight up to long on, and will pick up a single. So very productive over for the Diamonds. That's their best of the match so far to launch the second half assault with. 109 for 2. They got 13 from that, and it would certainly, you would think, be in the Sunrisers' interest if they can get Sophie Munro back out there on the park to have a bowl here, because she started off really well, and it may be that today Jo Gardner, for whatever reasons, not quite landing it where she wants. She could prove to be, you know, an advantage that the Diamonds can press the pedal on, if you like.
Well, currently it's a big blow, isn't it, for the Sunrisers, actually, with Munro being off the park, because she bowls this phase of play, this particular chapter, really, really well.
Kopak then continues, bowling to Marlowe. Lovely shot to mid-on. She struck that beautifully and picks up 1. 61 to her now, 110 for 2.
You can just sense that momentum just beginning to build a bit, can't you? Callis now has got 14 off 17 balls. Marlowe moving into the 60s. Keep playing this way of cricket, pushing 1s, pushing 2s really hard, putting the bad ball away, will give them the best chance or opportunity of planting a good score.
Yes, Kopak again, lovely straight blade from Callis, but straight to mid-off.
And also from a Sunrisers perspective, in this phase of play, they'll be looking to just mix up the pace a little bit now, but never come away from the stumps. They'll be looking to bring in all dismissals. As the risk goes up, they'll be looking to bring in as many dismissals as possible by running the ball into middle and off, where possible.
Kopak to Callis, strokes it to the onside of straight. There probably ultimately is a 1 if they had have risked it, but Eva Gray was there fielding and they wouldn't have known she was going to fumble. 14 off 19 now for Stair Callis, so she's got a bit of a start. She's been out there for nearly half an hour of batting. She's punching this latest good Kopak delivery to extra cover, no run.
One of the things we've not mentioned, Dodge, is at this stage of the season, the ground, the playing surface is actually looking really good, isn't it? We know there's been lots of cricket over the summer on here on Headingley, but Robbo and his team, I think, do a fantastic job here, and I think they've produced a really good cricket pitch, actually, for this semi-final.
Yep, Kopak to Callis, and there you go. She's found the sweeper out there on the offside for the easy single. Nicely played. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely zero wrong with this pitch at all, and you certainly want to be out there with bat rather than ball in hand on it, I think. Feel pretty confident in what's trusting in the bounce. Not done much in the way sideways. 1-1-1 for 2. Last ball of the 27th, and that's Ariel on its way towards Grucock at backward point, but bounces short of her. One of the few shots that Emma Marlowe's not managed to control in the 93 deliveries she's now faced, but she was okay. 1-1-1 for 2 at the end of the 27th.
If you watch Marlowe bat, which we've watched a number of times this season, we've shared openly on air now. I think we both believe she's a really good prospect, a young prospect. She's got a nice little trigger actually, just as the ball is getting in together. She'll take a little stride back and just waits, puts the weight slightly onto the back foot as she aligns herself, and that gives her an opportunity to then get forward into the ball. It's a trigger that's developed, but she gets herself into some really good positions by doing that, and today she's playing beautifully. But what have you said before, hopefully her mentality can develop from a battership perspective, and this 60 turns into 70, 80, 90, and if she's able to get her maiden 100, then that posts a really good score for the Diamonds, doesn't it? Really good score.
Yeah, Grace Scrivens is going to turn her arm over from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and Callis immediately pings that ball out through deep backwards square leg for a single. Scrivens, she's 20, going on 21 years of age now. Latest delivery is full and lands at the feet of Marlowe, who drops it into the leg side, no run. Off spinner, and we'll open the batting left-handed, of course, for the Sunrisers. The skipper, she bowls it with more pace than some we've seen today of the slower bowlers, and that was wide of off stump and nicely timed by Marlowe out to Gardner. So the Joe Gardner experiment didn't last very long, and I think that's probably fair enough. Just was struggling, wasn't she, to land it today. Well, they're having to make up a few overs here for what Sophie Munro can't bowl. Scrivens in again, and that is cut away by Callis for a single.
There's one thing for sure, this Sunrisers team will fight. They're developing good character and good resilience, so they'll be fighting hard today.
Nicely struck this by Marlowe, then half stopped at straight mid-wicket there by Eva Gray. 1 run.
That's certainly something that I've seen develop over the last 18 months with the Sunrisers, and of course that win they had down in Southampton last week, they showed a lot of character in that game.
Yeah, Scrivens goes back foot. This is going to be 4. Callis has cut that one quite firmly through third man, and it races away down to the Taverner stand. So she's getting going nicely here. 21 off 24. Partnership is already worth 42 since this pair came together at 11:45. It's 17 minutes past now. So it's been a good half hour for the Diamonds. Marlowe 63 now. It's 119 for 2 after 28.
Yeah, that's a good shot, really well played there by Callis, but what she does do well is she picks the length quickly, rocks back, and with the width is just enabled to then access her hands and play that ball by opening that back face just behind square and using the pace on the ball to generate the runs behind square there. So it's nicely played. She moves on to 21 off just 24 deliveries, and just a reminder of Marlowe on 63.
And on strike as Kopak is continuing for her 8th over now, so she's closing in on the end of her allotted 10. Marlowe turned that into the leg side first up, and there's no run, and so somebody is going to have to bowl death overs that maybe Kate Kopak was going to be bowling herself. She may be rested after this and brought back for a couple near the end, but the game could have moved on quite significantly before then. We'll see how that goes and what Grace Scrivens decides to do.
See, the loss of Monroe, depending whether she can bat or not, is quite big, obviously, from a bowling perspective, but she's a useful all-rounder.
Yeah, Kopak to Marlowe. That's played just beyond the grasp of Kopak's follow-through to mid-on. Eva Gray had just been moved there. I think Suran Kumar's back out. Well, she is continuing out there in the field, isn't she, in place of Sophie Monroe. And for whatever reason, she was at mid-on and has been moved to straight mid-wicket and swapped with Eva Gray. Marlowe waits, Kopak in, driven firmly straight back at the bowler. Gosh, he struck that well for no runs, and good piece of feeling off her own bowling as well by Kate Kopak.
Yes, Marlowe certainly hit that ball hard back down the ground, didn't she? And just as she completed a follow-through, Kopak just managed to stop that ball, and it would have certainly been 4 runs. And Danny Hazel, the Diamonds coach, I think would be relatively happy with the position that the Diamonds are in. 119 for 2.
As Marlowe flicks one full delivery to Suran Kumar, straight mid-wicket, no run. Notably, Eva Gray had been sent all the way down to long on before that delivery. So just making sure they protect the boundaries from her. I think that's a recognition that she's striking it well. She's faced 100 deliveries now, Emma Marlowe, for a 63. 7 fours. Can she keep that concentration going? She's cut one this time to Grucock, but we'll get nothing for that as well.
I just sensed Doidge with the last 3 or 4 balls and not being able to rotate strike as well as she'd like. Marlowe's just getting a little bit frustrated. It's just important here to take a breath, gather yourself, reset yourself, and focus on the next ball.
Kopak running in with purpose. Marlowe has pushed that one straight back to her, and there you go, just what Shaw's been talking about. Emma Marlowe, that concentration, it lasted for 101 deliveries, but on her 102nd, she's pushed one straight back to the bowler. The easiest possible return catch you could have off your own bowling, really, just a soft looper of a catch. And Marlowe has gone, but she has played very, very well indeed and given the Diamonds a very good base to work from here in the latter 21 overs of this contest. But she's gone for 63. Well-deserved applause for her. The body language suggests she's not happy that she's got herself out of that point, and that's fair enough. She will be frustrated because she's on for a ton there, the way she's playing. 102 balls, 111 minutes and 7 fours.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed to get out at that moment, but it's a good skillful bit of bowling from Kopak. She's just bowled a slower ball variation there into the pitch, hence why the bat face was slightly ahead of the hands for Marlowe, hence it going back in the air to Kopak. So a good bit of bowling, but we were just saying that we could sense the frustration building because she'd not got 1 or 2 away. But if you look at the context of the game and the way that Marlowe played, as I say, she's a young player, great prospect. Thought she played beautifully today. Thought she rotated strike well, timed the ball down the ground, rocked onto the back foot, timed the ball out into the outfield as well for a number of boundaries. She'll be disappointed that certain times she hit the fielders quite a lot, but I have to say I thought it was a really good innings, and again another indicator that she's progressing nicely. She'll be disappointed that she's not got on and got 100 for her team and put the Diamonds into a really strong position at the halfway mark in this game, but I think she's played really well, and another positive sign of a good young player that's beginning to mature.
Yep, Scrivens is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end then, and an edgy shot by Callis down to short third man, fielded by Lizzie McLeod, no run. Erin Burns, the new batter for the Diamonds, at number 5, and I think we have got to give a lot of credit to Kate Kopak for that delivery that she bowled there, because like you said, it's not always easy for us to pick it up first time, is it? But on reflection, she's bowled a slower ball, and to be able to prize out a batter who's faced 100 deliveries, Shawsey, that's no mean feat. She's got her to play a false shot, and well bowled, I think, Kate Kopak, you've got to say, as that is cut into the offside by Callis for a single.
Well, if you look at Kopak's figures there, and she's progressed all season long, she's got 1 for 25 off 8 overs, and I think she's bowled really, really well. Been a touch unlucky. There were quite a lot of playing and missing earlier on. She's targeted the stumps early on. She just shaped the ball away slightly, and then that's a great delivery, actually. Slower ball into the pitch.
And in she comes again, Scrivens. An early look for Erin Burns. So 3 down now, the Diamonds. Still got 20 overs and 3 balls remaining, and Burns off the mark with a single. Erin Burns, of course, an all-round cricketer, and a good one at that. And she's her 13th innings of the competition. She will, if she gets to 3, have made it to 300 runs for the comp. She's not yet had a 50, 49 her highest score, but she's averaging 29.7, and she's pretty reliable both with bat and ball, as Callis has to drop down on one that was fired in a little bit quicker, it felt like, by Grace Scrivens there. None for 10 off 11 balls so far for Grace, and she's in for the final ball of a second over, which is short and pulled by Callis out to mid-wicket for 1 run. End of the 30th then. Good time for us to have a quick reassess, if you like. 5 overs since the resumption. They've added 26 in 5 overs, and now lost an extra wicket, Shawsey.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate from a Diamonds perspective that they lost Marlowe at that point, as they were looking to accelerate at that point, and it just on the back of a few dot balls and not being able to get the ball through the infield, and you felt that frustration was growing on Marlowe. So that's disappointing from a Diamonds perspective, but a big breakthrough and good bowling from Kopak for the Sunrisers. What it does do, it brings the experienced Burns to the crease, who does generally play situations pretty well, so we're looking to build a partnership here with the informed Callis.
Yeah, who's driving Kopak's first delivery into the offside, fielded, and there's no run. Kopak into her penultimate over now, 1 for 25 off 8.1 is an excellent effort, and she thoroughly deserved that wicket of Emma Marlowe, I think you've got to say. Callis has now got to take it on in the first instance. She's been out there 40 minutes, faced 29 for her 23, and she's going back foot here. She's not quite got hold of that cut shot, but she's got enough on it to divert it into the offside for 1.
And Burns has played this situation so many times. She'll be looking purely for the bad ball to get away, to time the ball, but also she's really switched on at picking up singles. So if the ball goes to the left hand of a right-hander in the field, she'll certainly be looking for one. And she'll, I would have thought, be pushing Callis, Stair Callis, to actually really put pressure on the fielders too.
So Burns on 1 so far. Kopak bowling to her, elbow up, she drives it into the offside, but straight to the extra cover fielder, no run. And she's only slight in build, Erin Burns, but she can certainly pack a punch when she strikes the ball, as we've seen on a number of occasions. Good timer of it. Really good all-round cricketer, and definitely has been a very good addition to this side. Obviously they brought her back for the latter stages of this competition. And she's just flicked that one beautifully through mid-wicket for 2. So that is her 300 runs for the competition this season ticked off.
As soon as she made contact with that ball, there was no doubt that was 2 runs. And that's her mindset. Her mindset is always good contacts, full back face, run hard. And as soon as it left the bat, you knew it was 2 runs. And that's what she'll do. She'll look to accumulate, and put the bad one away. And before you know it, she'll be 24 and out off similar amount of balls. And you think, how she got there?
Yeah, Kopak in bowling to her once again. Straight blade to mid-on. And no run. Yeah, she's just got really good sort of cricketing awareness, hasn't she? Good player. She's got a job to do here. 19 overs and 1 ball remaining. The run rate is above 4. They're going to need to wind that up more in these closing hour and more of the match, of the innings, as she turns that one into the leg side. Final ball of the over, 31 now complete, and it's 125 for 3, so just 3 added in that Kopak penultimate over. She's only got that 1 left and then she's done, and that could be where the diamonds can hurt Sunrisers, maybe, just with that lack of Sophie Munro. What was it, 2 overs she bowled, so they were probably going to be getting somewhere up towards 10 out of her, maybe 8, 9, 10, something like that. So there's maybe a half dozen or more overs where they might be able to exploit. As it is Scrivens continuing with her off spin. That was wide of off stump first up, and Callis was happy to leave it.
It was a good pace, that delivery. She just pushed that through a little, didn't she?
Yeah, she's in again here. That's not as quick, and there is a little bit of turn. Callis just accepts it and plays it to extra cover. Checking on that other semi-final score in a mo. Scrivens is in, and Callis has struck this one well. Good timing, but Joe Gardner out there fielding will keep them to 1. And in the other semi, well, still not dissimilar in scores. Vipers 133. There are a few runs on, but they have lost 5 wickets there against the Stars. 133 for 5 after 32 at Beckenham. This one tossed up and worked away in front of square. And there you go, Erin Burns. She took a stride and then thought, yeah, we could have 2 here. So she's raced as quick as she could to the non-striking end. In the end, they do get just the 1, but she was trying to turn it into a second.
And any type of fumble there, it's 2 runs, isn't it? And I think that's the greatness of Burns. She's acutely aware in terms of game intelligence. She's a very good cricketer.
Lovely high front elbow from Callis as she defends this next delivery. Surrey have made 153 for 9 in the first of the men's Blast semi-finals at Edgbaston. Somerset need 154 to beat them then. That's the mid-innings break. As Callis strokes one into the offside and Scrivens fields. Callis on 25, Burns 4, 127 for 3 with 18 remaining.
That's a really good over at this context of the game from Scriven. She's bowled pretty tight lines. She's varied her pace a little bit, got her fielders in the right areas as such. I think she's bowled that over really well, and it just builds a little bit of pressure. What I'd like to see from the Diamonds player in this phase of play is a real eagerness and busyness and running hard between the wickets to try and build that pressure and onto the Sunrisers, and create some errors in the field, perhaps create some angles for boundaries, and really run the ball really hard today in this phase. And all of a sudden then the bad balls come, but we'll see in the next couple of overs.
Kopak then to complete her set of 10 overs is bowling at the Howard stand end, and the first ball to Erin Burns is just pushed into the offside by the Aussie, and there is no run. Cut-off time 1:47 here, so we've still got an hour and 16 minutes to get these last 17 overs and 5 balls in. Feels like they're going to do that more quickly. Run rate is down below 4 again at this moment in time. Kopak to Burns, who's trying to flick one backward of square. I think it's come off the pad They got through for one, but it is, as signalled now by Chris Watts, a leg bye.
Yeah, and every run counts, doesn't it? In any game, but certainly in a semi-final. Thinking of the latter end of this game, runs are going to be really, really important. So building and building as much as they possibly can in terms of a partnership here is key.
Got back to Callis, who cuts that one to point. No run. That's what we pay huge amounts of money for, to come and tell us that every run counts, shows it. It's that sort of cutting edge analysis you can only get in Barnsley.
Well, you know, you have to be honest about these things, don't you? Sometimes. Never assume. Never assume.
128 for 3. Callis on strike. Kopak bowling to her, and she's hit it straight to extra cover again. And I think if they don't go on to win this match, the Diamonds, there might just be a bit of frustration that they found the field on a lot of occasions, straight to a fielder, a yard either side. So often that could have been just another single, which would have mounted up, could have been 150 odd now. Kopak in again, straight back at her this time by Callis. Half fielded off her own bowling. No run. But in saying that, you have to give credit, well, to the fielders for stopping them, and also to the bowlers for bowling to their fields, which they have done. The Sunrisers, they're also putting together a pretty good performance here. So at this stage, I think it's way too early to be calling the outcome of this match. We're into the final third or so of the Diamonds innings now. This next phase could be the vital one in terms of the outcome, as that is fired down the leg side by Kopak, unusually loose from her on what would have been a final delivery of her 10. She's only conceded 29 runs in 9 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, she's bowled beautifully today, hasn't she? Absolutely beautiful.
Callis waits, and in comes Kopak again, wide of off stump, and yeah, you right, Stair. The body language said exactly what we're all thinking, which is that should have gone through the covers for at least one, but she hit it straight back to a fielder. So 33 overs complete. That is an excellent set of 10. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29 for Kate Kopak. She's not destroyed the Diamonds in the wickets column, but on this pitch, that would be hard for any bowler to do. But she's kept it under 3 and over for the full 10. You can't knock that at all.
No, I think she's bowled really well throughout this innings so far. She's bowled wicket to wicket. As we said earlier on at the start of the game, she just offered just a little bit of swing, and I think she's bowled good lengths, good lines throughout, and for the majority of the time kept the ball within the width of the stumps, and you know that brings in all dismissals, and it makes it much more difficult for the batters to score a run at any type of rate. She's done a good job for her team so far today.
Scrivens 3 overs for 13, the Sunrisers skipper, and her first delivery to Burns is pounced upon by the Aussie. It's full leg stump, and she's flicked it away square on the leg side, where Kopak fields for a single. Partnership in its early stages, but this could be a vital one. 2 players who can play still there at the crease with just under 17 overs to go for the Diamonds. Could double that score in this last 17 overs if things go pretty well. Callis punches one out to Gardner at extra cover. If anything, you'd probably say the boundary count may be still just a little bit on the low side for what you'd want at this stage. They haven't managed to get that through, but we've been talking about sensible play, so we can't have it always. As she's lofted this one, Erin Burns, and there you go. Another one on the boundary count. Wasn't perfectly executed. It was in the air for quite a while and hanging over the top of mid-on, but it's raced away for 4 down beneath our commentary position.
It certainly has, and what Burns has done there is that she's fully committed to the shot. So that tells me her mindset's positive, and if the ball's anywhere near her slot, then that's absolutely what she's going to look to do. And she's climbed into that one.
Scrivens in, Burns is missing one down the leg side, which is giving us a wide. That was just the 11th boundary in the 12th boundary in the Diamonds innings in 34 overs nearly, Shawsey. So you've got to credit Sunrisers for keeping that down, absolutely. Diamonds haven't been able to find the gaps as much as they might have liked. Here's a chance though. Again, she's picked out a fielder. Full toss on leg stump and could have pinged that anywhere, and she's found Kopak, who is sweeping backward of square leg. So Erin Burns with one boundary in the over and then a single there. 137 for 3, 8 off the over so far. 2 balls remaining. Scrivens in again, and fielder found again by Callis this time at point. Can't believe how many times we're saying that. Maxu just been sent out to long on. At full toss, and she's going to come into play here. That's stroked down the ground by Callis for a single. She'll move on to 27 come the end of the 34th over, and the Diamonds with 9 from that over, which is looking a little bit better at 138 for 3. Scrivens 4 overs for 22.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Danny Hayes, what would she be thinking? She's sat there, she'll be wanting these two to push on, and probably will be slightly disappointed with both the boundary count, and I'm estimating the twos as well. Not really run that many twos, is my gut feel is saying. But all credit to the Sunrisers. I think they've bowled really well today. Remember, Munro's not on the field. She's had to go off with the injury, hasn't she? And she's a big player for this team. So I think they've done so far in this game really, really well. It'd be interesting what happens going into that last 10 overs and what bowling resources they've got left, and whether or not actually the Diamonds can cash in those last 10 overs. But certainly from Danny Hazel's perspective, she'd now be wanting just a little bit more urgency and a little bit more ball striking from these two to get them to a good total, a competitive total.
Yep. As Gray back into the attack now at the Howard stand end. She opened the bowler from the Kirkstall lane end. First ball to Callis was turned into the leg side, no run.
This partnership's now worth 19, and just a reminder, Callis is on 27 off 43, and Burns, the new partner in this partnership, 10 off just 12 balls.
Here's Eva Gray again. Ooh, doesn't bounce as much as Callis thought it would, and she's been good enough to keep her eye on that. Jab down on it.
Looks like the pitch, as the sun's been on the pitch this morning, just looks to be getting a little bit slower. So it'll be interesting what actually a good total is to chase down in this second innings.
Here comes Gray again. And Callis this time, she does take on the field, and there you go. If you do that, if you just take that calculated gamble, it was just to the left of the field. It wasn't a million miles away from the hand, but she's put some pressure on. There was a bit of a fumble. She got one. You want tuna, egg, or ham and cheese, or chicken for your sandwich? There you go.
Can I go ham and cheese,
Ham
please?
and cheese.
Yeah.
Ham and cheese you can.
Ham and cheese. I suppose there's no fish and chips today, is there?
Don't think you're going to get that, sunshine. You're at Yorkshire here, and Burns has gone. She's hit one straight to mid-off, and the catch has been pouched, and Erin Burns got to 10, but she has lost her wicket at a vital stage when you'd seen her face a dozen deliveries so far, wanted her to get herself fully ensconced in the Diamonds innings. So Beth Langston's going to take her place out there in the middle, and she'll be a bit disappointed that she didn't quite get over that.
Yeah, very disappointed. She's not. There's two things for me there, Dorothy. She's either not quite got to the ball and played it closer to her, under her eyes and hit it hard on the ground, or just sat off it a little bit further to go up and over the top of the infield. But it's a big wicket, certainly for the Sunrisers. They'll be delighted to get rid of the dangerous Burns. We said before, she plays situations really well and often finishes games. So from that perspective, they're delighted to get that wicket. And it's a blow really for the Diamonds, just as that partnership was beginning to develop. And but But what I would say is that as the balls get slightly getting older, it doesn't look the easiest to score quickly, as in striking the ball. So Sunrisers will be assessing the pitch as much as they possibly can and thinking about their batting innings, and the Diamonds will be assessing the pitch and thinking how they're going to ball on this pitch, where I guess they're going to hit lengths as often as they possibly can, and variations, and take pace off, but whilst taking pace off still hit the pitch quite hard. But we do have Beth Langston coming to the crease for the Diamonds. We know that Langston does have a short history of scoring runs, lower order of runs, and the Diamonds will certainly need those runs this afternoon.
Yep, right-handed Beth Langston. She gets a Yorker, full bunger. I was going to say it was a Yorker, I think. Didn't quite manage to get bat on ball. 10 off 13 for Erin Burns, including that one boundary in a 20-minute stay at the crease. It was a good catch by Grace Scrivens, who was laid prone as she got herself underneath it at mid-off. So doing the captain's job in the field there. It was the first wicket for Eva Gray, who also bowled a good opening spell. She's now 1 for 15 from almost 6 overs. So doing another bowler doing a good job for the Sunrisers. As Langston is off the mark with a little tickle backward of square leg. And we'll keep the strike. That's the end of over number 35 now. 140 for 4. Could still go either way. This a really good last 15. You're talking your 250. But a couple more quick wickets and it could be a stutter and a cough and a splutter towards the end of the 50.
Absolutely, and I think you've read that really well. I think it could either be that, but it's based on, I guess, this partnership now getting to a decent total, and then in those last 5-10 overs having the opportunity to go as big as you possibly can. They don't want to lose too many more wickets at this stage of the game. Currently 140 for 4, and just looking at Eva Gray there, she's bowled pretty well as well today. 1 for 16 in her 6 overs. She's kept it tight, very similar to Kopak. Both have played really well today.
Langston on strike. Scrivens continuing bowling to her, and that first one was a dot pushed into the offside. Just the 6th match in this competition for Beth Langston, who has 104 runs to her name. She has made 58 not out in one of those innings. 34.66 her average. And she's just played one up to mid-off, and there is no run. We have the sound of doors behind us. It's Ruth. Oh, Ruth. The fine sight of Ruth Turner bringing us in some lunch, which is much appreciated, as Scrivens bowls one wide of off stump and Langston plays and misses at that. Wow, I'll tell you what, Shawsey, we're here for a 3-course meal. Thanks, Ruth.
I tell you what, look at that.
Loving
Thank you, Ruth. Good that dodge, isn't it?
Yeah,
Hey?
liking that. 140 for 4. Ooh, tossed up by Scrivens, and she's not really made the most of that, Beth Langston. She might have got there to the pitch a little bit sooner and probably could have stroked that through extra cover. It's gone to point.
Just finding it hard to score, the Diamonds, at the moment, aren't they? Quite a difficult passage of play.
Yeah, Scrivens in again. It's wide of off stump and Langston misses. So 5 balls in this over has gone past in a flash, and we could be in for the lesser spotted maiden at a very vital stage of the innings, just when you're trying to up the ante. She does though. Oh no, she's going to get a maiden out of this. She's turned it into the leg side. Eva Gray was lickety split off the mark at mid wicket, and Callis didn't fancy taking on the arm. So vital maidens, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 for Scrivens. 140 for 4 after 36.
Yeah, they're just clawing this game back, the Sunrisers. They're bowling very well in this passage of play. They're making best use of the pitch, the variations, and they're staying, generally speaking, quite close to the stumps. So making it difficult for the Diamonds players at the crease at the moment. It's important that they find a way to score runs at a reasonable tempo with just 14 overs of this innings to go.
Ooh, now then, it's Eva Gray continuing at the Howard stand end, and Callis again tried to play a pull shot there. Something, we are 4 floors up, so it's not easy to detect whether something bounces as much as you would imagine or not, as you might imagine yourselves listening or watching. But just something about the way she played the shot suggested it might have kept a little bit on the low side again there, Shawsey.
Yeah, you're just beginning to wonder whether you know the pitch is certainly slowing down. Oh,
yeah, Callis. Big appeal for something. It sounded like the full face of the blade to me as she dropped it into the pitch there, Callis.
Just looking at the replay now.
Oh no, probably pad before bat, but it was definitely feeling leg sideish, wasn't it?
But you can see the angle there, and, you know, Gray's running on that slight angle and just running that ball in. It's difficult to score off, isn't it? You know, when someone's just running that ball into your knee roll, it's quite challenging to score. And certainly, they've been impressive today, the Sunrisers, with the ball.
Here's Gray again. Callis will take on the field this time, Grewcock, at point and pick up 1. And when you see that, then you start to ask yourself, well, why have you not taken on the field on numerous previous occasions when you've hit the ball to them? Now they're doing that. What is the difference? She still struck that pretty well. It was travelling pretty quickly to the point fielder. But on many other occasions in this innings, the batter has played it to a fielder and been anchored. Now, I'm sure a load of those times, if they had taken them on and been run out, we'd have been questioning it. As Langston pushes it back to Gray in a follow-through, she can't take it cleanly, but no run. But you know what I'm saying? If you're backing yourself there to take the fielder on, why were you not backing yourself earlier on? You could have drawn the fumble that we just saw from that fielder. It doesn't have to be an extra run. It might just be that it's not a clean pick-up, and that extra momentum of having to pick the ball up and throw it again enables you to get down the other end, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
As Langston, who didn't see her get the 58 the other week. I don't think she's scored many in the few games that I've commentated on she's played in, because she's been injured a lot in the last couple of years. But she always looks a nice player when she gets out to the middle. That was a dot ball.
But you made a really good point around the running between the wickets. It's that sense of urgency and busyness. If you put that pressure onto the opposition, often you see more fumbles and more misfields.
Nicely played by Langston. She's put it in the same general direction, taken on the field again. Look at this, the throw is a little bit wayward. It takes a couple of people backing it up to finally reel it in, and they only get the 1, but that's just the sort of the little shoots of we've got 13 overs to go here. Let's try we've got 6 wickets in hand. Let's try put some pressure on the field. We might lose a wicket on out of these last 6 by maybe making one of those decisions a bit too hastily. Okay, that's a run out, that's cricket, but a lot of the time we'll probably get runs for these.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the key. You know, you've got to find a way to wrestle back momentum in a game, and often it's by the actions in which we demonstrate, really. So running between the wickets and running to push hard is really important.
Scrivens bowling. And there's an appeal for a caught behind there. Langston swishing and not making contact. According to Rose Dovey, the umpire at this Kirkstall Lane end. So Beth Langston's chewed up a few balls in. 12 she's faced now for 2. And there's still quite a lot of fielders in front of her eyes as that ball is delivered, and she's found one of them. And there you go. So that was hit straight to a fielder. They took him on in the last over, but this time, no. Another dot. 142 for 4. Scrivens again goes full. Hit straight to a fielder. This time we'll take her on, and they get 1. I'm scratching my head, sort of, in some respects. I think the one the ball before the fielder was closer to the stumps. And now Maksood just fielded that at mid-on. It's been sent all the way out to long-on. Scrivens to Callis, who's pinged it straight to the fielder. Then they're not taking her on. No run.
I think it's also the understanding that actually you've got the fielder out there on the point boundary and one a backward point in the ring. It's taking that ball a little bit earlier so you can hit that boundary rider.
Callis this time swishing and missing. Scrivens. She's nearing the end of her 6th over. She's just cost the 23 so far. And she's in again. And Callis has to just play that with a respectful defensive push to complete over number 38. Just 1 run coming from it, Shawsey. This is just, for me, starting to feel a bit ominous here, that there's going to be some pressure on the batters and there might be a flurry of wickets and end up being that stuttering, spluttering scoreline that we talked about. It's just got that feeling about it at the moment. They're struggling to get the ball away. The boundaries have dried up to a large extent. Not that there were loads of those in the first place. 12 overs to go, 143 for 4. If you can make 220 out of this now, I think you've got to look back and think that's been a good effort from here.
Yeah, certainly from here in the position at the moment. We've just seen a change of gloves to one of the batters, and no doubt there'll be a conversation there and maybe a message gone on as such in terms of how they go about the business now. So I'd be interested to see the next couple of overs on what the intent is like. But I think you make a really important point, actually. It's the game's certainly being wrestled back into the Sunrisers' hands at the moment, hasn't it?
Yeah. 3.76 and over says exactly that. It went above 4. It's never quite got to 5 as Langston pushes one into the offside, and that was good running between the wickets, and there's lots of those to be had. We've got, what, 71 deliveries remaining. If you push one to every one, you've got a bit of something on the board. You want more than that. Ideally, you still want another 100 here, but the way it's going, I think that is wishful thinking. Eva Gray into 8th over. She's bowling here to Callis, who's pulled one back out of square. Maxud round to do the fielding, and they'll get one. But maybe the change of gloves was just a message, say, come on, you've got to start picking up these singles. We've got wickets in the tent, and they've got to start putting some pressure on the opposing fielders now.
And it starts with the mindset, doesn't it? If your mindset is full of intent, and that's not reckless by any stretch of the imagination, it's just looking to be positive in your actions, then you start getting the ones, the twos, the boundaries come.
Yeah, nice drive this time by Langston up to mid-off, and again she's straight off for the run. So all of a sudden change in tempo. 3 successive singles. Boundaries still not coming, but you've just got to pick up these ones and then hope that you can put the bad ball away. Callis on 30, and we're halfway through the 39th.
Sure.
Callis striking to mid-on. You see there's one there again, but she's not taken on the field this time. Probably hit it too well, if anything, but maybe, to be fair to her, she was slightly obscured by Beth Langston at the non-striking end, because the ball would have gone behind her at some point. And now Surun Kumar, who fielded that, has been sent all the way out to long on. 146 for 4. Gray, right arm over the wicket, and again Callis strokes this to backward point. This time they're not taking on the field. Again, not sure what the difference between that and the previous over was, but there's no run there. Jodie Grewcock in pretty quickly, but if Beth Langston's backing up, got to back yourself there.
Plus there's a huge gap there, isn't there, in the offside field. You know, you just, I know it's slower ball, but wait, bang, and hit the ball in front of square. You've got 2, at least 1, but you could have 2 or 4 if you get your angles quite well. It's that game awareness and positions and understanding that from a batting perspective. And then therefore your contact points. My contact point is behind, it'll go behind. If it's in front, it'll go in front.
This one full on leg stump, and Callis works it away through mid-wicket for 1. And that is the end of the 39th over. Another one ticks by, just the 4 runs from it. And I think, while they've not played badly, the Diamonds, at all, they've still got 6 wickets in the tent with 11 overs to go. And this might be what you've been talking about from a coach point of view. They've got a top 4 batter in. They can launch a late assault. There's another set of gloves and a drink being taken out and a few more words. You know, if anything, you'd probably say they've been a little bit tentative. Would that be the right expression, I think?
Well, I'm just wondering, going into the last 10 or so, just watch this ball.
Scrivens is in, and that's drilled away with a firm square cut by Callis, but straight to Joe Gardner. 1 run.
They could have easily been on 180 for 4 here, couldn't they? You know, in terms of a little bit more intent, a couple more boundaries, a few more twos. All of a sudden you're on 180. and then you're in a really good position to amount a really good total.
Yeah, as Langston drives one straight back past the bowler. Again, there's a feeling that's a one.
And as you say, those ones, it doesn't necessarily have to happen here. If they'd have been doing that from inside the power play and putting pressure on the field, then the boundaries come, the runs come, you pick up those extra 30 runs throughout the game.
Scrivens in again. Langston finds the field again, but they're going to take him on this time, and they get a single. Yeah, I totally and utterly get that you're probably shouting at your radio going, well, there's not always one when you hit the ball to a fielder. Absolutely there isn't. You have that split second of judgment as a batter. But I think at a time like this, you need to have, as soon as you're playing that ball, you've got to be intending to go. And if you can't get there, as Magsuda's just put Callis down, she's lofted that one off Scrivens to mid-on, and she's been dropped stir on 32. 150 up after 39.4 overs. Has taken them 14 overs and 2 balls to get from 100 to 150.
That could be out.
So there's a big shout here, and that is the end of Langston. LBW for 6. Beth Langston, her 19th delivery, and she's just playing across one slightly, and Scrivens has taken her wicket. So, well, that, yeah, it's a good delivery. It's full. It's around about middle and leg when it hits, and I think that's a good decision. There's nothing else that Rose Dovey can give that really there, but LBW and Langston, we're disappointed to miss that really. It was a routine flick it into the leg side single sort of delivery, wasn't it?
It was full ball from Scrivens, the Sunrisers skipper. Full and straight, probably running into middle and leg. And to be honest, she just tried to flick that ball, as you rightly say, into the onside, into the leg side, past mid wicket, but just played all round that ball. But it's another breakthrough for the Sunrisers, and it's all credit to them. They've kept the stumps in play. I mean, Scrivens there has got the LBW because she's bowling straight. Not much spin on that ball, just run straight on, but has brought the dismissal of Langston. And that really means that the Diamonds now are in a precarious position at 150 for 5, with just over 10 overs remaining in this first innings.
Yep, they certainly are now. Catherine Fraser comes in at 7. I wondered if maybe Phoebe Turner or Abby Glenn might be better off going in at this stage, but Catherine Fraser going in. Gets an edge to her first ball, and she's got that one away through third man. She's going to pick up 4. Being chased down, but not going to get the mitts on that, the fielder. So 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30 for Grace Scrivens. 40 overs complete. 7 runs came from that 40th. 154 for 5 with 10 remaining. You're only going at 3.85 an over, and that's an average, that's a run rate up to now. So you're talking not even 200 at this moment in time. You've got to try and find a way to get that up to 220, something like that, if you can.
Yeah, and the way to do that is through, really positive cricket, in having lots of intent. We all know that. Coaches talk about that every single day, but it's being positive in the mind and positive in your actions and your decision making. So it's rotating the strike as much as you possibly can, but it's getting to the point where obviously boundary count is going to be really important. But pressure put on the bowler and pressure put on the fielders, certainly the fielders in the ring, is really, really important. And then things start going your way. But they're in a situation now, the Diamonds, where Callis is on 33 on 57 and is an important player for them to get a decent total here. And we got the young Fraser at the crease as well.
And Jodie Grucock coming back into the attack at the Howard stand end. 5 overs for 16 so far. Callis leans on the first delivery and punches it to Kopak in the offside, no run. The Vipers, well, they're still just ahead run-wise of the Diamonds, but they're still also ahead in the wickets column. 165 for 6 against the South East Stars. So 2 interesting games developing as Callis pushes one into the offside to move on to 34. And what we've been saying, folks, we're certainly not writing the Diamonds off by any stretch of the imagination here, but we're just saying are they getting the maximum return for their efforts with the bat here? And we recognise absolutely that the Sunrisers have bowled it pretty well, but we think that there are things that they could have done to have improved this total at this point by another 25-30 runs without really breaking too much in the way of sweat. Catherine Fraser on strike, punching one back to Grucock, and she's going to go over the top this time down the ground. There's a good diving stop by Surun Kumar, which saved a boundary really, and they get 1 run.
Good bit of work there from Surun Kumar, wasn't it? She was alert at mid-on, run round, covered the ground quickly, and made the dive to stop the extra 3 runs as it would have potentially been.
Yep, Grucock in, Callis goes back foot and strokes it nicely, but can't get it past Maksud, and there you go again. Fielder wasn't the quickest in off the edge of the circle, was reasonable but not lightning. Catherine Fraser at the non-striking end. You know, you've got to be thinking, let's take her on here. Get yourself out of the crease as soon as that ball's released, a couple of strides down, go now. But that's punched to extra cover. And there is no run off the final ball of the over. Another over ticks by, just the 2 runs from it again, 156 for 5. It's just, it's kind of going nowhere at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, they're certainly in a difficult position, and I've seen signs that they're trying to up the intent and the tempo, but it's not easy at the moment, and certainly the Sunrisers bowlers are bowling really, really well, and there's not much pace on the ball, so the batters have got to generate their own power, which comes from the batting fundamentals, the basics of the game, and ball striking. To do that, you've got to be in really good, strong positions, and execute the shots really, really well, and have that positive intent. What I would say from a bowling unit perspective, the Sunrisers, I think, have equipped themselves fantastically well today, and the fielding has been pretty good too, and they're backing up the bowlers. Really important from a Diamonds perspective that they add pressure, as much pressure as they possibly can, on the fielders and also on the bowlers, so the bowlers can't bowl the lines and the lengths that they want to bowl comfortably in. So we can get the bowlers out of their comfort zone a little bit here as we go into the last 10 overs of the game.
Yeah, Maksud into the attack. Ooh, that's nearly got through. First delivery to Catherine Fraser, and to be fair to Catherine, she was very late playing it, but she played it in the end.
Yeah, it's good delivery that. Just pushed it through, didn't she?
Yeah, Maksud in again. Fraser goes back foot, but she's trying to give herself room outside off stump, and the ball just cramps her for room. She's not managed to get it away for runs again, so the Diamonds running out of time here to put on a score. And somebody's got to take a chance or two in this last 52 deliveries that remain in their innings. Fraser uses her feet, comes down the ground and strokes it to Surun Kumar. 1 run. Boundaries difficult to come by.
Yeah, just 8.3 overs left in this innings. Partnership, the batting partnership, Callis and Fraser, just on 7, so very much in the early stages.
13 boundaries in 41.3 overs at home, having decided to bat first in a semi-final. Oh, full toss, but again, it's been hit straight back at the bowler by Stir Callis. You can get under that and lever it away into the leg side. There's massive gaps, but she's got 1 run. She's on 35 now. Fraser on 6. 158 for 5. Again, driven straight back at the bowler. Another dot ball. The Sunrisers will be absolutely delighted with this 4th place in the competition, the bottom of the 4 teams to have qualified. Diamonds the most consistent in the competition, but at the moment they're doing it tough here. That's a lovely shot this time by Fraser, who stepped into a ball in the slot from Maksud and has lofted it over the bowler's head for 4. Boundary count goes up to 14.
Yeah, it's the ball's full, slightly over pitch by Maksud, and Fraser's just got into a really good position, step and swing, bang, and hit that ball under her eyes from a good base down the ground. Nice bat flow actually, as she's hit through the line of that ball, and a much needed 4 runs down the ground for the diamonds, which brings the score to 162 for 5. Callis on 35 of 62, and Fraser 10 of just 8 balls. So just 8 overs remaining, and in the diamonds innings.
Yep, and it's going to be Grucock continuing, cut by Callis firmly. They've taken 1 there. Back to that question, why 1 there and not for many of the other shots that have been played at fielders in the innings so far? 36 to Callis, 163 for 5.
Really good bit of fielding from Lissy McLeod at point there. Dove to a left, stopped the ball. Would have been 4 runs there.
Full this one. Fraser misses it down the leg side. It signals a wide by Chris Watts. They'll count. 164 for 5. Comes Grucock again. Fraser cuts in front on the offside. It's been fumbled there by Kopak, but they weren't intent on looking for a run. Callis leaning on her bat at the non-striking end. That fumble could have brought a run. Oof. And this time Catherine Fraser all over the place in trying to play that, and she's ended up pushing it straight back to Grucock.
Yes, I think she was looking at that mid-wicket or over mid-wicket, but the ball's a little bit too full, so I had to pull out of that shot.
And this time she uses her feet to step into this delivery from Grucock nicely. Hits it to Surun Kumar, subfielder up at long on, 1 run. Feels like perfect sort of situation for a Bess Heath, doesn't it, or a Holly Armitage. Some real aggression in these last few overs. Callis runs straight down the pitch after hitting this one to extra cover. They do, through Kopak, hit the stumps direct there, but there you go. She'd run the run and she got herself in. Took on the field and won.
She did. She got intent there. Just looking at when she, whether or not she got her bat down, whether she slid a bat or the bat was in the air, but we can't quite see at this stage. But the intent, it's down to the intent, Dodge, isn't it? And the intent to run hard and turn over the strike and see if you can create opportunities to score. You know, boundaries. Boundaries often come when you get the bowlers under pressure and they miss the lines and the length, so the fielders under pressure.
Cover sweeper been brought in, long off been sent out. Fraser misses a ball. She's playing, comes in across her from Grucock, and that's the end of another over. Just 42 deliveries remaining and only 4 runs scored in that one. They are really struggling to get this ball away. Full credit to Sunrisers. Diamonds have got plenty to think about here, because this doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to win a semi-final at this stage. They've still got to go out there and bowl, and the Sunrisers have got to bat, and they might do that brilliantly, the Diamonds, but they're going to have to bowl well.
Just looking at that delivery from Grucock, big LBW appeal. It's a good delivery, but it was just running down and going down leg side.
Just keeping a little bit on the low side today, if anything. So Magsood bowls. Oh, it's a full bunger. And again, full toss, not taken. That's the last 2 full tosses have been hit straight to fielders when there are lots of spaces in which to score. Callis on strike. Magsood runs through the crease. Doesn't bowl this one. Into her 8th over now. Just bringing up backward square inside the circle and sending Grace Scrivens out to long off here, Magsood. There she's in now. It's in the slot and just stroked down the ground. Surun Kumar with a diving, not Surun Kumar. And it was Cordelia Griffith with a diving miss. 1 run. Magsood in again. It's there to cut for Fraser, but she misses out. 11 off 13 for her. Maksud in again, and this time again hit straight to a fielder in Eva Gray, and once again no run. They're really drying things up when the Diamonds desperately need to hit some runs here. 1 off 4 in this 44th over, and another attempted slog sweep that was missed by Fraser, but it was too wide for the liking of Rose Dovey. That's a wide.
It was wide, and that ball spun as well, didn't it?
Maksudin again down the ground goes Fraser for 1, but 1s are not really good enough at this stage. They need to be trying to find gaps, 2s, 3s, 4s, 6s, and they're going to come up short the way they're going. Callis on 38, partnership now worth 19. Callis with an expansive cut shot but misses. Maksud 8 overs, 1 for 37 so far, and to say that Sophie Munro's been off with a side injury for quite some time and has bowled probably nothing like the number of overs that Grace Scrivens would have wanted, they have blocked that gap up extremely well, the Sunrisers here, and the Diamonds 169 for 5. He's definitely, with the bat at least, feeling like damp squib territory. As I say, they've got the opportunity still with the ball, and they may be good enough, who knows, to defend what is going to look like a relatively low total. But they are at least answering that call of getting towards the end of the 300 deliveries, Shawsey, which is box number 1 ticked. 169 for 5 after 44. So it was just 3 off that over. Grewcock bowling to Fraser, and that one she's played through fine leg and picked up 2, the lesser spotted 2.
Yeah, partnership now up to 21, current run rate 3.87.
Grewcock in, Fraser right across down the leg side, and she's gone. Has that gone pad onto stumps or just clean bowled it? Hard to tell, but that's the end of Catherine Fraser for 14 from her 17th delivery, 171 for 6.
Yeah, it just looks like that ball just run onto the pads, hit the pads, probably knee roll height, and then diverted back onto the middle and off stump. Which is a shame again for the Diamonds, as they were just looking to increase their strike rate, and that's the departure of the young Fraser. And we do still have Callis at the crease on 38 off 67, and she's just been joined in the middle by Abby Glenn, and will be, certainly the Diamonds fans will be hoping for an increase in tempo and boundaries in this the last 5 or 6 overs of the Diamonds innings. The Diamonds currently are 171 for 6.
Yeah, Abby Glenn, well, she certainly can ping the ball around, as we've seen in this competition. 9 innings, 169 runs, 53 not out, her first senior 50 not so long ago. She averages 33.8 in the competition, and if she gets going, then there may still be a chance that they can creep above the 200 somewhere. 29 runs shy of that at the moment, and they've got 34 deliveries. It's just a little psychological tick, isn't it, 200, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination in a 50 over game a scary score to try and chase, so you're going to have to still bowl well with it. First up, she's got a single down the ground to long on. 172 for 6. The Vipers 187 for 7 after 45 against the Stars. So there's been a similarity between the two matches so far in that respect. 38 to Callis, who's on strike here. Grewcock bowling. Callis runs one out into the offside. There's indecision for a moment. Abby Glenn, well, she would have been in trouble had that been a good throw from Lissy McLeod. It was a shocker, to be honest. Couldn't even get her gloves on it. Couldn't Amara Carr behind the stumps. And so taking on the field drew them a single because there was the pressure on the fielder. They've got to do that now. There's only 4 wickets remaining in 5 overs. 173 for 6. Grucock to Glenn, playing across the line and missing. Big gaps for at least one into the leg side. Two fielders set back square and at mid-wicket. And she was looking to exploit that area, but she went without the ball. Last ball of the over. And she's tried the same again, and she's taken her eye off the ball both times there, Abby Glenn, and that's cost her a run or more. So, end of the 45th, 173 for 6, just 4 runs again from that over.
And Grucock again, yeah, balls well, keeps runs to a minimum. 1 for 26 off just 8 overs. So Sunrisers have certainly bowled well today. I think they've identified the conditions pretty quickly and decided to go wicket to wicket with some variation of pace, but definitely kept the stumps in play throughout this innings, and have bowled really well and been supported by the fielding unit.
Maksud, full first ball to Callis, and she's played that one out to extra cover and picked up a single.
Just thinking about the Sunrisers innings when they chase down wherever total the Diamonds set, and I think they'll be looking at that power play as pretty important while the ball's new. There's still lots of lacquer on it. See if they can pick up as many boundaries as they can. Of course, in the power play, the Diamonds will only be allowed 2 players outside the ring, so they'll look to score, I think, high boundary count then.
Glenn stepping back to the outside of leg stump to drag that ball up to Surun Kumar. It's beneath us at long on. 1 run. Abby Glenn 2 from 4. Stare Callis 40 from 69. Maksud in. Callis just punches one away square on the offside. And you sort of think 41 off 70 is a strange sort of scoreline. You've got yourself in, but there's also an element there. You've faced, what, 29 deliveries more than you've scored in terms of 100 strike rate. And a lot of those balls that have gone to fielders haven't been capitalised on. As Joe Gardner's just made a fumble. There you go. That is exactly it. Joe Gardner's been flawless in the field, hasn't she? She's been superb out there, but pressure on her has cost the Sunrisers a couple of runs. It would have been a 2, but she was so keen to get the throw off, and she has made the mistake, and the ball's run into the boundary rope.
A positive intent certainly there. Abby Glenn's looked to strike the ball hard, come down the pitch, got her hands through the ball, and put pressure on the fielder.
Full, and again, not capitalised on this time by Abby Glenn, who's dragged it back to the bowler in her follow through. Maybe it's us. Maybe we're not giving this pitch credit. It might be a bit more difficult to bat on than we've been suggesting. Certainly doesn't look like there's been any evils in it. The odd ones kept a bit lower as Glenn pulls a single out to cow corner, but 181 for 6. This was set up for a 230, 240, 250 sort of score, and it really has stuttered and spluttered in the second half. There are still 4 overs to make something of it, and if you got 10 and over for the last 4, you're feeling slightly better at the end of all this, but yours, it's still 3.93 and over after 46 overs.
I mean, credit to the Sunrisers bowlers. They've bowled really, really well. There's probably been a lack of positive intent at times in the Diamonds' mindset and running between the wickets. We've said that and would have liked a few more boundaries, but and the pitch, look, I still think it's a decent pitch. I don't think it's there's any demons in the pitch, as you suggested. It is a little slow, and you can see that when the lacquer is worn off the ball, it is much more difficult to score. But I still think you get in really good positions with a positive mindset, then you got the opportunity to score runs. I do think that.
Abby Glenn scoring, striking at 100, 7 off 7, and it's Eva Gray back into the attack at the Howard stand end, and that's well played. Abby Glenn, who's going to get 4 straight back past the bowler. And applause, almost relieved applause, really. It's out the back of the hand, isn't it?
Yeah, back of the hand. She's picked it early. She'd give herself a base, Abby Glenn, and she's hit the ball hard down the ground with a full back face. There's intent to score runs there, isn't there? And the great thing is she's not going to cross that ball, which she can do if it's a slower ball. She's gone down the ground, held a shape and gone down the ground.
Yep, the run rate. Yippee, goes over 4.01 after that shot. Let's see what we get the rest of the over. Gray to Glenn, who's top edge this and been caught by Lissy McLeod just inside the circle at short third man. But Abby Glenn, well, she was at least having a go and trying to get this score to something that might feel a bit more defendable. Phoebe Turner can bat, and she's coming out there next. And Glenn gone for 11.
Yeah, Glenn's done what she, as much as she possibly could there. She looked to strike the ball, create a bit of impetus in this back end of the innings. And unfortunately, she's got a thick outside edge on that, and the ball's just spooned up, if you like, to short third. Caught there by Lissy McLeod. And the score is 185 for 7. As Callis is joined by Phoebe Turner, who we know can hit a good ball. And certainly from the Diamonds' faithful perspective, they'll be hoping that she can strike the ball well in these last few overs. Just 3.4 overs remaining in this Diamonds innings. As I say, the score is 185 for 7. Callis is on 41 off 70 balls, and Turner is just taking strike.
Yep, Phoebe Turner, she's going to have to have an important job to do with the ball here today. She was probably one of the few success stories, if you like, of last week's match. Picked up a couple of wickets, and she also got runs, didn't she? He said, reminding himself. 49 not out. So she's going in a bit late, I think, for somebody who got 49 not out last week in difficult circumstances. She's just punched one up to long on first ball. 186 for 7.
You think she could have gone a little bit
I do, yeah.
Earlier?
Yeah.
She played well last week, didn't she?
Yeah. Here's Gray. Skipping her way in to bowl to Callis, who's got it away through the vacant covers, but we'll pick up just the one. Good sweeping out there.
The Sunrisers have fielded well, haven't they? If you look, you know, when the ball goes out to that side of the field, you see, as soon as the ball's gone that side, the two sweepers on the leg side are engaged and they're into the ring. That's at this stage of the game, that's really good percentage play. Minimises the overthrows, etc., but it tells you they're all switched on.
Greater Turner. Nicely played, Phoebe Turner. That might split the gap and
Good
go
shot,
for
that.
4. It is a very good shot. Splits the gap between Cow Corner and Long On, who were both converging on the ball, and just about perfectly placed between the pair of them. So she's on to 5. Yeah, for me, from what I've seen of her, I'd be sticking her in at number 7 in this team, getting her in earlier in the side. 191 for 7. Gray into Turner, who's got a nick on this one. She's going to get 4, just down through what would have been leg slip. In fact, it's not a nick, it's leg buys. So she didn't manage to make back contact, but it doesn't matter. It's still 4 on the board. And 195 for 7 now at the end of that over. 14 coming from it.
Just getting a little bit of momentum, the Diamonds batters here, aren't they? They're just wrestling a little bit back of this game. And really important that they can do that and give themselves a decent total to try and defend here at Headingley today in this important semi-final. Just a reminder to all our listeners and viewers, it's a fairly historical game here. The Northern Diamonds final fixture at Headingley, and no doubt they'll be wanting to finish really, really strongly here and find themselves in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint final in just a few days' time.
Maksud going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. It's her final over. She's gone for 45 so far and taken a wicket, and she's going to concede It should be 2 here. Phoebe Turner's pretty quick between the wickets, and yep, she's got back for a second. Callis was playing the shot there. She's on to 44 now from 72.
Just 2.5 overs left in this Diamonds innings.
Maqsood in. Callis has played a really good shot here, got into position early. It's not the best of deliveries from Maqsood, and she's launched that away backward of square leg, 1 bounce and 4. So 200 up after 47.2, which is good to see. It feels like it's just a little bit late in coming, this assault, and could maybe have been about 8 overs earlier, and that really would have asked some serious questions of the Sunrisers. But this 46 balls for the 4th 50 in the innings. Reverse sweep attempted by Callis, which Amara can't reel in, and they got 1 run. 49 to stare Callis.
And if you look at the positions here, they've still got extra cover, they've still got mid-wicket, but they're out on the ring. If they can get the ball over the top of those 2 fielders, it's certainly 4 runs. Big gaps there, big gaps. Also big gaps behind square on the offside and leg side.
Maqsood to Phoebe Turner. Good. The way that she used her body to get that ball away was really good there. Just made an adjustment and punched it out into the covers. 1 run to her. So, yeah, speeding things up. Come quite late in the day. Maqsood in. Callis tries a swish across the line to a full-length delivery. They've both appealed. That's keeper and bowler, but leg by given by Rose Dovey, but not out.
Ooh.
204 for 7. Is that out, you think?
Well, it could be. If it's just clipped, they're probably doing a little bit too much, but close.
Okay, Turner gets one away out to the mid-wicket sweeper for a single. I've got 12 balls left here to really try and kick on. 205 for 7, 10 coming from that over. So what have we had in recent overs? We've had 8 off the 46th, we've had 14 off the 47th, we've had 10 off the 48th. So they are accelerating, it's fair to say. The run rate is now 4.27, but it still feels to me like there could already have been another 30 to 40 runs on possibly here, and still launching an assault and getting up to the 260, 270 mark.
Yeah, and I think that just by that positive intent, positive mindset, putting pressure on the fielders, running really hard, being busy, and being really proactive at the crease. I agree with you. This stage of the game now, they would need probably another 20 runs of the last 2 overs is what they'll be looking to target here. So let's see how they go as Turner takes strike.
And Gray for her final over. Bowling to Turner. That's a lovely shot down the ground by Phoebe, and there's a fumble there. So there you go, pressure, and they've come back for 2. Nicely played.
You can hear the crowd getting involved as well now, can't you? The crowd's building, the crowd's encouraging. You know, often the crowd then react to what's happening on the field, and with that, you know, that increase in impetus, certainly in this last 3 or 4 overs, the crowd are involved now.
Abtaha Maqsood, by the way, finished with 1 for 54 from her 10 overs, as Phoebe Turner has got a snick on one step right across outside off stump. And that has beaten Amara Carr, and she's got 4. Take them however they come at this stage, 13 off 7. And this is precisely why I said I would have had Phoebe Turner a couple of places up the order. I think she's a really good all-round prospect. I really do, from watching her play. Hopefully she'll back me up on that with a good performance with the ball again.
Yeah, I remember working with her about 5 or 6 years ago within the Diamonds Academy, and she was a good prospect then, good trainer, very good trainer, good work ethic, is driven, and it's really pleasing to see her over the last few games beginning to perform well with both bat and ball.
2-11 for 7. 10 balls remaining, and Phoebe's got this one away back with a square leg. Well played, just straying a little bit too straight, Eva Gray. She's got the double teapot on. She's probably just disappointed in herself there, but Eva, you've bowled well today. You really have. 9.3 overs, 2 for 42 so far. Just frustration from her, I guess, because you want everything to be perfect. We all do. But wasn't a terrible delivery, but it was just a bit leg stumpish. And to say she's only been out there for a few minutes and faced 8 balls, Phoebe Turner, she got that one away really nicely for 4. 215 for 7.
Yeah, Turner on 17 off just the 8 balls.
Great in. Oh, she's thrown one wide. She's trying a variation. Hard to tell exactly what it was, but you could see that she was, and she's dragged it wide off stump. So there's some pressure on it. See, it's what it does, isn't it? We talk about this time and again, but put some pressure on the field in this over and taking a 2, made a 1 into a 2, then hit a couple of boundaries, and now the bowler's feeling that pressure. She's tried something different, it's not come off. 216 for 7. What can Eva Gray come up with this time? Turner gets another little nick on this one. It's beaten the field. Is it going to make it all the way to the boundary? It's slowing up, it's slowing up, it's got there. Just a little bit of luck on Phoebe Turner's side, but you are not going to begrudge her that at this stage. 21 off 9. What a vital little contribution this has been in quick time. So 220 for 7. Didn't look anywhere near on the cards 5 overs ago. And again, you're still feeling it could have been 250, 260 at this point with 8 balls to go. But it's not. We've got to deal with the reality, I guess.
And already the partnership's 35 in no time at all with that positive intent. And as you say, yeah, Turner's had a little bit of luck with there. But, you know, to some degree, you make your own luck with your positive intent.
Gray, and again, and another little nick from Turner. She's trying to play a cut shot, and there's a bit of edge about it, but it's there for Amara Khan to catch. If she can get her gloves on it, she can't. And it's 4 more. 25 off 10 for Phoebe Turner. And the boundary count. Stur Callis has been out there for nearly 2 hours and hit 4 boundaries. Phoebe Turner's hit 5 in 11 minutes.
Some thick edges, some good edges on that bat. But actually, as we said before, it's the way she's gone about her business. She's getting the luck. Fortune favours the brave to a large degree, I would say. But it's really pleasing to see her play with the intent that she is. And this could be the, you know, could be a match-changing innings. 25 off 10 runs when everyone's not struggled, but struggled to score big in quick time. Certainly Phoebe Turner has got the Diamonds back into the game here.
Gray, final ball of her 10, and Turner's got it away through the onside. There's a sprawling dive, which he's not going to manage to reel that in. Callis is going to get run out here. She's come back for a second after all the times we've asked for that in this innings. She's finally come back for it, and there was probably, well, there might have been 2 had Phoebe Turner set off. But Callis, it was almost like she wasn't communicating with her teammate. She was just going because there was 2 in her mind. She was halfway down when the throw came in, and she's been run out by a yard, just short of her half century. 49 for Stur Callis, 224 for the loss of 8 wickets, the Northern Diamonds, with 1 over remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether that was the last ball of the over and she was trying to get on strike at the other end. I'm not sure. I think it actually was, but Phoebe Turner's the one that's striking the ball, and she probably would have been well just to, you know, stay at 1 in that instance. But she's got 48, held the innings together as such, ensured that wickets aren't falling in clusters. She's done all those things right, but would be slightly disappointed that she couldn't score at a slightly higher run rate. But she's certainly done a job for the Diamonds team and held the innings together. But what that does do is it leaves Phoebe Turner, actually, I think, on strike on 26 off just 11 balls. So we'll be interested now to see what happens in this last over of the Diamonds innings. The score currently is 225 for 8 here at Headingley.
Yeah, 40-run partnership in very quick time there. Who knows how valuable that could be, as Lev has gone in at number 10. Katie Levick, single there to turn her first ball of the over, and there's some pressure on Lev now to turn the strike over to give it back to Phoebe Turner here. Not that she can't strike a few runs herself, as we've seen recently, and she's using her feet here, but hitting it straight back to the bowler, dot ball. There's an easy single there, Shawsey, into the offside, even the 4, really. And she's hit it straight back to Grace Scrivens, who's bowling this final over of the innings. She's got one down to long on here. Turner's already touching down and thinking about the second, but maybe a good thing in the end that she retains the strike.
So if I'm Phoebe Turner now, taking a deep breath, I'm focusing on picking the length as early as I possibly can, standing still and striking this ball.
And she struck it straight to Gray. Oh, and that's a miles out if she's a direct hit, but they should get a second here, because there you go, pressure on the throw has meant that Scrivens couldn't hold the ball, and they've got back for 2. It's almost like we've watched a bit of cricket before, isn't it, Shawsey?
Well, our age combined mean we've seen a lot of games of cricket, Dodgy, doesn't it?
That's precisely the sort of risk I was calling for quite a few overs ago. And they've turned that one into 2, and Phoebe Turner down the pitch now should get at least another 2 for this one. She's lofted it into the onside. Oh. Another fumble in the field. They could be back for 3, maybe. No, they're going to settle on 2. And this time, Flo Miller, who has fielded well parading around the boundary, to be fair to her, for the Sunrise, she just couldn't quite pick it up cleanly with 2 other fielders, maybe because they were converging on the ball, distracting her attention from it. 2:31 for 8, last ball of the innings, and Turner's flat batted it away to Eva Gray, who this time sensibly is just going to keep hold and say, well, what we have we hold, and we're going to need 233 to win this match. Eva Gray and the Sunrisers, 232 for the loss of 8 wickets from their completed 50 overs. Tick, they managed to do that, which is what we talked about at the start when things were not easy in terms of getting the ball away. Phoebe Turner finishes with 32 from 15 deliveries. That is a top knock. Yes, there was a bit of luck on her side, it has to be said, towards the end there. For me, I want to see her bat higher up the order than that, Shawsey. I think she's I'll say it again, she's a good all-round cricketer, and she'll have a pretty decent career ahead of her. Super job from her, and they've turned what was looking like a frustrating sort of score line into something reasonable here. It's not massive, 232, but it's something half decent to bowl at if you bowl well. Still feel like, you know, that innings, if I'm walking off now, I'm thinking we probably could have had 270, 265, 270, something like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And just running through the actual batting order now, if we look at the Diamonds total, Winfield Hill and Marlowe gave the Diamonds a steady start. Winfield Hill on 15 of 28 balls. Marlowe 63 of 102 balls, showed that she's a maturing young batter, developing nicely. Callis batted through the middle and batted for a period of time, holding the innings together, 49 of 75, although would have been slightly disappointed that she couldn't gone at a little quicker scoring rate. But in all honesty, it was the knock-off Phoebe Turner, scoring 32 off just 15 deliveries at a strike rate of above 200, that's given Diamonds a competitive total here of 238 for 8. Looking at the bowling figures, Kopak bowled 1 for 29 in 10. I thought bowled really well. Gray for the majority, 2 for 52, bowled well. Gruick just 1 for 26 in just 8 overs. Maxud 1 for 54 off 10. Unfortunate for the Sunrisers, Munro Wood started really well, 1 for 6 off just 2 overs, went off injured. That was a massive blow, so that's another consideration that the Sunrisers had to take into play, really. And Scrivens 1 for 37 off just 8. So going to be a really interesting, I think, second half of this game. The Sunrisers, I'm sure, will be wanting to make use of the power play as much as possible, but not taking that risk to a reckless risk as such. They were looking to score boundaries in that power play and then try and chase down this 2-3-2. And obviously the absolute opposite from the Diamonds, they'll be looking to bowl wicket to wicket, ball variations, and bring all dismissals into play and be backed up by their their fielding unit, Dodgy.
Yep, Sunrise I think will be reasonably satisfied at the end of that. If you'd have said 232 to chase at the start, they probably would have said, well, go on then, without biting your hand off, because obviously it's 200 plus. But I think they bowled well for long periods, and particularly given the lack of Sophie Monroe for all but 2 overs, that I think they've done pretty well there. They've just let it go slightly towards the end, but they could have let it go earlier had the Diamonds, I feel, put a bit more pressure on them. Anyway, but that's the facts. The 232 for 8, 233 to win for the Sunrisers. We'll take a break while the players do as well. Just to let you know that in the other semi-final, the Vipers, who were always that shade ahead of the Diamonds, weren't they? Well, they finished behind them 220 for 9. Different opposition, different game, different pitch, but they're down at Beckenham against the South East Stars. So 221 to win for the Stars, who I'm sure will be backing themselves to make it to next week's final at Grace Road, Leicester. Who'll be joining them? Will it be the Diamonds? Will it be the Sunrisers? Join us again in about 25 minutes' time to find out.
Playing the bowling for Northern Diamonds this afternoon from the Howard stand end, Rachael Slater.
Welcome back then from Headingley for part 2 of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy semi-final of 2024. The Diamonds, of course, winners of this competition in 2022. Trying to defend the 232 for 8 that they made in their innings. It's Sunrisers skipper Grace Scrivens to face the first delivery of their innings, and it will be bowled by the Diamonds' left arm pace bowler Rachael Slater, whose first delivery wide of off stump is punched into extra cover and there is no run. Myself, Jonathan Doidge, with Paul Shaw, former England women's head coach, alongside. Former coach of the Thunder, boo hiss I hear you say. And a big job to do here for the Diamonds in the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll be looking to make early breakthroughs as Slater comes into ball to Scrivens.
Yep, nicely punched into the covers, fielded again there, no run.
And from a Sunrisers perspective, they know that when the lacquer or the shine is being worn off the ball, it's a little bit more difficult to score. So they'll be looking to be as positive as they can, not reckless, but positive within the power play here today. And that's certainly what Scrivens and Gardner will be looking to do.
Scrivens turns one into the leg side and Erin Burns on that, and there's a feeling that they're up for this, the Diamonds in the field. That's 3 good efforts, quick on their feet. Catherine Fraser a couple of times and now Erin Burns.
I think from a Diamonds perspective, they'll be looking to get as any movement that there is in these first couple of overs, and then I think they'll be diving into a good length, which is round about top of middle and off, and varying their pace.
And Slater again. She's 5-1 down the leg side, and that will be a wide. Incidentally, on the wide front, 13 of them bowled during the Diamonds innings, 1 no ball, and 7 leg byes made for 21 extras to go with those runs with the bat. If you don't mind, Shawsey, I'll just adjust the blind here. I know I'll need it to bring it down lower for you. And Slater is in. Scrivens times that nicely, but it's straight to Beth Langston at extra cover. And no run. Talked about the Diamonds hitting the field many, many times during that innings. Graham Hardcastle just popped in, didn't he, during the break between innings, and he'd imagined that 230 would be a defendable score before they started today, he said. Past post in typical Hardcastle. 232, he thinks might be enough. It might be, but it felt like they still could have got significantly more than that somehow. Scrivens again drives straight back to Slater, who fields in a follow through.
From a Sunrisers perspective, and certainly a Grace Scrivens perspective, she just needs to get one away, doesn't she? She's hit the field 3 or 4 times this over, so we're feeling a little frustrated. But as we said before, each ball's an event, and the last one's gone, the next one's here now.
Yep, and probably could have left that for a wide down the leg side, but played at it. And that is, well, not quite a maiden because of the wide, but just the 1 run off the first over is a promising Diamonds start, and Grace Scrivens is, there's no doubt about it, in the context of any match against the Sunrisers, a big wicket.
She certainly is. She's not only the skipper of the Sunrisers team, but she's also their frontline batter, in all honesty, has already wore the 3 lines for England in under-19s, relatively recent World Cup, and as you rightly say, she's a big wicket for the Diamonds to take, and it looks like Erin Burns is going to be coming on with her right arm off spin.
Yeah, which is not unprecedented. She has opened the bowling before. Always an interesting move when you open with a spinner, and obviously sometimes they can prove a little bit more tricky to get away. You've got to do the forcing on that front, so if she can tie it up early doors, Just adds to a little bit of pressure on the opposition. Here she is then, off spin. And that is a run off the bat for Jo Gardner, who's turned it backward a square. They're going to get one. Are they going to manage a second? No, Emma Marlowe is pretty sprightly in the field, and she's got a good arm too and keeps them to one.
Just the signs of a little bit of turn there. Well, like you just grip the surface, just gentle spin. But was a little bit there, I think. Helped by the angle too, but just a little bit of spin. I would think Burns will be in the game here if the ball grips and then just spins away from the left-handed batter, left-handed Scrivens.
Yep, slip in place. Ooh, does turn as well. First up for Burns there to Scrivens, and just the mere fact that it did. Grace Scrivens is too good a player to be kind of scared by that, but she'll be just mindful that there is some turn. And she's playing with it this time. Made a good adjustment, but that was punched out to Katie Levick, backward of point. And another dot. So just the two so far off the first 9 balls. Long way to go yet. Burns in again, wide of off stump. And that's cut out to the square cover sweeper, Emma Marlowe, 1 run. What you want to do early doors here is just drop into a disciplined lines and lengths. Don't give away easy runs. See if you can work on picking up an early wicket. That this delivery just sliding onto about leg stump off the pad of Jo Gardner. Levick fields, no run.
It's a good start by the Diamonds. Sunrisers are not getting away and will be feeling slightly frustrated because they've hit the field quite a bit too in the first 2 overs.
Final ball of the second, and Gardner punches it to Slater in the covers. That will complete 2 overs then. 1 run off that second over. In fact, 2 runs off the second over for Erin Burns. 3 without loss after 2. Try and keep you posted with how that measures up, and the Diamonds were 8 without loss after the second over, but they had plenty of other overs that went for 2s, 1s, 3s and a few maidens as well. So early days to be making much of that comparison. 4.79 the required rate though. And the Vipers, well, I mentioned they made 220 for 9 in their 50 overs. The Stars have started reasonably well, 19 without loss towards the end of the 5th. Here's Rachael Slater at the Howard stand then, bowling to the left-handed Grace Scrivens. Punches back to the bowler, and there is no run. Just checking back on the previous 2 matches between these sides. In the most recent one at Chelmsford, Scrivens made 56, as I mentioned earlier. She was caught. Levick bowled Marlowe on that occasion. Haven't seen Emma Marlowe bowl in any of the RHF trophies that we've covered in recent weeks. We didn't manage to get to cover that one. As she goes back foot here. Now there's a bit of indecision about whether there's a run there or not to Catherine Fraser. In the end they get through for 1. In the match that preceded it between the sides back in July at Clifton Park, York, Scrivens made just the 5 and was bowled by Laura Scott on that occasion. Scott not in action today. But they did open with Erin Burns as well in that match at Clifton Park. As Slater is in, she's just dragging this a bit leg side. She's come off the pads of Jo Gardner and will be 1 leg by.
There's just some slight signs of gentle swing from Slater. I'm just looking at her walk back. She just looks to be a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if she's whether it's a foot or a knee, but she just looked not quite right then at the crease.
And she comes in with that familiar bunny hop and back foot. Scrivens plays it into the offside. There's a fumbling stop in there by Phoebe Turner. Yeah, ankle, maybe.
Something not quite right, yeah.
2 to come in the 3rd over. I have to go for the shades in a minute, old boy. getting a bit.
We got the old Top Gun aviators.
I don't need them to look cool. Slater in, and Scrivens solidly behind that. Punching back to the bowler, no run.
Top Gun Dodge.
Top Gun. No, they're
Maverick.
It was one of those where you went into the local franchise optician and they said, if you're buying them, you can have a free pair of sunglasses as well.
Because they felt sorry for you.
Yeah.
For your choice of gigs.
We know you're a poor commentator.
Look at them.
And on what the BBC pays you, we might as well give you a pair of shades for free. Scrivens is in. Sorry, not Scrivens. Turner. Slater even was in. Licorice all sorts out there. Scrivens played it anyway into the offside. No run, 3 overs complete, and they have moved on to 5 without loss. The Sunrisers needing 233 to win at the outset, so 228 more from 47 overs.
Yeah, as we've said, the Diamonds have made a really good start, and the bowling's been pretty good. They're trying to keep the stumps in play. They know that the pitch, every now and then the odd one, and I stress on the odd one, keeps slightly low, and it's not the quickest pitch, so from that perspective they're going to look to keep going wicket to wicket and build pressure.
And here's Burns trying to do just that to the right-handed Gardner, who turns that ball into the leg side. No run. I can't see what I'm writing now, these shades are so dark, nor can I see any interactions on the laptop. Burns is in again, Gardner turning that one again with the spin into the leg side. And there is no run. So a quiet start, just how the Diamonds would have wanted it. Burns in again, past umpire Rose Duffy. Ooh, kind of been too far off, getting an inside tickle on that one, Joe Gardner. Andy Lockwood, good afternoon to you. How do, JD? Goodish recovery by the Diamonds to post a half-decent score. Enjoying a second pint of my liquid lunch, accompanied by a bag of Worcestershire sauce crisps.
Oof,
sounds
very
good.
nice, didn't it? Yeah.
As that one is another that gets past the bat of Joe Gardner. Apparently there's a nice 5.6% coffee stout at the head of steam as well. Other bars are available in Headingley. As Burns is in, and that's punched into the offside by Gardner, and again no run. So this is good stuff from Erin Burns in this over. And she's got one ball more to make something of it. And she does make a maiden of it with a punch into the offside, fielded by Slater, who'll keep the ball in her hand to bowl at the other end. So maiden's useful at any time in a game of cricket, and certainly when you're defending 232 and in the power play as well.
Absolutely.
Afternoon.
It's a really good start by the Diamonds. They're bowling wicket to wicket. They've got a seam on at one end. Oh, sorry, a little bit of left arm swing, gentle swing at the moment. And Burns, the Australian, on at the pavilion end, bowling a little bit of spin. So they've started well, and they're looking to keep the stumps in play for as long as they possibly can.
Slater to Scrivens, pushing that one to extra cover. Phoebe Turner fielding again.
Doesn't look easy to score at this point in time, does it? If you bowl decent lines and lengths and perhaps just vary that pace a little bit. Not easy to strike the ball at the moment.
No, it feels like one of those where I'm going to be shades on, shades off again with it every few minutes. Back to the normal specs. As Scrivens drives one to mid-off this time. A full-length delivery by Rachael Slater. Hasn't really been a shot played in anger so far. And the Diamonds would like to keep it that way. The Sunrisers, well, they've got a lot of time yet in which to up the ante. Slater in again. Scrivens gets an edge on this one. It's going to go for 4 down through third man. Levick, no chance of getting to that. And so the first boundary of the innings wasn't a chance, but it was edgy, no doubt about that. Scriven's score moves on to 6, and it's 9 without loss.
Yeah, Scrivens looks to go down the ground there. Ball just swung a little bit away from the left-hander, and Scrivens got a thick outside edge that run down to the third-man boundary.
Slater in again. Scrivens solid defensive push back past the bowler. That will come not complete. Takes us into the second half, in fact to the 5th over. So 9 without loss. The required rate. Well, bearing in mind the Diamonds were short of 4 for a long way, nearly towards the end of their innings. The required rate here already 4.94 with this tidy start by the Diamonds. So just starting to increase a little bit of extra pressure. It's just a gradual squeeze, isn't it, if you can bowl well. Scrivens having to punch that latest Slater delivery back to the bowler again in a follow through. Beth Langston across. So tidy start from Rachael, who was the heroine the other week in the win against the Vipers. Hit that 2 to win off the last ball. And this latest delivery is flicked into the leg side to Erin Burns at mid-on. So another tidy over. She was a little unlucky there, Rachael Slater, to concede the boundary off the outside edge. 5 overs complete, 9 without loss.
Yeah, the Sunrisers are just struggling a little bit here. Similar to the Diamonds, but Diamonds in that middle phase of their innings when they were hitting the fielders fairly consistently, both in the ring and out of the ring. The Sunrisers are doing similar in terms of just finding it challenging to break the infield. With the attack of Burns and Slater, and with the pitch not perhaps being the quickest, it becomes a little bit more difficult to score, and that's by no means a bad pitch. It's actually a good pitch, but just offering a bit of spin, and it is slow.
Yep, Burns with a bit of turn, but it was short of length, and Gardner rocked back and punched a single out to where she paraded around earlier on the east side boundary. In her place for the Diamonds is Abby Glenn out there, which is usually the case. Emma Marlowe on the west side boundary, square on the offside to the left-handed Scrivens, but this time Phoebe Turner coming into play at mid-off.
Every so often Burns is just pushing the ball through, like that last delivery, just pushed it through, it went straight on with it, and when she bowls it a bit slower, it's just gripping the pitch, like now.
Now that she's got underneath this one, that could be the first 6 of the day. It is.
It is.
Launched away wide of long on. We've had to wait all the way through that Diamonds innings and into the 6th over of the Sunrisers, but Scrivens, just a lovely measured shot, nothing wrong with that at all.
It's a good shot, this. What she's done really well is pick the length really quickly. A sign of a very good player is to pick length very quick. Transferred her weight onto the back foot and made sure that she cleared the infield on the slightly smaller boundary for 6 runs.
Burns in again, and a solid defensive push to this next delivery by Scrivens.
Just going to say, you know, when you've had a slow start and bowlers are bowling quite well, the importance of picking that length and pouncing on the short one and the full one is crucial.
Yeah, Burns in again round the wicket, and Scrivens pushes back to her. 1 to come in the 6th. Getting through these overs, this match pretty quickly today, although they're ahead of us down at Beckenham, of course. Burns in again now, then she's chiselled this one up in the air, top edge, and has got away with a slightly risque shot. Nearly, Abby Glenn somehow nearly letting that one cross the boundary. She managed to flick it back in, and they've kept them to 2. So the first time really they've conceded runs of any note in an over. Erin Burns gone for 9 during that one. 18 without loss after 6 overs, compares with 18 without loss after 6 overs, the Diamonds.
Yeah, it's neck and neck at the moment, isn't it? And Scrivens has got 14 off 25, and Gardner 2 off 11 deliveries at this stage. The Sunrisers will certainly try and pounce on anything full or anything short now. They've worked out what the pitch is like. It's really important to do that.
Yeah, as this is turned into the leg side by Gardner. Rachael Slater continuing for over number 7 at the Howard stand end. Martin Bloomfield says, afternoon gents, Diamond's innings a bit of a squeaky bum affair, but runs on the board make me optimistic. Despite my best efforts to encourage the selectors to elevate the country's biggest leggy to higher honours, a certain Katie Levick DBE, my player of this season has to be Emma Marlowe. I've watched her live twice and purred at her exploits each match via the video stream. As Slater is in and Gardner pushes one into the offside. Early days I know, and regardless of whatever the future holds for each player, surely, unlike Lev, England may welcome calling at some stage. Keep up the good work, and here's hoping Shawsey gets his poisson et frites, as they undoubtedly call them in Barnsley.
Sunny Barnsley, that is, you know, the place the sun shines 24 hours a day, don't you?
Gardner waits. Slater is being lofted down the ground by Joe Gardner here, and that's not going to have the legs to make it to the boundary, and she has got underneath it. They've got 2 out of it though. The DBE, by the way, after the letters after Katie Levick's name, as penned by Martin Bloomfield, Diamond best ever, wink, Durham bound evacuee. There's going to be some changes around the place, of course. Last game at this venue for the Diamonds, come what may. They're hoping they'll have a one-match stay of execution, as it were, at Grace Road next week in the final. Gardner just dropping that delivery into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, Slater's just got to keep hammering that area on the pitch as long as she possibly can, holding those lines, holding those lengths, and ensuring that the Sunrisers have to do something that they don't want to do, a ball again.
Yep, respectfully treated by Gardner. So 2 off the first 5 balls of this over. Can Slats, as the girls call her, get to the end of the over? Get out of the over without conceding any more, or certainly not a boundary. Rate required, just going up, 4.93. Paul Shaw doing some strange warming up exercises that showing his age, because he's struggling with the shoulder.
I'm struggling, I don't know why.
Here comes Slater, past umpire Chris Watts. Left armer slanting it in to the right-hander, and Gardner has to push that into the onside, no run. So that 9-run over compensated for then by Rachael Slater. She's backed up Erin Burns by producing an over that's gone for just the 2, 20 without loss after 7. Teamwork.
Yeah, very good. Bowling in partnership. That's what we call that. Bowling in partnership is excellent. Current run rate 2.88, I think it says, although my eyes are failing somewhat.
Current run rate is 2.86, and they require 4.95 from here on in.
Those glasses work, don't they?
They do, lad. Aye.
You got Specsavers?
Yeah, quite often. In comes Gardner, in comes Burns. Gardner cuts that out into the deep on the offside. Marlowe fields 1 run. Well, you got a batting partnership, lad. You got to do everything in partnership. Bowling partnerships, commentating partnerships.
Working in partnership, aren't we?
Burns wide of off stump. Gardner cuts, and having Glenn off the boundary, fields, and they get 1.
It's really important here that the Diamonds bowlers don't give any easy runs at all to the Sunrisers. You know, wide balls or too full. You know, it's not just the boundaries that count for the Sunrisers. It's the strike rotation that keeps the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, lefty right hand combination. It's the lefty on strike, Grace Scrivens, and she's flicked that one to Slater. Straight mid wicket, no run.
Yeah, it's a good point, Dorothy. It often causes challenges with lines, doesn't it? You know, the left and right hand partnership can often be a challenge for the bowlers.
Burns, well, she's really taken the pace off that and floated it up. That almost had snow on it, and Grace Scrivens decided she wasn't going to bother and let it go through to the gloves of LWH. Scrivens goes back foot. That's a good delivery from Burns. She's just falling over slightly, isn't she, Scrivens, with the turn imparted. 30 for 2 now, the South East Stars against the Vipers, who are trying their level best to defend that 220 that they put on. Next delivery was just a bit leg stumpish, and Scrivens has picked it off for a single square on the leg side. She'll keep the strike. That's the end of the 8th over. Just the 3 runs from it. So not only did Rachael Slater help out by bowling an over that went for 2, Erin Burns has also been tidier in this over and conceded just 3. And the run rate now, Shawsey, already 42 overs to go, is up to 5 runs and over required, and so far in the match, scoring at 5 and over has not been that easy to do.
Did Diamond score at round about 10 and over in those last 5 overs? I think you were saying at the break time, weren't you? Something like that, wasn't it? So the run rate was, I think, most of the time round about below 4 or round about 4, and then steep increase towards the end.
3 3/4, give or take, wasn't it, for quite a long time? Yeah, they finished off well. Slater to Scrivens, who's driven that to Phoebe Turner, but she was quick off her feet at mid-off and talked so much in that Diamonds innings about putting pressure on the field. She, from a fielding point of view, put pressure on the batter then. She made half a stride forward, Grace Scrivens, but because Phoebe Turner made 1.5 strides, got in towards that ball, it just quashed any thoughts of a single. Here's Slater to Scrivens, who's tickled one off the legs now. Lauren Winfield-Hill couldn't reel that in. Katie Levick herring after it down beneath our feet, and they get 2 leg byes.
Headingley's basking.
It is.
In the sun, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately they still haven't fixed that blind from about half a season ago above your head. Don't know if anybody knows that it needs fixing, actually.
Just about my height, that.
But it's pretty greenhouse-like in here, unfortunately, without the blinds working, as Slater was in, and that was pushed out into the offside by Scrivens. No run.
25 for none. Partnership, of course, 25. Scrivens on 16. Garner on 5.
And the first, 51 balls of this Sunrisers response. No wickets. But they're scoring at under 50% now, as Scrivens has just struck one quite firmly there to extra cover. Beth Langston fielding, no run. That was the first shot we've seen. Just felt like there might be a little bit of frustration there, Shawsey.
Yeah, he did, and Scrivens just made a couple of strides down the pitch and hit that ball hard, didn't it? And interestingly, Lauren Winfield-Hill is now standing up to the stumps after she's seen her advance down the pitch.
Slater in again. Oh, drags one down the leg side, next ball.
Good take, isn't it? That?
It is.
It's a great take by Winfield-Hill.
Yep, kept her eye on it. She would have lost sight of it at the other side of Grace Scrivens, but she'd picked up the angle well and gone across to take that. 26 without loss then with that wide. It's another discipline that they'll want to get right here, not give any freebies away, or give as few freebies away as possible. Another good delivery. Scrivens can't get it away beyond Erin Burns, who's at straight mid-wicket.
Slater's bowled really tightly here, hasn't she? Kept the wickets in play, a little bit of swing or gentle swing early on, but she's certainly kept all dismissals in play and has bowled well.
Just 3 off the over so far. She's in again, and Scrivens once more can't get it past the infield. It's not easy for Beth Langston there, because there's a few bare patches from the wicket ends, and if it just catches a little bump at the wrong moment, you might be visiting the dentist early part of next week. The mobile phone has been found and has been left at the gatehouse. Anybody's listening to us in the ground, my announcement, not a patch on the golden voice of Howard Ferguson, though, Shawsey. A mobile phone has been left in the ground somewhere, and it's been left at the gatehouse. Marvellous. As Erin Burns from the Kirkstall Lane end continues, first ball to Gardner. It's dropped into the leg side, no run. Kill for a voice as smooth as that one. Well, I would anyway. You can crack on in your barns, Lillard. Burns is in now. It's been lofted by Gardner, and 1 bounce and 4 wide of long on. There isn't a long on in place. It's, well, more apt description will be over the top of mid on, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah, good shot though by Gardner. She's picked the length really, really quickly. Burns dropped that one, just dragged that one down. And we said earlier they'll look to pounce on length, and certainly Gardner's done that and dispatched that really well.
And then she gets the ball short of length and goes back foot and punches that one out to Abby Glenn, sweeping in the offside. 1 run, so 31 without loss after 9.3. At the 10 over point, the Diamonds were 34 without loss, so they're there or thereabouts at this moment, Sunrisers, without really breaking sweat so far. The Diamonds, just like the Sunrisers, are bowled with discipline so far. Scrivens just starting to feel like she wants to get bat on ball and play a couple of attacking shots. She's gone at that fairly firmly, but it's fielded by Langston. Extra cover, and Burns is quickly in again. That one drifts down the leg side, and Lauren Winfield, who had made a great take at the other end in the last over, has missed that completely. And it will be 4 leg byes. So they're going to be in front of the Diamonds at the 10 over mark after all of this.
You can sometimes do that as an off spinner when you come round the wicket. You've got the angle, and the ball goes on with the angle. It was slightly short and leg side, and just deflected off the pads for 4 runs.
And then
shot.
Lovely shot this time by Scriven. She's got the boundary. She's kind of feels like she's been craving. It's not a great delivery from Burns on leg stump, and she's swept that one away with good timing, and suddenly she's on 20. And having been behind it for a while, that is an expensive over. He's gone for 13. 39 without loss after 10. And they've got themselves ahead of the game, the Sunrisers.
They have, and that's a good shot there, isn't it, again, from Scriven. She's just waited for that delivery. The ball's gone on with the arm and the angle, and Scriven's been able to just dispatch that backward square for 4 runs. But she's just looking again to pick that line, to pick that length, and when it's there, look to pounce on it. And I've got a sense today that Scrivens is just going to look to bat and bat and bat and build the type of innings to try and get the Sunrisers over the line. And then people bat around her as wickets do fall as we get into the latter stages of this game. But we're still early doors yet in the run chase. 39 for none.
Slater continuing at the Howard stand end. Oh, Gardner has got an edge on this one. Took one hand off it as she was playing it. And she's got a single down to Stir Callis, third man, into the 40s. The Stars, meanwhile, 47 for 2, needing a further 174 off 38.1 overs to win that match. Other semi-final down at Beckenham. We're not far away from the start of play either, are we, in the England-Ireland women's match? Here comes Slater. Oh, good delivery. I think that snuck through maybe bat and pad and nearly rolls onto the stumps.
That's an excellent delivery. I'm just going to have a little look at the replay now. That ball's just angled in, pitches, and just offers to go away. It's a great delivery. It's an outstanding delivery.
Is it a good delivery?
It's a great delivery.
Slater in again. She's gone leg stump this time. She's going to be found out as well. Grace Scrivens quickly onto that. Probably would have been a leg side wide if she'd left it, but she's just helped it on its way with a well-timed flick off the legs for 4.
Just wondering if Slater's just got a little bit greedy there, seeing the ball previous, whether she's just looked to swing that from a little bit too straight, just miss lines. And that's a quality of Scrivens. Grace Scrivens play the game for a little while now, and often pounces when the bowlers miss their area, so really good execution.
Slater in. Scrivens is going to get another 4 here. That's been missed. Backward point by Catherine Fraser.
What's good about that, though, is Scrivens let that ball come on under her eyes, and then the contact on top of the ball. It's great timing on that contact point. Lovely shot and guided away behind square for 4.
Slater in again. The runs are coming, and Scrivens has just nudged one down to Levick at 3rd man.
Yeah, the Sunrisers are just raising the tempo at this stage. Scrivens moved on to 29 of 43, Garner 11 off 22, which brings the score to 49 for none as Slater turns and approaches.
And Gardner gets one down the leg side. They're just losing a bit of shape and kind of a bit of discipline here with the ball. 50 without loss all of a sudden, and that is quite a long way on from where the Diamonds were. They took till the 15th over to get to 50, so the Sunrisers now starting to get ahead on the scoreboard, and that pressure will then therefore be turned back on the Diamonds. 50 up after 10.5. As that is defended into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, the Diamonds took 14.1 overs to get to that mark, so they started really well. It's just the last 3 overs that have gone awry, Shawsey, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you can see when they've just missed their lines and lengths, both Gardner and in particular Scrivens has looked to pounce on that, whether that be on the front foot or the back foot. So both batters are certainly looking for runs now, and that positive intent is creeping into their games. And it's all as to now whether Diamonds can hold their lines and lengths and ball their variations, but ball their variations hard into the pitch. We've got a change here at the pavilion end where former England international Beth Langston, who made England debut actually in 2013, I think from memory, in the West Indies, perhaps Barbados. I think I was coach at the time, Doji. And Beth made her debut for England. Obviously, as we know, has had some quite serious injury concerns over the last couple of years, but it's really good to see her back playing again. And she made a return, incidentally, at York early this year against the Sunrisers, when she took 6 for not many. So I'm sure she'll be wanting to repeat her performance at York today.
First ball, then right arm seam, of course, and with a bit of pace about it as well. To Scrivens is dropped into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, 6 for.
We were on that game as well, weren't we, Dodger? 6 for. I can't remember how many she got, but well, I can't remember the runs she went for, but she certainly got 6 for.
Yeah, 6 for not many. I'll tell you in a moment. And she's in again. Ooh, nearly a little tickle on that by Grace Scrivens, through to the gloves of Lauren Winfield Hill.
Most unlike Scrivens, that she just had a little nibble at that. It was like she's in no man's land really, and just had a little nibble rather than looking to strike that ball or let that ball go. 2 minds, I'd suggest.
6 for 24 off 10.
It's an excellent return, isn't it?
Yeah. She's wide of off stump. She's going to go for 4 here.
It's better, isn't it, from Scrivens?
Yeah, just too much width really from Langston, and punched away off the back foot through the covers. So Diamonds need to get into this. A wicket would certainly be very handy, and if that wicket was Grace Scrivens, from the Diamonds' point of view, better still, because she looks to have got herself in. 46 balls she's faced for her 33. Jo Gardner's only faced half as many as her. It's a bit like Marlowe and Lauren Winfield Hill in the Diamonds innings. Langston with a little jiggle at the front of her run-up, and she comes in. And that is full and punched to mid-off, where Phoebe Turner does the fielding.
It's a better delivery from Langston, isn't it? I mean, the ball before was just slightly short, and it was the width that enabled Scrivens to pounce on that. But what was really nice to watch, she looked really well balanced, did Scrivens. She just rocked back, weight onto her back foot, and played with full back face past extra cover. Beautiful execution. And again,
yep, they've sent Marlowe out to sweep now, and she's going to come into play there with that Scrivens punch.
It's a good sign of, you know, the top batters, Doige, as you well know, how quickly Scrivens spots length. She picks length incredibly well, and is quick to rock back and just hit the ball under her eyes with a full back face. And it's really good to watch, actually.
Stars 55 for 2 after 15 against the Vipers. 166 more needed off 36. So every chance for them if they bat well. And here's Langston bowling to Gardner, who has turned one round the corner. Marlowe will field. Oh, she won't field at first, and she's lucky that that ball wasn't running any more quickly. It would have been 4. I don't quite know what went on there, but she missed the pickup and just managed to haul it back. Anyway, no extra run, 2 for it, 57 without loss after 12.
But going back to your point in the diamonds innings about running hard, the run that first one had, they're expecting to, which put that little bit of pressure on Marlowe and the slight misfield, which enabled them to make that a comfortable 2. So the importance of that intent when running between the wickets, I think, is crucial, as you've mentioned before in that first innings, to build that pressure for sure on the fielders. Partnership now worth 57, with Scrivens 34 off 48 balls and Gardner 13 off 24. And we've seen a change at the Howard stand end with Katie Levick, the leg spinner.
And the Stars have lost the 3rd wicket, 55 for 3 as Levick's first delivery to Scrivens is run down to short 3rd man, where Rachael Slater is fielding.
I think Scrivens will look for the ball back of a length to be extra cover here.
Yeah, Levick in. She's tried to punch it in that position Shawsey was describing. Beth Langston, though, around to field. They've got ahead of the rate, haven't they? They're scoring. It's just gone behind the rate again, so it's touch and go. But basically, you can say they're up with the rate. 4.62 they've got, and they need 4.67. Levick in again. Scrivens goes back foot, opens up the offside, and finds a sweeper for a single. And really, they could get these in ones just by running it around for the rest of this innings, and they'll do the job.
That's battership, isn't it? Identifying what you need to do, being positive in your mind and your intentions, knocking the ball around, and then putting the bad one away when it comes. If you can do that for long periods of time, you generally win most games of cricket.
Levick to Gardner, wide of off stump, and that's 4. That is hammered away through extra cover. Emma Marlowe giving chase, but she's not going to get there. It's too short from Katie Levick. Got the treatment it deserved, really. 62 without loss. Really good opening partnership here. The Diamonds, well, they didn't manage to make one partnership over 50. So Sunrisers ticking a few boxes here. And the Diamonds need to get in and among the wickets and break this partnership up. Gardner just punching one out into the offside, and Marlowe feels they get 1.
There's more players now, more batters playing Katie Levick that way, with the length, they're picking quite quick and just rocking back onto the back foot, and the right-handers are just opening up that offside play for sure. You saw Gardner do that then.
Here's Levick again. There's a tickle of an outside edge on that by Scrivens, but there's no slip fielder. Slater fields, no run. End of the over. And they managed to take 6 from that, so 13 gone. 63 without loss. And it took the Diamonds until the end of the 17th over to be 63. So they're 4 overs in front of the Sunrise. That's quite an appreciable amount of time to have in hand to knock off these runs.
It certainly is at this stage of the game, and I've been quite impressed with how they managed that first 5 or 6 overs, which were a challenge. The Diamonds bowlers bowled very accurately with a little bit of swing from Slater and off spin from Burns, but since then they've gradually built and built and built and up the tempo. Playing well now.
Langston down the leg side of Gardner. That's going to be a wide.
Yeah, Langston will be disappointed with that. It's another run to the total, and she's just missed her line. She's normally quite accurate, but as I say, has had a long spell out of the game, just getting back into things. She normally bowls a really hard length and gets a little bit of movement off the pitch as she approaches now.
Turn into the leg side by Jo Gardner, and there is no run. Getting all sorts of kit out ready for my update I've got to do in about 45 minutes time, and then just realised I don't need to bother doing that really. I can just do it on my mobile phone. Between you and me.
Well, it sticks between you and I, that no one else does.
Keep it to yourself. Langston in from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Gardner flicking off her legs nicely. One run.
Do you know, Dodge, I'm really enjoying the way these two are playing. You know, the last 4 or 5 overs, they've still not took any undue risks, have they? Put the bad ball away, rotated strike with a full back face. You know, got forward, got back, struck the ball nicely. They just need to keep doing this for a longer period of time, probably take it in 5 over, 10 over spells, and just keep extending this partnership.
Langston in. Oh, she's got underneath this one, Scrivens, but she's going to pick up 4. Just the pace of the ball that Langston bowls it at. It's not a good delivery round about leg stump, and has been pulled away 1 bounce into the advertising boards.
Yeah, again, Langston's just a little bit short there, and Scrivens has pounced on that, picked the length really, really quickly, and pulled that ball to the boundary. And it went at a good pace as well, as you say, with the pace of Langston. That ball's travelled to the boundary.
She's gone full this time, and Scrivens drags it into the leg side. No run, so there's 4 down now, the Stars in the other semi-final all of a sudden. Alice Davidson-Richards, perhaps still ominously for the Vipers, is batting. But Hill 9, Stonehouse 10, Franklin 7, and Chatley, without scoring, are the dismissed batters. Nicely played cut shot this time to a short of length delivery from Langston. Single to Scrivens.
Score now on 70 for none.
Freya Davies and Georgia Elvis, the 2 wicket takers, 2 apiece in that match for the Vipers, who may still defend that 220 for 9, and the Diamonds might still defend their 232 for 8 here, but at the moment it's not looking good because they haven't looked like making a breakthrough. Oh, good delivery here. That could be out though. There is the breakthrough. Jo Gardner, full delivery by Beth Langston. Felt like it might have kept a little bit low, and Gardner unable to get her bat down on time. His LBW for 19, 70 for 1 at the end of 14 overs.
Good delivery from Langston. Pretty straight, probably going to run into leg stump that. Hit round about the hit Gardner on round about knee roll area. So there's no question regarding height. It's just whether it's going to be in line with leg stump. I think it was. It's a good delivery. It's wicket to wicket, which we talk about loads actually, don't we, Doidgy, about bringing all dismissals into play. But it's a good knock from Gardner. 19 off, I think it's 26 balls, something like that. My eyes might
29.
be failing. 29 balls, and been involved in a really good partnership of 70 with her skipper Grace Scrivens, and that brings a player I know well to the crease, Cordelia Griffiths. You remember, Doidgy, her dad, Frankie Griffiths, that played with Derbyshire
I do.
for a period of time, good cricketer, and I signed Cordelia Griffiths when I was with the Manchester Originals. I think it was my first year or second year there. So good to see her in the runs recently. and she'll now at the crease with her skipper, Grace Scrivens.
Katie Levick to bowl to Scrivens. That was the last ball of Langston's over. She's now got 1 for 14 off 2, Beth Langston, so she's expensive, but she's picked up a wicket. But they still really prize this wicket of Grace Scrivens here, who is 41 not out with a single she's just played back at a square leg. It's now the right-handed Griffith to face Levick.
And Scrivens is the big wicket, isn't she? Not just the captain, but an excellent player. Currently on 41. Played nicely.
Levick to Griffith. Strides forward and pushes that into the offside. No run. 3 o'clock strikes with lots of football kicking off around the country, as Griffith will get off the mark with a cut shot out into the distance on the offside. Marlowe fielding. 1 run. St Ledger, of course, down the road, down your neck of the woods.
It is. Doncaster,
Donny this afternoon. England women 37 without loss after 4 overs. That's a really blistering start against Ireland, as Scrivens opens the face and runs one out backward of point there for a single. Somerset beat Surrey in the first semi-final of the men's Blast down at Edgbaston, and Sussex Sharks are struggling. 31 for 4 before the end of the power play against Gloucestershire in the second semi. Somerset won easily, really, 6 wickets, and with 8 balls to spare against Surrey. 2 to come in the 15th here. Levick to Griffith, turns one off her legs and will get through for 1. Good batting.
It is, certainly is, and that's what these two just need to do, keep rotating strike, 3 or 4 singles and over, bad ball comes, and play that way. But certainly Levick has bowled a better length and a better line to Griffiths since Griffiths come to the wicket.
Levick to Scriven, works off her legs. Now this could be 2, they could turn it into 2, no, they're not going to try. Marlowe coming quickly enough off the boundary edge to stop any thoughts of that. So 15 overs complete at the same stage. The Diamonds were 54 for 1, 75 for 1 here, the Sunrisers. Well, things may change, 35 overs to go and all that, but all that time we spent banging on about not putting pressure on the field and not picking up those runs, it's feeling ominous, I've got to say, at the moment for the Diamonds. Needs somebody like a Lev or a Beth Langston to pick up 2-3 quick wickets and really put the visitors on the back foot, because at the moment they're very much on the front foot. Langston chooses to go round the wicket to Scrivens, who's flicking into the leg side. Griffith, itchy feet at the non-striking end, fancies a run. Slater was in quickly.
The Diamonds bowlers now are just targeting the pads of Scriven, both Levick and Langston. They're trying to just drive the ball in on the angle in terms of knee roll and do her LBW, because she can sometimes play around that front pad, but she's playing well so far.
Yeah, Langston to Scrivens, and she's cut that one quite firmly, but straight to Erin Burns at point. All those shots that went to field doesn't feel the same in this innings, does it? No.
No, it don't. No. First few overs, you know, you could see that Scriven was just getting a bit frustrated. She kept hitting the infield, but as she started growing in confidence and getting into the ball.
Yep, Langston with a slower ball. Scriven's watched it well. Got a fair amount of passing air traffic today. We'll try and turn the volume of it down as they go past, if I remember.
Not your private jet, that, Dodge, is it?
No, it says Barnsley Air on it. It was a sardine tin with the top rolled back. As in came Langston, and that was pushed back to her by Scrivens.
Sunroof.
Sunroof, yeah.
I have to say it looks fantastic, doesn't it, Headingley? The sun's shining over it. The shadow of the Howard stand is beginning to grow across the outfield. I think if I was fielding out there, I'd be in the sun. I wouldn't be down there.
No.
In that shade, would you?
You certainly wouldn't, no. But if you got them legs out, I'd be sending you off into the shade so that less people had a chance of seeing them. As that's turned into the leg side there by the left-handed Scrivens. 1 run. Maybe we should, Barney Rubble, obviously the nickname.
Yeah.
Maybe we should call you Barnsley Rubble.
Oh, Barnsley Trouble. One of the two.
So 76 for 1 ball remaining in this over. Langston has bowled a tight over so far. Can she get out of it here? Can they try and turn that pressure back in their favour? The Diamonds here. Well, it's a dot to finish with, so 1 off the over is better from Beth Langston, because she's now gone from conceding 7 and over in her first 2 to 5 and over across the 3. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. It's 76 for 1 after 16, at which point the Diamonds were 61 for 1.
Yeah, the last couple of overs, the Diamonds just pulling this game back just a little bit. Another wicket here would get them certainly back in the game as such. But you would have to say at this moment in time, the score is for Sunrisers 76 for 1. They're in the box seat with their skipper Grace Scrivens on 44 and playing nicely at the moment.
And she's on strike. Levitt to continue at the Howard stand end. Scrivens back and across, opens up the offside, pushes it square, just sensible cricket, picks up 1.
It's good percentage cricket, isn't it? Picks that length early, it's not that much spin on it, is able to rock back, work it in nicely just into the gap. Good cricket sense.
44 off 45 now, in fact, off 64 for Grace Scrivens. She's out there for nearly an hour. That's how long the innings has lasted so far, 57 minutes. Griffith playing a nice push along the carpet up to long on for a single.
See, that for me is a little bit too easy for Cordelia Griffiths. You've got long on out. I understand we can have sweepers out at this stage of the game, but you've a new batter there.
Yeah.
I'll be putting a little bit more pressure on, I think, Griffiths there. Oh, it's a nice shot down the ground for 1. It's just, actually, come on, let's make you strike some balls here.
Yeah, hit it over the top if you want a single down there, please.
Yeah.
She's only faced 5 so far. Scrivens is going to get possibly 4 here. Marlowe is giving chase. Will she get there? No. She made it, but then the dive was slightly mistimed. And that's 4 runs that the Diamonds could have done without.
Yeah. Marlowe will be disappointed with that, won't she? She's covered the ground, she's got there, and wasn't able to keep that ball in play. But again, it's the length, isn't it, that Grace Scrivens has picked up. You see Marlowe just getting there, slightly disappointed that she wasn't able to keep that ball in play.
And that's changed Levick's angle to round the wicket now, and Scrivens opens up the offside again, and that single backward of point will take her to a half century. Very good effort from Grace Scrivens. 50 from 66. She's just a little bit quicker than those couple of Diamonds players who scored runs of any major note in terms of her strike rate, and that's definitely one of the reasons why the Sunrisers are ahead of the game here. 7 4s and 1 6 in her 50, and she watches on as Cordelia Griffith punches one to Erin Burns at extra cover.
Yeah, I think she's played really well. It's a real captain's knock so far. It will certainly be a captain's knock if she bats long here.
Griffith pushing back to Levick to complete over number 17 at 83 for 1. So another 7 off that. They're just not being able to stem the flow of runs for any length of time, and they're back to being 20 on from where the Diamonds were at the same stage.
Yeah, that's true, and the Sunrisers have played really well up until this point in the game. I mean, when you look at the way the skipper Grace Scrivens has played. She's been really balanced at the crease. She's got forward, she's got back, she's timed the ball nicely, she's hit the gaps, had a tough start because the ball really tight at her, was patient, and now you can see her strike rate is growing and growing as she bats long into this game.
Yeah, Langston in and bowling to Scrivens, who's pushing one back to him. No run. Pushing back to her, sorry. I've got Matt Livingston from the studio on at me. He's a him. 83 for 1. And Beth Langston in again. She's bowled a good slower ball there, and that is pushed back to her by Scrivens.
Yeah, well ball from Langston. She's coming around the wicket and just angling the ball into the stumps and to Grace Scrivens' pads, but she's picked the length and the line pretty well there, Scrivens, and played that ball nicely.
In comes Langston again, up there to drive, invitation accepted, into the pitch and back to the bowler, but still going to cost the Diamonds runs because she's stepped over. It's a no ball, and it will therefore be a free hit. And they're still not managing to grasp this and really claw their way back in. They've had that one wicket.
See where Grace Scrivens goes here. No ball, so free hit. Langston coming round the wicket.
And she comes, and Scrivens has got it away into the onside, and will pick up just the one, so a bit of damage limitation there from Langston. Rebecca Duckworth doing the fielding. Still 3 to come in the over. 85 for 1. Just after 10 past 3 this Saturday the 14th of September, Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy Semi Final. Langston into Griffiths, played that very nicely off her legs for 1.
Yeah, that's really well played, isn't it? Just leant on top of that ball, managed to get more or less the full bat face on there, and the ball just run off to the square leg, or vacant square leg area for 1 run. And Cordelia Griffiths gets down the other end, and Sunrisers skipper Scrivens is back on strike as Langston comes round the wicket.
Oh, she's gone leg stump, and she's been turned away, backward of square. It's a poor delivery, and it's the right result really. Got what it deserved. 4-2 Scrivens. She's on to 55 now, 90 for 1. The Sunrisers, well, they're making pretty light work of this. Duckworth Lewis has them down at 57 on the board at this moment in time, so they're well in front of the game here, and it's the Sunrisers to lose at the moment, you would have to say.
It's really well played that from Scrivens. Langston's come round the wicket, and with the angle the ball's gone a little bit too straight. Scrivens just worked it away for 4 nicely.
And another ball that's a bit straightish. She's gone across and worked it in that general direction to Abby Glenn. 1 run. Who's going to step up here for the Diamonds and claim some glory, because it needs somebody to do something special. 1-2 individuals who are just are going to grab it on the day, or will it just continue like this, in which case the Sunrisers will be in for a fairly comfortable success, you would imagine.
Well, there's normally a twist in the tail, isn't there? But you know, a couple of wickets here would bring the Diamonds back into the game, but they don't want the game to go too much further, and this partnership grow and grow and grow. So they're going to need a couple of wickets, mate, I think, in the next 3 or 4 overs. And Katie Levick again coming round the wicket to Scrivens,
who's trying to flick one off the legs. There's a big appeal for LBW, and she's got the wicket. Katie Levick, as is has so often been the case in the relatively short history of the Northern Diamonds. How big could that be in the outcome of this match? What a knock from Grace Scrivens, but she's got to that 50 and she has gone, stepping back and across and playing across the line to the leg spinner. Scrivens 56 off 73, 8 fours and a 6. 91 for 2. They've just given themselves a bit of hope, the Diamonds.
Yeah, that's a really big wicket for the Diamonds. They've got the dangerous Grace Scrivens that's played beautifully today. The skipper of the Sunrisers often likes to bat long, and that's a massive, massive wicket for the Diamonds and gets them back into the game. LBW, the only question mark really is whether that ball was doing too much or not and was going to go into leg stump or just miss leg stump. I think height-wise it were probably hitting the top of the stumps. It's just whether or not it was doing too much, but it's a massive, massive wicket for the Diamonds, and the highly sought-after wicket Grace Scrivens has been taken, and the Diamonds are back in the game. 91 for 2 are the Sunrisers, and Griffiths is only 4 actually, so she's only just getting in, and a new partnership is about to form.
So Levick in and among, 1 for 18 off 3.1. It's not been the best of starts from her, and she's got another lefty to have to bowl at here in Jodie Grucock, who's punching one out into the offside first up. But, well, Scrivens, I think fair to say, the best player in this Sunrisers side. So they've given themselves a bit of a chance here, but still behind the game. The Diamonds, ooh, now then Grucock just dragging one off the inside edge, square on the leg side. She didn't know much about that. Here's Levick again, wide of off stump. Grucock has got it away, out through backward point. Abby Glenn had to hurry in the end to get there and makes a good stop, and they pick up 1 run. 92 for 2.
Yeah, the only question mark for me regarding that LBW is whether or not it was doing a little bit too much. Levick was bowling around the wicket, spinning the ball back into the left-handed Scrivens. The only question mark is whether it did too much or not.
Levick in again, and Griffith pushing back down the pitch. No run.
The Diamonds are just getting themselves back into this game.
As that is turned into the leg side by Griffith. It's got to be quick between the wickets. There is an appeal for a run out at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground on Grucock. Catherine Fraser doing the fielding, but couldn't get that ball in quickly enough. End of the over, just the 2 runs from it. 93 for 2 after 19 compares to 73 for 1, the Diamonds at the same stage. But will that wicket of Grace Scrivens just now start to put the squeeze on?
Well, it's certainly a big wicket to take, and when you lose a big player from your batting lineup such as Grace Scrivens, it can send just a shudder through that batting lineup, can't it? So important now that the partnership here is built, and built in reasonable time to settle the nerves and work towards that total of 232.
Langston to Griffiths, full bung up, 4 runs, straight back past the bowler. And that is not an ideal start to the over. You're up against it straight away as the bowler. What can you find now? Still well in front on Duckworth Lewis as well. I know that's not going to come into play today. The forecast is good, but it just gives you that marker. 74, Duckworth Lewis says, and the reality is 97 for 2, the Sunrisers. Can Langston come back with a bowler's riposte? Well, it's a better delivery, which is blocked. No run. The 5th season this of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The Diamonds finalists, beaten finalists and winners, of course, of the competition before now. A Lords back in 22. Langston to Griffith. Was pushing into the offside. And again, no run halfway through the 20th.
Certainly know that Cordelia Griffiths is in good form, and the way she pounced on that low full toss and punched that ball down the ground from Langston shows signs of that. It's important she just keeps rotating the strike here.
Langston in again, it's turned down to fine leg by Griffith. In comes Levick, and they get one run. 98 for 2. To largely clear skies. We have further passing air traffic. Grucock on strike then. First time I think Langston's bowled at her.
Langston's going to target the stumps here. He's going to go really straight in around middle stump, I would think. Use the angle to run the ball into the left-hander.
She's gone full and straight. Not played entirely comfortably by Jodie Grucock, but well enough. And in front of square, leg side for a single.
They're certainly trying to bring LBW into play, aren't they? Now they've got the wicket of Scrivens through LBW and around the wicket from the leg spinner Katie Levick, and they're doing the same thing here to the left-hander, and now obviously Langston's coming over the wicket to the right-hander Griffith.
Turning that one backward of square, and she's going to pick up one. Levick's coming just about quickly enough to prevent the second. So 20 overs complete, bang on 100 on the board, 100 for 2 after 20, so they're going at 5. They needed less than 5 and over to win it, and 7 off that over. That 4 off the first ball hurts, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and we always talk about first ball of the over and last ball of the over, starting well and finishing well. It just hurts that bit more when you've got another 5 balls to bowl. You know, you've gone for a boundary the first ball, and then also often on the last ball as well. Just as a comparison, Doige, so where were Diamonds at
78 for 1.
78 for 1.
That's a fairly big difference to hold back. You need, you know, a good 6, 7, 8 overs, something like that, to start to pull those numbers back in your favour. And a really good way of doing that is by chipping away at the wickets column fairly regularly and having to make players start. But here we go, Levick has bowled one wide of off stump, and that's a 4 off the first ball of this over. Cordelia Griffith, nothing wrong with that shot, just played a lovely late cut. There's no slip in place to take the catch.
What a lovely shot this is, isn't it? Just waits for the ball, plays it under her eyes, just rocks back, and just a nice little deft touch. Uses the wrist to accelerate the ball away. That's a lovely shot, but you have to pick length to be able to play that shot.
Levick has this time dragged it down the leg side. Yep, she's going to be wided. So she got that big wicket of Grace Scrivens, but she's gone for 25 here off. Well, she's going at 1 a ball at the moment, and they've all got to come in under that in this entire innings if they're going to win it, the Diamonds. Given what they posted, 233, 1 a ball is comfortably enough for the Sunrisers. That was a dot, and there's Levick again. That's better. Ran about middle and off, and punched into the offside by Griffith and fielded by Callis. Halfway through the 21st, 105 for 2. Levick in again. Griffith punching into the offside once more. It's missed by Burns. Fielded by Turner. Just the one. But it was one that they could have avoided with a good piece of fielding.
Yeah. Score's moved on to 106.
Levick. That's pushed into the offside again. Langston does the fielding. Katie Levick, well, are we seeing her last appearance for the Diamonds? Or will she get another match next week, as that's pushed into the offside by Grucock, and scrambling piece of fielding at mid-off keeps them to 1. I say keeps them to 1. It was another 7 off the over. That first ball again hurting the Diamonds. 4 off the first ball of the last 2 overs, both of which have gone for 7. And the Sunrisers continue to stay ahead of the game. They're scoring at 5.1. They need from now 4.34 and over to win this. The Diamonds have still got to pick up some wickets here and keep asking questions.
Yeah, and the Sunrisers' game plan from here is just keep knocking the ball around whenever you get a chance to hit a boundary. But other than that, keep the scoreboard ticking over, really.
Change of bowling. Catherine Fraser is coming into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. We're over number 22. She's bowling here at the left-handed Grucock. Catherine off spin, of course. Scotland's squad. That first ball cut to point, and there was no run. Shawsey operating the technicals here. That's magnificent. Fraser is in. That's full and worked away backward of point. Tumbling stop there keeps them to 1.
See what I did there, Dodger?
Yeah, pushing all the right buttons as ever. Must be an education on a night out with you. Duckworth Lewis has a reckoning of 80 at the moment. The Sunrisers 108 for 2. Fraser going over the wicket here to the right-handed Griffith. And lays her bat on that and pushes it back to Catherine.
So I'm thinking here, can Griffiths take a stride down the pitch and hit that ball through mid-on with the spin?
Let's find out. She doesn't need to because it's short of length and pulled.
Oh.
Marlowe nearly didn't account for the spinning ball, but she was good enough to make an adjustment. They get 1. They can afford quite a few overs, really, of just knocking 3s and 4s, and the run rate's not going to go up massively. They've still got wickets in the tent here. Sunrisers 124 more to win, and they are cruising really at this moment in time. Fraser, that ball just pushed back to her by Grucock.
Well, the Grucock can beat extra cover here, that's the thinking. Can beat extra cover.
She's gone back foot this time, and she's punched it out squarer to Emma Marlowe, 1 run. That will complete Catherine Fraser's first over for the concession of 3, and that's a handy start, but they're going to need a lot more of those sort of overs with a few wickets thrown in, really. 110 for 2 Sunrisers, who continue to hold sway.
And the Duckworth Lewis, just as a figure that we like to keep in as mind's eye, so to speak, is on 81. As Doherty says, the score is 110 for 2, and we're just seeing a bowling change at the Howard stand end with Phoebe Turner coming on to bowl, who I think is a really good developing all-rounder. She already had impetus, or added impetus, to the Diamonds innings, scoring 30-odd in no time at all, and now she's developed some pace, so he's going to really attack the crease here and look to put pressure on the 2 Sunrisers batters as she approaches.
First delivery is pushed into the offside by the left-handed Grucock, 1 run.
I mean, we spoke about it last week up in Durham, but certainly Phoebe Turner's a much improved player, and he's, would you agree, developing nicely?
Yeah, very much so. She rode her luck with the bat today, but good luck to her with that, because she came out and, as you were saying, was looking to be positive when the Diamonds needed that. And you know, looking at the scores now, it's a good job she did get those quick runs towards the end. Those that have been almost dead and buried. And she's in, and that's full, and Griffith playing it to mid-on. No run so far in the competition. Phoebe has taken 23 wickets for 513, the best of 6 for 20 just a couple of weeks ago. 22.3 she's averaging with the ball. And that latest delivery is punched back to her.
Good delivery though, that, isn't it? Good line, good length, running into the top and middle and off, which is often the area we talk about from a coaching perspective. As often as you possibly can, run into that area, hit the pitch hard, and up to it top and middle and off.
She's certainly got a pretty good strike rate, to say she's bowled quite a lot. 27.39 deliveries for every wicket, and she comes in on a reasonably healthy economy rate as well, 4.88. But today she's going to just to be lead to be a little tighter than the usual rate. That's another dot. Everybody's got to really work hard on being tighter than normal today, as she's in again, and Griffith tries to get it just past Catherine Fraser at mid-wicket, but hits it straight to her.
The partnership between Griffith and Grucock now is 20, and he's growing. But the first 3 balls of this Phoebe Turner over have been really tight, so let's see what happens here.
Yeah, Griffith just taking on the field this time, and Fraser unable to get in quickly enough to prevent the run there off the final ball. So Phoebe Turner, well, a tidy first over, 1 over for 2, 112 for 2, but they keep saying it, and at risk of repetition, they need to string a load of these together to put some pressure on. That will, you know, ramp up the pressure on the batters, who might then get frustrated, might give their wickets away. But even the good overs are not being followed by another good one, are they? There's too many runs being leaked.
But when you look at that over there from the young player Phoebe Turner, she's running, she's bowled wicket to wicket, top and middle and off every ball, and made it difficult for Griffith, hasn't she? I just think as a young player coming into the game at this level, that's excellent. It needs to be backed up, doesn't it?
Yeah, Fraser, can she back up here? First ball is attempted pull shot by Griffith. Did she get bat on it? Yep, she did. 1 run. The Stars, by the way, are in a bit of trouble against the Vipers. 95 for 5. They do 126 off just over half the overs. 25.4, but they've only got those 5 wickets remaining. Catherine Fraser round the wicket to the left-handed Grucock, who cuts. Callis fields at point. No run. They'll be looking at this score thinking, well, 4th place Sunrisers or 1st place Diamonds, who would you fancy in the final? Well, the Vipers, because they'll be favourites to win that one. And as that is cut away out into the deep on the offside by Grucock, they pick up 1.
That's certainly the challenge for Fraser coming round the wicket to the left-hander, is the length that she bowls. With the ball spinning away, if the length short, it enables the batter to rock back and just punch through the offside.
Fraser to Griffith, played back to the bowler. So she's 4 balls into this over, and they've only got 2 so far. Can she finish it off, Catherine Fraser? Just to back up 2 previously half-decent overs. Yeah, there's a nudge round the corner, but Lightning Levick at short fine leg does the fielding, and there is no run. 1 to come in the 24th. Fraser to Griffith. Floats it up, drilled back over her head. That's the 4 ball. Oh, there we go again. Just can't contain this enough. And it looked like we might have 3 overs in a row. But we don't. We got 2 without a boundary, and then there's another one in the 3rd. So 1-1-8 for 2. That goes at 1 a ball in the end, which again is too much. And so 118 for 2 compares to 93 for 2 at the same stage. That's a lot of difference, 25 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And that ball then from Fraser is the last ball of the over. We talked only last over about first ball and last ball of the over, getting in and out of your over really well. And Fraser there just over-pitched that ball slightly, and because Griffiths is now an experienced player, she's looking for the full ball that she can then get into and strike down the ground, which she did then for a well-struck 4 runs.
Grewcock on strike, and it's going to be Phoebe Turner to bowl her second over. It's wide of off stump first up, but 2 wide. Chris Watts signals it is a wide. Can't afford them. Just don't have the runs to play with here. 14 extras now in this Sunrisers innings. .114 needed at 4.38. Comfortably gettable the way this game has gone. Turner in, that's a better delivery, which is tighter of line. Grewcock playing and missing at it. Somebody's got to step up here with the ball. Thought that might have been the start of it with the Katie Levick wicket, but they've not been able to back it up. That was when the score was on 91. Moved on by a further 28 since then. As Callis comes into field, this Grewcock drop into the leg side, no run.
Grewcock seems to be struggling to just rotate the strike. She's got 7 off 15, so maybe that's the Diamonds' way in. And also, will pressure gradually grow on Griffith to score runs if Grewcock continues to struggle to rotate? I'm grasping at straws here, Doidge, but that's what I'm thinking.
Turner in again. Grewcock punches this one quite firmly, but straight to Erin Burns. So she's found the field again. Talked about 1 or 2 of the Diamonds players using up a lot of balls to get the runs. 7 off 16 now, as you say, Shawsey. Not desperate by any stretch because the Sunrisers are in front, but yeah, it could be a way in for the Diamonds. Keep her on strike as much as you can, and there she goes again, defending one into the offside. Just got to cling on to anything you can at this stage and hope the tide turns for the Diamonds. But the Sunrisers are bossing it at the moment. They're past the halfway point of the runs required, before the halfway point of the innings. And Grewcock has turned one into the leg side. It's a good piece of fielding actually by Stair Callis at that point to make sure she took it cleanly. There was nobody backing up if it had gone through her legs. So just about at the halfway stage. Drinks in a moment. Thought he might have gone to bar before now. Turner in, wide of off stump, but it's going to be a wide signalled, just a giveaway again. And so they've got 2 freebies in this over. She's bowled 5 deliveries that Grewcock's not been able to score off, and the only 2 she has been able to score off are the ones she's not been able to hit. 2 wides. 120 for 2. Final ball of the over. Punched again into the offside. So 2, if you like, gifted to the opposition, but they are 120 for 2 at the halfway stage, comparing to 96 for 2 the Diamonds. We're going to take a breather while the players do, with the Sunrisers needing a further 113 to win in the second half of their innings.
Welcome back, everyone, as we start the last quarter of this game. Have the Diamonds got what it takes to get back into this game?
Dot ball from Catherine Fraser to start the final quarter, and then a single to Cordelia Griffith, backward of square leg, to get the Sunrisers ticking again. But something's got to change here for the Diamonds if they're going to get through to the final. At the moment, as has been the case almost from the off of this Sunrisers innings, the visitors have been in control. Grace Scriven setting a fantastic foundation for them with a lovely 56 along with Joe Gardner in that first wicket partnership of 70. Fraser now to the left-handed Grucock, and we just talked about before the halfway stage that she's a player that they can somehow target, if that's the right expression, because she's now 7 off 20 deliveries, and she's not found it easy to get the ball off the square. She can't get off the square there because it's such a massive square, but you know what I'm saying. She's got it out into the deep on the offside and picked up a single. But if they can just keep her on strike that little bit more, keep her becalmed when she is on strike, you know, I'm not suggesting that you'd start to give somebody one off the last ball this far out in a match, but it might just slow things down a bit and then ramp up some pressure on Cordelia Griffith, who's just been the subject of an appeal to a ball that was full by Catherine Fraser.
Good delivery, that, wasn't it? A lot of flight, just and a bit of dip. It just then spun and bounced a little bit. So that's good signs from a Diamond's perspective.
And this one run down to third man. There's a chase on for Beth Langston, and she's going to get there, and it's a good chase as well because she's managed to keep them to 1. So first over back complete, and they managed to get 3 from it. 123 for 2, and a few of those again would just start to swing that run rate back round. A wicket would certainly help here with a partnership of 32 on the board, just to check the sunrises, and if it happened to be Cordelia Griffith, then they'd be all the more satisfied with that, the Diamonds.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I was the captain of the Diamonds team here, what I would be thinking. They need to have a breakthrough, so they need the bowlers to bowl as accurately as possibly can and bring all dismissals into play. We know that width of the stumps job, and then vary the pace in line with that. But I think I might go for a reel in outfield, so extra cover and short mid wicket I'd want close. I might even put a slip in, because it's a case of trying to get a wicket at this stage of the game to influence the game.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner continuing at the Howard stand end. Cordelia Griffith into the onside, no run. Yeah.
You know, because if you've got 2 people out there, one on the offside, one on the leg side sweeping, you can afford to have an in outfield. So make sure that your short X and short mid wicket, you know, come that so tight. Maybe a gully, maybe a slip, whatever. Think about those options.
Yeah, oh, good delivery here. Playing across it, Cordelia Griffith. There is an appeal. Didn't feel quite right, and it's not given either by Chris Watts, but she was starting to play across that. Very sunny here in the combox, so not easy to see the big screen.
Certainly was a good delivery, wasn't it? It's a good lines.
It's not a bad shout, but yeah, there's just enough sort of doubt. It's feeling like going down, and maybe on that trajectory, you're not sure a little bit either height-wise. But it's a good delivery by Turner, who's in again, and Cordelia blocking that into the offside. And there is no run.
What the Diamonds bowlers are doing now, though, they are bowling very accurately. So it's both the Sunrisers batters are having to work quite hard here. So the levels of concentration and perseverance and determination is really important here from a Sunrisers perspective, and pouncing on that full ball or that short ball for the boundary ball as such.
Turner in. Griffith playing across the line to a leg side delivery, but that's another bit of bowling indiscipline, unfortunately, from Phoebe Turner, because she's dragged it down the leg side. And when margins are so tight, every single run got to hurt you.
Great take, though, by Winfield Hill again, low leg side take.
It was. That's better. She's straightened things up this time, off stump, and pushed back to her.
I've got a strong gut feeling that Cordelia Griffiths is waiting for that fullish ball, because mid-off and mid-on are getting relatively close. I think she's thinking, anything full, I'm going down the ground here.
If it's in my half, it's going,
yeah,
as they say in Barnsley, I think. Than us, as
much?
Crunched into the offside. Doreen Burns at extra cover, no run.
See, sometimes when the batters are playing well, you can keep ball in line and length and doing a good job there and building pressure, but you're not getting through. But you can create doubt, can't you, by moving the fielders, putting a couple of catches in, doing something different that can put doubt into the batters' minds.
Final ball of the over, flicked off the legs by Cordelia Griffith, and there you go, another 4-ball. First or last ball of the over this time. I sigh, but that's just the way it's going. They had, I was just about to say before that delivery, the required rate was more than the rate that they were scoring at, but it's back the other way around again. And at no point, not a single point of this entire innings so far, have the Diamonds been able to really, you know, grab this by the scruff of the neck and have some real pressure on the opposition. They were steady at the start, just like the Diamonds had been, but once they got ahead towards the back end of that first power play, they've just been in front of the game ever since of the visiting side.
They have, and so far they've played very well, haven't they? But we're getting towards the business end of the game, and that's when the heart starts beating, the mind can start playing tricks on you as such. So let's see.
Yeah, Catherine Fraser, I should say, bowling here to Jodie Grucock, and that's pushed out into the offside, no run.
See the two fielders here on the offside, they're just sneaking in closer. I'd go even closer, mate. Put one closer, one staggered, be in the eye line of the batter.
Yep. But then she's bowled it too wide of off stump, and so an easy one out there to the sweeper.
So if you're a left-hander, what ball are you wanting? Around the wicket, what are you wanting? You're wanting back of the length, pitching outside, off stump, spinning away so you can rock back and hit that sweep, right? Every single time.
Yeah, it's an easy outshot, isn't it? And it just eases the pressure on you. You're not having to start thinking about where am I going to score here. I can't seem to get it away. You've just got that easy single. And so here we go. Lauren Winfield-Hill has sprinted down to speak to Catherine Fraser, and she's brought up Emma Marlowe to deep backward square. We now have a right-hander on strike, by the way, and long off has been sent all the way, as has long on. And Cordelia Griffith opens the face and then pings it to point. So if the plan there was bowl it straight and full, then it wasn't executed, was it? Because it was hit square on the offside.
Yeah, and I think all of us that's been involved in the women's game for a long time knows that Cordelia Griffith likes to sweep. So you'd think arm ball, fast and straight, she might go across one.
Here instead we have a wide down the leg side from Catherine Fraser to the left-handed Grucock.
You know, so and like we said before, as you pointed out, it was wide of the off stump, wasn't it? Freed Cordelia's arms, so could be just execution.
Yeah, wide mounting up now, 9 of them so far, plus a no ball. And there we go again, Fraser to Grucock. They sent Emma Marlowe back, and she's got another easy outshot into the offside. It's not the ones that they need to be allowing now. The easy singles. She's got underneath one. It's Cordelia Griffith out into the offside. It was in the middle of nowhere when it landed.
She didn't quite catch that on properly, did she? But certainly she's looking for that ball to go over extra cover, either over mid-off or over extra cover.
133 for 2. Final ball of the over. Swept. She's not going to concede a boundary this time, but there's still a single there. And it still costs 6 runs as that over with the extras. So 134 for 2 and 6 and over. Well, you just can't defend this total when you're conceding 6 and over.
No, you can't, especially when it's low risk. You know, if someone's having to score a boundary and over and it's high risk, you think something's going to come your way. But when they're able just to knock it around as they are doing at the moment, then that proves challenging for the Diamonds team. And also the partnership now has moved on to 43. So you've got Cordelia Griffith on 31 of 42 and Grucock 11 of 25.
Lauren Winfield-Hill discards the helmet. And it's going to be Phoebe Turner to continue. 134 for 2 plays, 119 for 2 at the same stage. Turner into Grucock, punches it to Erin Burns at short extra cover, no run.
So you're looking at Grucock, if that ball's slightly wider, she's in a great position to beat extra cover. If she beats extra cover, it's 204.
99 to win for the Sunrisers, and either 8 wickets or some very tight bowling for the Diamonds if they're going to get to next week's final at the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road, Leicester. Phoebe Turner's latest delivery was just pushed up to Beth Langston at mid-off, and there was no run. Here comes Turner again, round the wicket to the left-handed Grucock, who's able to drive one out to Abby Glenn, sweeping still on the offside. Another single. 35 for 2. Duckworth Lewis suggesting 102 at this moment in time. Sunrisers well ahead of that as Erin Burns just moved into extra cover. Phoebe Turner sets off in again past umpire Chris Watts. Just back of length and pulled into the leg side. Catherine Fraser with a parry and then cleans up, and they get through for 1.
Yeah, good diving half stop there from Fraser. That ball may well have been moving towards the boundary for 4 runs. So did well to stop that delivery. And now Phoebe gets the opportunity. Phoebe Turner gets the opportunity to bowl at the left-hander again. Grucock, who's on 12 from 28.
Just waiting for Grucock to get set. Turn around the wicket to her. And that is pulled through mid-wicket for 4. There's going to be the 4 ball of this over. Short ball, massive gap through that side with Emma Marlowe set back square on the leg side. And if you can get it past that infield, then it's going to be 4. It's just not a good delivery, is it really, from Phoebe Turner, angling the ball in towards the lefty.
Now just angling the ball in, and then also missing her length means that she can just go with that ball and strike it beautifully for 4.
And she's got a square drive away, bringing Abby Glenn into play. So a productive over for Sunrisers, who at the end of it are 141 for 2, so 7 runs coming from it. And the number of overs, we could say, they would have been pretty tidy apart from that 1 ball by the Diamonds. 7 off it, 4 off the penultimate delivery. Katie Levick, by the looks of things, coming back into the attack, and if not a miracle, trying to perform something pretty special, at least for the Diamonds here, because the Sunrisers, well, they need 92 to win with 8 wickets in hand off 21 overs, and that should really be a bit of a procession unless they can get in and among the wickets here, the Diamonds.
And a partnership with Grucock and Griffiths of 50 has just arrived in reasonable time. They've played really well. They played the situation well. Griffith on 32 of 43. Grucock 17 of 30. So yeah, we're going to have to work hard, the Diamonds.
Levick, leg spin to the left-handed Grucock. Catherine Fraser runs over the top of one at mid-wicket, and they get a single.
And to try and make something happen here, haven't they, the Diamonds?
A few changes in the field for the right-handed Cordelia Griffith, who played really well for 32 off 43 so far. Levick bowling to her, it's too wide of off stump really, and again it's an easy push for 1, so just keep ticking away when you only need 4.35 and over. And they've already got 2 of those in this over. Levick in again, wide of off stump, shaping in towards the left-handed Grucock. Punch out into the offside, no run. She's 18 off 32. So we've said that she's found it difficult to get it off the square at times, but she's still there. Oh dear me, there's a missed opportunity there, which is going to go for another 4. An inside edge this time from Grucock. Little moral victory for Katie Levick, but there's no victory out there on the pitch, is there, with 4 more on the board?
No, there's not. Thick inside edge, playing against the spin there for Grucock, but it's a thick inside edge that's been profitable for her on that shot. And you know, with Levick coming around the wicket with the angle, she's just beginning to get some spin as well now.
Just her second boundary. She might have a third here. No, she's not quite going to do so, but she's got a bit of a top edge on that. Oh, wide. In fact, she hasn't got a top edge on it. She's missed it. Looked like she's got something on it. So another wide, 10 of them now. Knocked 10 off the score. Doesn't look quite as good as Levick's gone short. Back foot for Griffith, and this is just too easy. It's just far too easy for the Sunrisers. There's no pressure being put on. Nobody seems to be able to bowl consistently at the left hand and then right hand, and they're allowing those easy ones, and therefore they're having to bowl at two different players. Very difficult at the minute to see the Diamonds getting home in front. They need something here. Not happening for them at the moment. 150 up for 2 after 30 overs. 9 off that one.
Yeah, playing well, these two. Partnership now moves on, I think, at 59. And the required run rate has come down to 4.15. So they're progressing nicely. The Sunrisers, and Griffith is on 34. And Grewcock 22.
Bearing in mind there was the late rattle from the Phoebe Turners of this world. She's got the ball in her hand here. But just to put things into perspective here, how far in front of the Sunrisers are or behind the Diamonds are in the match. To get to 150, it took Sunrisers 29.5 overs. To get to 150, it took the Diamonds 39.4. Almost 10 overs difference. Phoebe Turner in, and Griffith just punching that one back up the pitch. 65 balls for the first 50 for the Sunrisers, then 56 for the second 50 and 59 for the third 50. So relatively even time they've scored theirs in. Turner in, pulled by Griffith. Abby Glenn does the fielding on the boundary edge, and they get 1. But all those, we're going back again to those runs that we felt the Diamonds were missing out on with the bat at this moment in time. You get the impression that that could be costly. Can they change it? Can they swing it back in their favour? Sunrisers playing really well here. They need 82 more to win this. That's a lovely cut shot and a good piece of fielding by Catherine Fraser at point. Jodie Grewcock must have fancied herself for a boundary the way she struck it.
Absolutely, it was a great strike, wasn't it? She got on top of that ball, picked the length, got on top of that ball, got her back face through the ball. A really good diving stop, which saved 4 runs from Fraser for the Diamonds.
Turner in wide on the crease, and bowled it wide as well. Can Abby Glenn get across there? She can, but she can't stop it. She's got a hand on it, but just struck it too well, and the runs are flowing continuously here for Sunrisers. 155 for 2 now, 5 off the first 4 of this over. Again ahead of the game. They only need now just over 4 and over to win this. Turner round the wicket. Grewcock pushes into the offside and Burns fields.
Grewcock is just growing in confidence, isn't she, as well? You can see with the shots now off the front foot and back foot. The last one she played just behind square for 4 runs, just got everything into that ball, just released her hands, and the back face played is beginning to play nicely.
Turner in again, Grewcock into the offside. This could be another 4. Erin Burns couldn't reel it in, an extra cover. Yep.
That's a lovely
4
shot.
more.
Lovely shot, Doige. You see this on the replay here. On top of the bounce, just gets inside the line, hits the ball under her eyes. Beautiful timing. Really good timing from Grewcock.
So Phoebe Turner, 5 overs for 25. It's not happened for her today. And I dare say, I think we'll probably see a change at the Howard Stand end. 159 for 2 means there were 9 off that Phoebe Turner over. And we're going to see Katie Levick continue for over number 32. But it feels a bit flat out there. And it looks as though the Diamonds' lifespan is going to end with a flat note. Unless something special happens from here, unless there's a twist. First ball of that over from Cordelia Griffith, run down to short. Third man, no run. They Comes Levick again. That one's pulled across the line. Erin Burns is spot on at cow corner, and they pick up 1.
I just wondered whether it's worth bringing Burns onto ball at the left-hander and really targeting the stumps and just trying to spin the ball away. I wonder whether that's worth an option.
Yep, partnership now worth 69, this pair. Levick in, that one turns on Grucock, who was cramped for room as a result, and dropped it just down by the side of the stumps. 73, the requirement now for Sunrisers. Levick into Grucock again, more turn because she plays that with the inside of the bat. Can Lev find a breakthrough, pick up 2 or 3 quickies and really turn the game on its head? She's into her 7th over here, so she's running out of time to do so. She has got 1 wicket, and that one wide of off stump is flicked away backward of point. No run.
Levick thinks she can spin it through the gate here and get, because Grucock's playing slightly against the spin and trying to open up the offside. There's a chance of a gap between bat and pad, and Levick's certainly looking for that gap, or potentially being bowled or an LBW.
Here she is again, tosses this one up, full toss, pull square. Can they get across to field it? No. Unfortunately not. And so 4 more. 164 for 2 at the end of another over that was too expensive for the liking of the Diamonds, because it went for 5. And they now need less than 4 and over to win this, the Sunrisers. So 3.83, 69 to win off 18 overs.
And another good over where the batter was struggling a little bit. Grucock was struggling, playing against the spin of Levick, but then the overpitched last delivery ended up being a full toss, and Grucock dispatched that to the square leg boundary with great timing. So again, what would have been a good over became an over that made sure that the Sunrisers scored at the run rate and above the run rate that they require in this game, as they chase down the 232 total that the Diamonds achieved earlier on today.
Well, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, really. At the moment, the Sunrisers are going to win this semi-final and make their way to Grace Road, unless the Diamonds can find something special. Left-arm opening bowler Rachael Slater back on at the Howard stand end, bowling here to Griffith. That's going to be 6 first up. That's not going to get them to a final. Swung away into the east stand, and it's feeling as though, yeah, full toss from Rachael Slater. The Diamonds have saved a couple of their lesser performances for what's turning out to be their last 2 matches in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy history. 63 now needed, 170 for 2. Slater in again. Griffith solidly in behind that. No run. She's batted superbly here. And in terms of how she's played, you could probably start to argue that she might have been the pick of the Sunrisers batters here. She's looked unruffled, got a lovely temperament by the looks of things. Been striking the ball in the main pretty cleanly, and she's again just working an easy single into the leg side. Already 7 off the over. Doesn't matter if Jodie Grucock watches 2 or 3 go by here. They're now down to needing 3.5 and over.
Yeah, certainly Griffith has played well, hasn't she? She's got in, played with a full bat face, front foot, back foot, and has started now to up the tempo and beginning to claw down that total of 232 set by the Diamonds really well. Just looking at Rachael Slater running in her second spell, and I'm just wondering if she's carrying a niggle or an injury of some type. She doesn't look to be running in full pace to me.
There she is again, and oh dear me, what was going on there? just punched by Grucock to Erin Burns, and she tried to throw the stumps down, and she's gifted another single with an overthrow.
Yeah, I think she's just thinking that Griffiths was just slightly out of a crease, and felt that the wicket of Griffiths at this stage of the game could well turn the game. But in actual fact, what it's done, it's cost a run and a strike rotation, and the numbers to keep ticking on the scoreboard.
172 for 2, 61 needed. Griffith back on strike and has clipped one off her legs. Levick will field though. A short fine leg. No run. Yeah, Rachael Slater maybe not moving as easily as she or the Diamonds would like. She's back at her mark and making her way now to bowl to Griffith, and she's stopped just short of the crease. Is that because she's feeling some sort of pain? Maybe.
Either pain or rhythm. Her rhythm's not quite there, but I don't know whether there's an underlying issue there. Watch her running in now.
Here she is again. That felt slower than normal as Griffith turned it into the leg side. And there's no run. 33 overs complete. 172 for 2. 8 off that over. And that compares to 129 for 3 at the same stage. The Diamonds, the Sunrisers, are a country mile in front of this game. And they said a few overs ago it's theirs to lose. Well, they've got both hands on it right now.
It's the way they've played the game as a batting unit, isn't it? You know, they've rotated the strike better. They've put the bad ball away a little bit quick and a little bit more positive. So they've been able to keep up with that run rate and slightly ahead of that run rate most of the time, which puts less pressure on that batting unit later on in the game as such, as Burns comes on from the pavilion end to ball around the wicket to Grucock, and again she'll be looking to use the angle to ball towards middle and off and then spin the ball away.
Erin Burns, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23 so far. Here she is then. Grucock getting a full length delivery first up, working a single deep in front of square on the leg side.
Grucock's catching up now. She's 36 off 44. So it's just beginning to get into some form with a couple of boundaries she's hit, some good strike rotation. Confidence is growing. And as I say, just beginning to catch up where she struggled in the first 20 balls or so, Dorothy, didn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, was struggling to find the gaps. Burns in. That's run down nicely by Griffith towards third man. The lengthy chase on for Beth Langston. The ball's going to win. 4 more.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. She's shown this shot on 2 or 3 occasions this afternoon, Griffiths, but she plays that beautifully. She rocks, she picks the length really quickly, rocks back, and then just plays the ball under her eyes exceptionally well and allows the ball just to run off the bat face and generates the pace down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs.
That's the 20th boundary of this Sunrisers innings. The Diamonds obviously had problems hitting those for long enough. They hit 22 in total, but Sunrisers on the 20 count, and they're only 56 short of the Diamonds. So you would think they're going to come up the winners on that front and overall in this match. The way things are going, another dot ball there, and then a full length delivery from Burns. Punched along the deck to Phoebe Turner at long on. 1 run. God, could do with that blind sorting out, couldn't we, for next season, I reckon. It's very difficult to see what's going on when the sun is blinding you from the over the western terrace side of the ground. Right in the eye line as Burns is in again. Grucock pings this one away through the onside. Abby Glenn has got down to this one. Good piece of fielding, and we'll keep them to 1.
Yeah, a very good piece of fielding there from Abby Glenn down on the boundary. She run round, diving stop, and threw the ball in.
179 for 2. Burns tosses one up. Oh, that was a half chance. Cordelia Griffith getting underneath one, straight back to Burns, and she's got a hand to it, I think. But diverted it up to long on for 1.
Yeah, she wasn't able to get a full hand onto that ball. Griffiths hit that ball down the ground quite firmly, but that would have been a great catch, and could have provided just a little twist in the turn. Griffiths just strikes the ball back down the ground. Yeah. Burns wasn't able just to get the full hand onto that ball, and pretty much saved the umpire with a slight deflection.
Another 8 off that over.
And this partnership now moves on to 89.
Yeah. It's been a killer for the Diamonds, and it's been a brilliant partnership for Sunrisers. And you've got to say, you know, they didn't know whether they were going to qualify last week or not. Of course, it was between them and Blaze, wasn't it, for the 4th spot. They managed to get in with a last day win, and they've more than held that form. And the Diamonds, well, they've just limped through the last couple of matches, really. Not a terrible performance today, 232 for 8, but always felt like they could have had a few more and stick another 40 on this, as we were thinking. 93 off 95. There's still some pressure on, even if you've got 8 wickets in the 10. Slater in. Griffith punches into the offside. Langston fields no run. .24 the scoring rate, and they only need 3.38 from here on in to win this. Here's Slater again. Griffith defends.
It's well played by Griffith, isn't it? Defender back down the pitch in a really good position. No way through for that delivery. And Griffith, incidentally, is on 49 as she approaches another 50. And has played well today so far.
Here's Slater. Past umpire Watts, it's full. Griffith right in behind it. No run. Let's just check back on that Stars and Vipers match. Stars 145 for 7. Looks like it's going to go the way of the Vipers, doesn't it? 76 needed off 13, but with just 3 wickets remaining there. Slater is in, and Griffith turning that into the leg side for Phoebe Turner to field. It's looking very much like the last match that quite a few of these Diamonds women will play together. Changing of the guard in women's cricket, of course, for next year. Back to counties. Diamonds will split up as Durham and Yorkshire. Durham will get Tier 1 status, Diamonds Tier 2. And that is Cordelia Griffith's 50. Stroking one out to Emma Marlowe in the offside. 50 from 64 balls, 79 minutes, 5 fours and a 6. And a super effort from her to almost lift her side to the victory. Still 52 more to win.
I think an excellent knot in the context of the game. I thought she's played beautifully today. She's got herself in, rotated strike, put the bad ball away, been the senior partner in this partnership, and supported Grucock through, getting in and getting confidence and playing nicely. And I think Griffith has played absolutely beautifully. It's a really good knock, and one that's showing a growing maturity in her as a batter. So I'm sure she'll be pleased. Andy Tennant, the head coach, will be pleased. Her job now is to finish the game.
Erin Burns bowling to her, and she's cut that first ball of the over for 1. That Rachael Slater over, by the way, went for just the 1, but it's already feeling like too little too late. And at the moment, well, the Sunrisers pair looking more or less totally untroubled. Burns round the wicket to Grucock, who sweeps. There's a fielder out there in the deep to return that. Picking up 1. Just knock it around as far as they're concerned. Burns in again. That's dragged down and pulled. And Rachael Slater out there. A deep backward square. 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good 50 from Cordelia Griffith, but her job now is to finish this game, isn't it? From a Sunrisers perspective, is to take them home.
Burns is in. A cut shot played by Grucock out into the covers. Fielded there by Callis, I think it is. Yep. Here's Burns again. She's dropped this one down the leg side. She's going to go for 4. Swept beautifully by Grucock, who moves on to 42 as a result now. And she, as Shawsey said a few overs ago, has really picked things up, having struggled a little bit at the start of her innings to find the gaps. That was, it has to be said, a poor Erin Burns delivery.
The challenge that the Diamonds bowlers haven't been able to overcome yet, picking up after this ball.
We've got cutting this time, picking up 1 out into the distance.
Yeah, the challenge is they've not, you mentioned it earlier, Dodger, they've not been able to work through the challenge of the right and left-handed batters. It's really messed with length to a slight degree, but certainly line. And that's meant that when the left-handers face, they've had enough wide balls to put away, and also the right-hander enough wide balls to put away. So it's been difficult for them. They've not been able to manage well that challenge and overcome that challenge, which has enabled both this Sunrisers pair just to rotate, strike, and keep putting a bad ball away and over. And that's all they've needed to do.
Yeah, so Rachael Slater is going to continue for over number 37. Phoebe Turner just been brought up inside the circle at short third. Man and Katie Levick moved from short fine leg. In fact, I should say Turner to short fine leg, because it's left-handed Grucock on strike. And Lev being moved to backward point. Slater cut by Grucock first up. Abby Glenn does the fielding out in the deep. 1 run. And yeah, nobody from this Diamonds side with the ball has really been able to impose themselves on the opposition. Rachael Slater coming in at the cheapest on the economy rate front so far. And she's also going to go for 4 here with a little push through third man. Callis nowhere near being able to reel that one in. That was Cordelia Griffith opening the face. And I'll take her total to 60.
Yeah, that's really nicely played. I mean, she's being given the width by Slater. Ball's been pushed across, but she's also really aware of the position that the offside fielders are in, so has been able just to deflect that again behind square for 4 runs.
Slater in again. Griffith this time punching into the offside. No run, but Rachael Slater in her 9th over. She's conceded 34. She's just, with that boundary, gone above 4 and over. As the 100 partnership as well came up with that boundary. Well played to this pair. They've done a brilliant job for Sunrisers. 39 needed off 81 as Griffith flicks one down to Levick at short fine leg. No run. Yeah, tremendous effort from the pair of them. But I was talking economy rates. Catherine Fraser at 4.5 and over is the only other bowler who's come in at under 5 for the Diamonds. And while nobody's gone for big runs, Beth Langston at 6 and over is the most expensive when you're only trying to defend 233. Clearly, anybody who's over whatever, 4.5, something like that, is giving the opposition a chance. And so that's 4 of the Diamonds bowlers who've just been that bit more expensive. Margins are tight. 39 off 79. Back to that extra 40 that we thought. It was still being won a ball at this stage. Slater in. That's pushed into the offside by Cordelia Griffith, the final ball of the over. Sensible play from her. I said she'd gone on to 60 because I thought she would have done when she was on 56 and she hit 4. But she's still on 56. So there you go. She's joint top scorer. For Sunrisers, who finished the over at 194 for 2. Same stage. The Diamonds were 52 runs behind and had lost 2 more wickets.
52 runs difference. I think we said before the game, the coaching staff down at Sunrisers has worked really hard over the last 18 months and improved the Sunrisers, that's for sure, both with the bat, with the ball, and additionally to that in the field. So you can see that progression here out in front of us today. I think they played really, really well.
Emma Marlowe coming into the attack for the first time today, and she's been cut through third man for a single first up. Marlowe, well, she's only bowled 4 overs in the tournament so far, took 1 for 22. So this has got the feeling of last throw of the dice, really, hasn't it? Can we just try and break the partnership? Off break bowler. Tosses this one up, full toss, and that's going to be 4. Excellent placement from Cordelia Griffith between extra cover and mid-off, along the carpet all the way. And just backs up what a cracking knock this has been for her. 60 now from 72 deliveries.
Yeah, and this is a lovely shot. Just Cordelia pounces on this full back face into the ball and drives it through the straightish extra cover for 4 runs, and she moves on to 60. A really well made 60 at that too.
Just 34 needed. Marlowe in. Griffith turns this one square on the leg side, and Callis does the fielding. Marlowe, it's dragged down. Griffith though can't get it past the infield. No run. Griffith on 60. Oh, lovely little late cut as Langston is down to field it, and they pick up 1 run. Andy Lockwood says, now then, JD, as an all-born fella, but lived my formative years in West Yorkshire, had to laugh at the peeled back sardine tin Barnsley Airways. Brought to mind the Hale and Pace Yorkshire Airways, Yorkshire Airlines sketch. We fish and chips with mushy peas. It's got to be with mushy peas, hasn't it? Properly green ones, though. As Marlowe is in, and that's cut nicely by Grucock. Fielded by Slater, but they're going to get back for 2 more. And so another relatively expensive over. It was worth a try, but it's gone for 8. 202 for 8. And this is just about done. Do not adjust your sets, obviously, but 31 off 72 with 8 wickets in hand. It takes a bit of losing, does this one from here.
Yeah, and Grucock now moves on to 47 from 52 balls, and she's now playing really nicely and supporting the informed Cordelia Griffith very well. And the partnership now worth 111, and the required run rate around about 2.5 now, so they have really motored, and they've done that by playing really good percentage cricket. They showed a lot of battership, they've rotated strike, they've soaked up any pressure early on in the game, and then they've gradually lifted the tempo by strike rotation and putting the bad ball away. And to be fair, so far it's been a really good example of how to chase down a total in a low risk, high reward way. The diamond skipper Winfield Hill just having a little bit of physio treatment to one of her hands, perhaps one of her fingers have been bruised at some point today, and just meant there's been a slight hold up in the proceedings. Just a reminder of the score. Sunrisers are chasing down 232 and 202 for 2.
Rachael Slater in and driven down the ground. This could be 4. There's a chase on in the distance, and no, they're going to get back for 2. Good piece of fielding in the end. Griffith moves on to 63. That's 200 up, by the way. Came after 37 overs and 6 deliveries, which is again just 4 balls short of 10 overs ahead of the Diamonds. As Griffith turns one into the leg side, and there is a single, I should say. It was 37.5, my apologies, for the 200. If he's still awake, 205 for 4 at the moment, as Grucock plants her foot down and then drags the ball back to Rachael Slater in her follow through. Just 28 needed from 69 deliveries here. And it has all gone very quiet out there for the Diamonds. Plenty of double teapots on in the outfield. Slater bowling, Grucock edging, and the umpire shortly signalling 4 runs through third man. 24 needed. Sunrisers on their way to the RHF Trophy final, and that is 50 to Jodie Grucock. 51 off 54. In 77 minutes out there in the middle. She's hit 7 fours, and this partnership, well, it really has hurt the Diamonds and condemned them to the last match in their history, because just 24 are needed from 68 deliveries, and that is down the leg side and going to be, oh, that was boundary bound. That's an excellent effort from Phoebe Turner to get a hand to it, diving at short fine leg. 2 runs to Grucock, and well, all the cheers you can hear clearly from the Sunrisers travelling contingent, who really piped up in these last few minutes, because they know, I think, that this is done and dusted. 1 ball remaining in this 39th over. Slater hopping her way in, and Grucock, has she got a nick on that? Lauren Winfield Hill is asking Chris Watts if she has, but he says no. End of the over. 211 for 2. Another over that went for 9 runs. And that has been the story of the afternoon with the ball for the Diamonds. They had to come out here and bowl about as disciplined as you could imagine, but they've been unable to do that. Rachael Slater has been, well, relatively speaking, pretty good. 10 overs for 43. She's not managed to take a wicket. We're not sure she was moving 100% out there, but unfortunately for her, there hasn't been sufficient backup at that sort of economy rate at the other end from anybody else other than really just over that rate, Catherine Fraser.
And just a few words really on Grucock's knock. You know, she came in and took her time to get herself in. The Diamonds bowlers bowled pretty well at her, didn't give her much free balls to put away. But actually, as she's progressed, she's batted really, really well. She's rotated the strike, she absorbed the pressure, rotated the strike, and now she's put boundaries away. It's been a really, really good supported knock. Obviously, Cordelia Griffiths is a senior partner with 64 off 77. But you're seeing Grucock do well now and get 53 off 56.
Marlowe to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end with an off spin. Griffith just pushing one out Square on the offside, no run. Let's just check in again on that other semi as Griffith punches one to mid-off, Fraser Fields. So in response to the Vipers 220 for 9, the Stars 174 for 7. They need 47 off 48 with 3 wickets remaining, so they've kept themselves in with a little bit of a sniff. You're still fancying the team with the runs on the board there as Griffith turns one into the leg side and Callis fields, but well, it's feeling like it might end up being a slightly closer game there than this one is going to end up being here. Desperate for the home tie, the Diamonds in the semi-final, got themselves to the top of the table, but have not been able to take advantage of that. There's Marlowe in again, it's turned into the leg side, Callis will field. And there is no run.
Required run rate now down to 2.13.
Griffith pushes into the offside for another single. One to come in the over. Holly Armitage made just the 4 for the England women. Bess Heath didn't play by the looks of things. They made 176 all out. Ireland in response are 28 for 2. As Marlowe's final ball of the over to Grucock is a dot. So 40 overs complete, 212 for 2. Just the 1 run off that over, but as I've been saying, that feels like way too little too late for the Diamonds here. Meanwhile, Gloucestershire have bowled out Sussex for 106 in the second of the semi-finals of the men's Vitality Blast down at Edgbaston, and they're 51 for 1 after 7.1 in reply. So they've set up the possibility of a very much a local derby, haven't they, against Somerset in the final. The Cider Derby taking place on the Bears' home territory. Here's Katie Levick at the Howard stand end to Cordelia Griffith, who pats it back, and there is no run. Levick 7.1 overs, 1 for 41 so far, and that is cut away by Griffith out into the deep. Marlowe will field 1 run. It probably won't be the last time we see Katie Levick bowl on this ground, but certainly the last time we'll see her bowl on this ground for the Northern Diamonds.
It certainly is.
Callis just moving round to straight mid-wicket, Marlowe moving to deep backward square, and Levick moving to round the wicket to the left-handed Grucock, who finds Callis at straight mid-wicket. No run. Early finishing prospect then. 9.5 overs to go, just 20 runs needed. And Levick to Grucock. Turns that one to Callis in the leg side. And another dot. Well, those that turned up for the semi-final, hoping for a Diamonds victory, are going to be disappointed here. As Grucock cuts one, fielded by Slater at backward point, no run. But appreciative cricketing crowd as they are, they have been treated to some excellent Sunrisers play here, there's no doubt about it. You could only accuse them of being a little bit slack, possibly in the last 5 overs with the ball, when the Diamonds put on 49, but still, as Grucock pushes one into the offside to complete the over at 214 for 2. It always felt like it was a little bit short of the mark for the Diamonds. And if we're honest, after about the first 8 or 9 overs, they've been behind the game here, searching for ideas, searching for wickets, and just haven't been good enough to find them.
They haven't. That's I mean, they're the facts right in front of us, aren't they? Credit to the Sunrisers. They played some really good cricket today, I think, in all three disciplines. And just 19 runs, I think, from the finishing line.
Marlowe into Grewcock, who tickles one down to short third man. Katie Levick does the fielding. I think we may have Lev on commentary last match of the men's season in a couple of weeks' time when the fellows play Northamptonshire here. That's down the leg side by Marlowe. Will probably be given as a wide, and it's gone for 4 as well. No, it was actually struck by Grewcock. Interesting.
Just a bottom edge, I think. Just a fine edge there.
Oh yeah, you're right. When you see the replay, easier to pick up. So 58 to her, 218 for 2, and just 15 needed from the last 52 deliveries. Marlowe floats one up, full toss. Stroke back along the deck to her. And here she is again. That's driven through extra cover. There's a chase on for Phoebe Turner, and she's probably going to win this. It's just going to be flicked back in. Grewcock's going to get through for 3. Good chase by Phoebe. Helped out there by Sturkallis.
Really nice shot this though, isn't it, from Grewcock? Just picks the length, fullish ball, gets into the line of the ball and just times that one away past extra cover and mid-off.
12 to win. And that's down the leg side, and a missed sweep by Cordelia Griffith, but it's still going to be a run in favour of the Sunrisers because it was a wide. Marlowe in again, driven back at her this time. No run.
And the partnership moves on to 1-3-1.
222 for 2. In comes Marlowe, flicked away to Erin Burns on the cow corner boundary. Another one. Marlowe, 3 overs for 18. 223 for 2 at the end of that over means they got another 9 runs from it.
The Diamonds have not been able to just slow down the scoring at all, have they? Not been able to put the blocks on the scoring. And the way that the Sunrisers have played has been low risk, high reward cricket. I think they've played beautifully. I think they knocked the ball, as we said earlier, absorbed the pressure, knocked the ball around, rotated the strike, manipulated the field and put the bad ball away, and I think they've batted absolutely beautifully.
Yep, and they are just 10 runs from a place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final, as that is a Griffith pull. Levick just straying a bit leg stumpish, and now down to a single figure. 9 to win. Griffith now on to 68, and Grewcock fast catching her up despite the fact that she's faced quite a lot fewer deliveries now. She flicks this one to the leg side of straight. Fielded there by Duckworth, no run. Levick round the wicket. Grewcock steps back and again finds Duckworth, this time taking her on. Duckworth with a missed throw, and that's an example of all the things we talked about in the Diamonds innings. Hitting the ball to a fielder, taking him on and winning the race. And she got through, and actually in this instance there's no need to do that at all really, is there? Because of how far they've got themselves in front. Little push into the offside this time by Cordelia Griffith. 8 to win. Levick tosses one up. Oh, big crossbat slog here by Griffith, and that's going to cost her wicket. So the Diamonds take one with them. Katie Levick might be the last Diamonds wicket taker on this ground. On a ground she's taken so many in the past. And Griffith, well, great knock from her, really was. 68 from 89 deliveries. and that was a 105-minute stay at the crease, 7 fours and a 6, and a team of 225 for 3.
Yeah, that's an exceptional knock from Cordelia Griffiths. On this delivery, Levick just balls the ball really full, and Griffiths goes look to sweep and just misses the ball, and the ball hits the pads in front of probably, yeah, it's the thigh actually, bent down at the thigh in front of middle stump, so it's certainly a good decision by the umpire, but an excellent knock from Griffith. 68, managed the situation really well. It's just a shame for her and the Sunrisers' perspective that she's not able to hit the winning runs and carry her bat all the way through. But I have to say, in the context of the game, I think she's played really well, done her job today, and put the Sunrisers in an exceptionally strong position with just a handful of runs required to win this game.
42.5 overs when that wicket fell. They batted together for precisely 90 minutes and put on, well, 134 for that third wicket. Super stuff. But all 3 wickets in this Sunrisers innings going the way of LBWs. 2 of them to Levick, who's bowling here to Lissy McLeod, right-handed, who drops that first ball that she receives into the onside, and there's no run. Well, what might have been for the Diamonds, as I said, top of the table in this competition. They were the most consistent side throughout the rounds. They came up with that last gasp win against the Vipers 3 matches ago. Well, 2 matches ago, I guess. Their third last match. Hammered last week by the South East Stars up at Chesterley Street. And so I guess it's kind of almost been diminishing returns, really. Just sneaked over the line in one, thrashed in another. And this is, yeah, this is a fair thrashing as well, isn't it, really? 7 wickets at the moment with 7 overs remaining in a semi-final. They've just not managed to produce their best. Levick trying to throw the wicket down, and I think Lauren Winfield-Hill might have possibly stopped that from hitting. Lissy McLeod backing up her partner there, Jodie Grucock, to get through for 1. So Grucock on to 63 now. Just 7 needed. Sun, thankfully, for our viewing point of view, has disappeared behind cloud a little while ago. Still, those that have turned up are staying right till the bitter end, and it's fairly bitter for the Diamonds, who have failed to sparkle in their final match, and McLeod punches one into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, and they'll be disappointed with that because they would have wanted to put a good performance in here today.
Marlowe in, down the ground goes McLeod. That's going to be 4 of them. 2 bounces, and it skips on down beneath our com box. So just 3 to win, 230 for 3.
That's a nice shot down the ground, isn't it? Slightly over pitched. Lissy McLeod, anything in my half is going down the pitch. He's not going to be messing around. Nice and full. Punch the ball back over the bowler's head.
And that's that. McLeod turns 4 backward of square leg. 234 for 3. Sunrisers win this match by 7 wickets with 6 overs and 2 balls remaining, and they absolutely deserve to do so. Jodie Grucock not out on 63. Lissy McLeod finishes with a quick fire 8, and that is added to Grace Scriven's excellent 56 at the top of the piece, with Jo Gardner that opening stand of 70, Gardner making 19 of them. Cordelia Griffith out just recently for 68. And the Diamonds, well, it doesn't finish as they would have wanted. That is the end of the Northern Diamonds for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition, one that they won back in 2022. And it is, Paul Shaw, the end of the Northern Diamonds.
It is, and I'm sure on this historic occasion the Diamonds would have wanted to put in a much better performance than they have today. So sadly it's come to an end, and they would have wanted to get to that final in just a few days' time, the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. But it's been the day of the Sunrisers, a much improved team, a much improved batting lineup, bowling lineup, and also fielding unit. And I have to say today they've been better in all 3 departments. They've bowled well, kept pressure on the Diamonds players, and the knocks of Milo 63, Callis 49 held the innings together. But it was the impetus that Turner offered with 32 off just 15 deliveries. Big contribution to the 49 runs in the last 5 overs that got the Diamonds to the 2-3-2. But you know, the partnership of Scrivens and Garner at the top of the innings, Scrivens on 56, and then Griffith and Gruick, as you mentioned there, the 134 partnership was absolutely outstanding. And I think, you know, the Andy Tennant and his coaching staff will be delighted with the progression of this team over the last 18 months. And here's a really clear demonstration of the progress that they've made in all 3 departments. For the Diamonds, it's a sad end. It's absolutely a sad end. I know Danny Hazel and her coaching team will be really disappointed to go out the competition this way, but also really disappointed to go out here at Headingley, the last game, the last time that the Diamonds, as a Diamonds team, will play at this wonderful stadium. So they'll be disappointed because of that. And it's a disappointing end to the season, but on the day I think the best team won. The Sunrisers, I thought, played some outstanding cricket and thoroughly deserve their journey to the final in just a few days' time.
Yep, they certainly do. So, as we've both been saying, the Diamonds' time comes to an end. The Sunrisers will only have that one more match themselves, I think, as well, in the final next week, and the very best of luck to them. We don't yet know who they'll be playing in that decider. We can just have a quick look in once again at those scores, and well, the Stars are not done with yet. They need 22 off 22 with 3 wickets left. So good luck to the Sunrisers, whether they play the Vipers or the Stars in the final Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. But the Diamonds are done. Congratulations to the Sunrisers. Shawsey, many thanks for your company this afternoon. Thanks, folks, for tuning in, whichever way you have done so. And I do hope you'll join me again in quick time, because I'm off hot-footing it down to Cardiff on Monday for a Tuesday start. Back to the men's cricket, of course, and that will be Glamorgan versus Yorkshire, who are second in the County Championship Division 2. Back in the promotion places, 15 points clear of Middlesex, but they haven't completed the job yet, and they would love to be back up to the Elite Division next year. We'll follow their fortunes, or I will. Tuesday through until, well, whenever that finishes, but Friday, the final day this week at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, and hope you'll join me and Nick Webb, and hopefully Ed Bevan as well, from around about 5 minutes, doubtless, before the start of play on Tuesday. That play due to get underway, of course, at 10:30, with it being September. But from, well, a bit of a subdued Headingley, the Diamonds, as I said, have failed to sparkle on what will be their final match ever, and they are out of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and they are done. From all of us at Headingley, it's goodbye.